faucet up, drained. Didn't plan on losing my heart tonight, but on that greasy rooftop it all felt right. On the roof of the Waffle House, love gets loud. While Dixon's in the kitchen, we escape the crowd. He might motorboat me like a big old beast, but Lord have mercy, he smells like yeast. Might not be forever, might not be clean, but on that rooftop I'm his queen. Don't wear pride, we climb that ladder just to let it ride. No white picket fence, no wedding ring, but the way you touch me makes the rafters sing. On the roof of the Waffle House, love gets wild. While Dixon's in the kitchen, we escape the crowd. He might motorboat me like a big old beast, but Lord have mercy, he smells like yeast. Might not be forever, might not be clean, but up on that rooftop I'm his queen. Dentures, I don't wear pride, we climb that ladder just to let it ride. No white picket fence, no wedding ring, but the way you touch me makes the rafters sing. Oh, leave the minivan, leave the 9 to 5, hop in your Beetle, let's feel alive. With Dixon, fried bacon and a jukebox song, we found the kind of love you don't feel wrong. On the roof of the Waffle House, love gets wild. I'll do broken hearts, lost but proud. But tonight on this rooftop, he's my beast, my wreck, my home, my break routine. But on that dirty rooftop, I'm his queen. I'm his queen.
Josie's on a vacation far away. Come around and talk it over. So many things I wanna say. You know I like my girls a little bit older. I just wanna use your love tonight. European song, so you know it, then we'll just switch the words to the homie is on vacation far away. Pull down my mask, I'm coming over. So many things I want to moisten. You know I make these streets a little bit colder. I just wanna ride your block tonight. What a start to a Friday. Thank you so much, Brandon. And I would have said, write your dentures tonight, but you are the guy who wrote the lyrics, so it's you we need to blame. And to all you people who are just nice enough to come and give a likey poo, and then you're off to see not Jodie Erison, Donna Adelson. Have fun with that. We'll see you in 4 to 6 weeks when that trial is over. And I hope you will watch it with some wonderful people. I know Brandy is covering it. I know Amy and Kelly Poo is on it. Oh, look, Kelly Poo is here. And the rest of us will stay here, try to figure out what, if any, waffles was made during Smexy time. Did he butter her buns? Or will they find the missing witness? Because as we all know, yesterday there were a wish from the defense to put out a arrest warrant for a childhood friend who apparently had knowledge of how bad Melissa had it when she grew up. But the Popo didn't find her yesterday. They don't know if they're going to find her. So we are kind of stuck in a limbo. Talk about. Hey, AJ, how are you doing? You don't have to rub it in. I know Amy hates me. I didn't watch her show last night, but she said she was going to spill some tea, so I think she might have done 2 hours purely on her hatred for me. But that's not the first woman who hated me, so that's okay. What am I going to cover? I can't take Donna anymore. I'm gonna cover whatever comes up. There's nothing really announced yet, so we're gonna find something. There, the good thing about America, there's always crime, and we'll find something. And let me be the haven for the kids who don't like Donna Adelson, because all of us creators, we kind of, oh, big case, let's all get on it, and then all of you who's sitting there thinking this is the most boringest case in the world, you'll find horrible streamers and watch them, and you shouldn't do that. You should watch me, because I'm a horrible streamer, but I'm a nice guy. I'm not your mom for moistening all the things. And I hope we can get over with this case today. The judge has been promising that we should get closings yesterday. We didn't get that, but she wants the jury to have this today. I really, really, really hope that we don't go too late today, because I have baby baker time tomorrow, so I have to be up early. So I hope they get pushed till Monday. Good, Paula B. Yeah, yesterday nothing really happened yesterday. Hey, Hyacinth. Adelson trial. I'll watch the replays of summary. I want to see this Cray Waffle House trial. Yeah, and there's going to be opening statements and the first couple of witnesses today. So I don't know. I don't know enough about the case. I do know, though, because I follow Happy Angry Lawyer on the Twitch thread. He's been digging into that. We have been talking about that special kind of thing that they got back in 2021, 23, when they reopened the case. Apparently, that was an anonymous tip in 2021. There was pushed by McCollum, the Zone 7, and Nancy Grace, a rumor that McCollum had received a tip that she passed along to the lead detective. And when the defense asked for what this was about, it's a 20-minute recording where only the first minute or so was audible. And apparently the rumor was that Chris Wolfenbarger had said something incriminating at a party in the 2010s. Nothing else has, and it hasn't been brought into the case. So how much of a factor have McCollum played in this case? How much has she planted in this case of evidence, pushed for certain things? And we know she has also had a monetary interest, because she brought these people to CrimeCon, and done multiple shows. Well, that's not a monetary interest. Yes, it is, because good content with a good story, with people you can feel sorry for, equal clicks, likes, and super chats. That's just how the economy on the YouTube works. I know a lot of people think out there that all of us makes a ton of money, but you really need to get a lot of views before you can say this is really a business. I'm so lucky that all of you wonderful people are very generous with your donations and your memberships. But if I could run 6 months of, let's say I could get Wendy Adelson on twice a week for 6 months to talk about whatever, that would be a moneymaker that's absolutely crazy. So is this McCollum using her influence with the DA's office to make monetary gain? And where's the ethical lines between having someone who is promoting this family's side of the story and having her working in a cold case unit? I think there's so many ethical complications in this case that alone should warrant some kind of, nope, we're not going to touch this case. Oh, false alarm. Zach, don't you call AJ your favorite redneck? Sue will fight you over it. Well, I don't know if you can call it corruption, because she was just suggesting they should look at this case. So, of course, the DA's office did their due diligence and looked at all the evidence. But if the reason why they pulled up the case again was McCollum claimed she had a 21-minute, or they got a 21-minute recording based on a tip, and that recording hasn't been played in court. What basis do they have for this case? And an anonymous tip that he said something at a party. I can tell you that me and Valhalla probably, when we were a little drunk in Tennessee, said some stupid stuff as well. I didn't tell him how I hit my buddies, but because I wasn't that drunk. But still, you could claim, if you overheard our conversations at some point, that we were talking about something criminal. Is that enough to raise a dead case from the ground? Because we have watched this case now. Unless you have been watching all of the podcast and you believe Nancy Grace, which should also mean you believe that mental health is healed by, I don't know, pop rocks. There's no evidence presented in this case that in any other way than the slightest circumstantial way points to him. And there's so much reasonable doubt, even if you're honest with yourself and you only base it on the evidence provided in court, there is no evidence against him. There is a very, very thin domestic violence accusation, but there is more evidence that other people had means, motive, and opportunity. So I feel really, when I read this, that all of this stems from a podcaster. Imagine I took Serenative on, and Serenative talked to me about that time in Buchenwald, where she was walking past the restaurant and she's absolutely sure that she saw someone in there. And I had the police in Buchenwald start a case up. And then I would never, Serenative was never called as a witness. It doesn't make sense. How is Nancy Grace an employee? She's not employed. It's McCollum. Nancy Grace is a crime trooper like me. But McCollum, the podcaster she works with, is on the cold case board in Fulton County. Thought the judge was lazy when she said you have to remind me of anything you requested that I haven't ruled on yet, even if you remind me 67 times before. I don't like this judge. She seems very, very, I don't want to say unprofessional, but she seems a little scared to make a ruling, and she seems like she takes the easy way out. Hey, remind me again where to find it. Did you turn it over? Yes, I've told you already. Ah, okay. Well, that's why Buchenwald made no sense. I don't understand why the prosecution are so determined to potentially put an innocent man in prison for life. Go back and look at the CV of the domestic violence specialist. She worked with Fulton County's DA's office, and now she has a private practice. 95% of her work comes from Fulton County's DA's office. Go look at McCollum. She works with the DA's office in Fulton County's cold crime squad. I don't know if it's a paid position or whatever, but she gets to recommend cases that they look at. And she used to work for, I think she used to work for Fulton County as well. All of this, to me, screams of some kind of nepotism, where you build your own little squad, and then you can do everything, because Fanny can just send a DA out and tell her, hey, you hire this girl, she will always testify to the benefit of Fulton County. Of course not in cases where the evidence isn't 100%, like she says. At that point, you just ask her theoretical questions that you have agreed with her upon the meeting you had before the case. So I just don't like it. It seems like lawfare more than justice, that all of these elements play together. You get people hyped about a case because there's a friendly podcaster who covers it. Let me try and turn it around. Let's say Kate Peters hadn't been a disgusting slob, and Kate Peters could handle herself without coming off as an absolutely obnoxious human being. And she was running an anti-Karen Read podcast without all of her Aiden Carney hate. And she was pretty convincing. Would that have changed the public opinion about Karen Read? Because we know a lot of people change their mind because of all the online goodwill shown towards Karen Read. But if you have someone who can always sing for the DA's office, who is competent at what they're doing and not just a horrible person, you can change a lot of minds in a county. And then you're the good girl. If you build up a dragon and you slay the dragon after, you're the good girl. Thought the state's dentist expert was really weak. I don't get how they can use a dental record that's 9 years old from when she was a preteen to compare to a fully grown woman's jaw, because your jaw isn't fully grown when you're 12 years old. They would have a better chance if the charged Dixon, yes, or posthumely after death charged Carl. I could make a case stick against Carl. They'll have little Woody locked up for like 2 years until he testified. Yeah, that's another thing. That's lawfare again. We don't give a fuck about your rights. We'll put you in jail until you say what we want you to say. This might be an unpopular opinion, but I actually think he's innocent, not just that the state didn't prove their case. Well, I have the opinion that with the evidence shown right now, I can't see enough to say that he's guilty. But I also don't have enough evidence to say, well, he's 100% innocent. But as one who have seen bad relationships, also bad relationships where drugs was involved, I could see him more than willing to just say, go fuck off. She got pregnant really soon after they met each other, and they married because of the baby. He was 21 years old. He was fine with her leaving because there's no history of continued DV after. Don't you think that we would have criminal records of him using his girlfriends as piñatas if he had a continuing restraining order mill running in his house?
Good morning. Please be seated.
I don't know what that is about, but
Can I get Mr. Wolfenbarger, please? Day 8, I
Hey,
think, of the trial of
Espiani.
Christopher Wolfenbarger. No, 9, 7, 9. Okay. Case number 24 SC
It's day 7.
0040201. I'll
We
note for
don't
the
count.
record that Mr. Wolfenbarger is present here in the
We don't count the
courtroom,
days of
along with his counsel,
jury.
and that the state's counsel is also present. I am told that the wayward witness is here, Mr. McDermott.
Yes, Your Honor, I have made contact.
Has the state had an opportunity to make contact if they so chose?
We have not, and this, we don't need to.
Okay. Is that witness up?
Yes, Your Honor.
Is that witness in custody?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay.
So we are gonna have.
My general understanding is that the sheriff's department prefers to have witnesses that are in custody to bring them in and have them placed on the stand rather than walk them through the courtroom. So if we could go ahead and do that and get the witness. Do we have any other matters while we're taking care of that we need to take up before we get the witness on the stand? Anything from the state?
Nothing from the state.
Anything from the defense?
I think from the defense.
Okay. Yes, sir.
So after this
So just to
one,
be clear, Mr. McDermott, I'm still going to ask you to call your next witness, and then I'll just acknowledge that that witness is already on the stand, and then we'll swear them in as normal.
Do you want me to ask on the record permission to treat her as an adverse witness, or do you want me to make an attempt to get her to answer directly first?
I think she's your witness, so you should make an effort to see how cooperative she's going to be, and only if she's not cooperative would you then be justified in asking to treat her as such. Good morning. Ma'am, if you'll come over here to the witness stand.
so there should be one rebuttal witness, and I bet you it's Norma, who's gonna come back and
she
say
might need
something
some
crazy.
assistance getting up onto the witness stand and situated in the chair. You could. Thank you very much. Okay. So we have our witness, and so I think we're ready for the jury, Deputy.
Another one who looks like she had a rough life. I don't have a soundboard, so I can cuss her. I can beep her cussing. Hostile witness designation would allow the defense to ask leading questions on direct instead of open-ended questions. Math. She had a rough night, that's for sure. Yeah. She's probably in a peachy mood. No oxy for breakfast and slept on a prison bunk. Hey, it's Georgia. Every woman down there has a nice peach. Yes, you missed that. Norma ran in and yelled, "Carl did it!" And we're just finishing off some details. Yeah, imagine that. I actually had a case once where a mom and a son. Well, the son was. He was the victim, and he didn't want to talk because it had something to do with drugs, and you don't rat on your dealer. But his mom was supposed to come, and she didn't show up. So we were like, "Let's go get her, and police will go look for her if they have a car they can send out." But she didn't answer her phone, and he's using Zoom. I know that. Melissa told me about that, and then they sent a car out to find her. Couldn't find her. So, okay, we're going to schedule this to another day. And this woman was brought in by the police, and she was 55 years old, upper middle class, and she was scared shitless because she was like, well, I read it, but I thought it was meant because her son was 17. So she thought that it was sent to her electronic mail so she could inform her son. She hadn't read it. So she got the nice officers to bring her to court. She won't forget to read everything from court from now on. Madder than a wet hen, that just doesn't make sense. Those Americanisms are not as good as the Danisms.
Mr. McDermott, the defense may call its next witness.
The defense calls Wendy Waddell.
Okay. Ladies and gentlemen, as you can see, Ms. Waddell is already on the witness stand. Ms. Waddell, if you can, please raise your right hand to the best of your ability. The deputy will swear you in.
You swear to affirm to the testimony that you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
Yeah.
These statements really coordinate for the court.
Wendy, W-E-N-D-Y.
And if you could do me a favor and scoot up a little bit so I can hear you in the microphone.
And Waddell, W-A-D-D-E-L-L.
Thank you very much. Go ahead, Mr. McDermott.
Ms. Waddell, suffice it to say you don't want to be here. You need to answer audibly.
You're right.
Did you know Melissa Wolfenbarger?
I did.
And do you know the Patton family,
I do.
Carl and Norma? And how did you know them?
My parents grew up with them.
And did you live next door to them at one point?
As a child.
She was arrested because she didn't show up for court yesterday. So she is wearing the nice jewelry provided to her by the Fulton County Prison, jail, whatever. What's the difference? I don't care. And she's also wearing the fancy outfit that you get if you get to spend the night in prison.
And were you at one point friends with Melissa?
I was.
Did you go over to her house frequently?
Every weekend. Every weekend.
Thank you. Do you remember something about their house that made you not want to go over there?
Yeah.
And what was that?
It smelled.
Why did it smell?
Well,
No, she didn't show up, and then she was put in jail so she could be brought into court today. Yesterday, my mods have made a revolution. I need new mods because they diddle off to Chicago on vacation. Marissa is running around in circles in her own home. They don't watch my show anymore. They're turning into Jamie's. But yesterday, they were talking about getting an arrest warrant for her because they had talked on the phone with her, and I think he called her yesterday or the day before, and he got the Sue bird verbally when he said, "Remember to show up to court," and she Sue birded him.
people just have a smell.
What was the smell like?
Like a person that
Like
stinks.
body odor?
I mean, it wasn't nasty. She wasn't a nasty person.
Was it an offensive smell?
Any smell's an offensive smell.
Did you remember telling
Are
me?
you asking if she was a nasty person? She was not a nasty person.
I'm not asking if she was a nasty person.
Okay.
I'm just asking about facts. You remember speaking with me on the phone a couple of weeks ago?
Yeah.
And you remember telling me that the smell pervaded the house and
I
the
did.
car
I got on the car.
and
Got
it
on
stuck
the.
on everyone in the house.
It did.
Including Melissa. And you remember telling me that people bullied her for it,
They did.
picked on her? Do you remember telling me that Melissa had some kind of, it's not a leading question, Your Honor, unless it suggests an answer.
I'm going to overrule and allow it. Go ahead.
Yeah, shut up.
Do you remember telling me that Melissa had some sort of skin condition that caused her to have marks on,
Contigo.
and it caused her to have visible marks on her body all the time?
Yep.
And how did you describe those marks? What did they look like?
Scratches.
Did you say bug bites, sores? Thank you. Can you remember how you described Melissa's personality to me?
Well, if I'd look back at it, I'd say autistic.
Autistic.
I said, if I had to look back, I would say autistic. She
Okay,
would be autistic.
but you're not a doctor, right?
I'm not.
So you can't diagnose her with autism.
Yeah,
But what made you arrive at the conclusion that she may have been autistic?
just the way she is.
Let me describe those facts.
You know what an autistic person is. I mean,
Was
there's
she quiet?
Autistic, you're on the spectrum because having a touch of the autism isn't one thing. Zach is annoying because he's touched with the autism and the R word, but other people are. You know what an autism is? No. Because it's multiple different types of autism you can have. And you can have it mildly or severely.
Sure.
Was she shy?
Yes,
Was she reserved?
she was.
Did she sometimes react?
She whined. She cried.
She whined and cried even when she was older. So are you suggesting she may have been a little bit
Of a baby.
infantile for her age?
Yeah.
You described to me a period of time in which you would visit her. Do you remember describing a time to me in which you would visit her almost every day
Every weekend, yeah.
and that you would be locked in the room with her?
Yeah, growing up.
And did you tell me that the door locks would be reversed
It
on
would
her
be.
door? So that the lock was on the outside.
It was.
And do you remember that she was telling me that she was locked like that every day, all day?
Objection needed, Your Honor. He's giving the answers.
Overruled. Go ahead.
Yeah.
Do you remember?
I like the judge. She's not going to make it an issue and make him ask to treat her as a hostile witness. She's allowing a little leading because she just want to get this out of here.
Telling me that she was locked that way every day, all day? I need an audible answer. I'm sorry.
Yes.
Thank you.
So was her sister. Her sister's right there.
And from what ages do you remember her being locked in the room?
I don't know, 12, 13.
Did you remember telling me it was started at about age 7,
I'm sure it started early.
went up to about 12?
Yeah.
Okay. You said her sister was locked too,
He's right there.
and she was locked up too?
Mm-hmm.
And
I'm sorry, was that a yes?
Yeah, my mom used to sneak over there and get her out of the window.
Thank you.
Who said it? Totally not a Russian. I think she was so hostile because she thought she was coming in to slack off Melissa. That's why she got all mad. You said she smelled, but he's taking her nice and easy. And now Fanny's gonna go up there and I think she can potentially turn this witness against the state. I wouldn't cross-examine her because this woman is a ticking time bomb, and she has the cotton mouth of someone who is jauncing a little bit. Not that I know anything about it, but Sue told me that's what people do.
what's your mom's name?
Terry.
Terry Archer, is that correct? And
Is that a yes? You're
Yes, it
nodding.
is Terry Archer.
Thank you.
what was your father's name?
Bobby.
Bobby. And you said that your parents were wealthy
They are.
and that they paid to be involved in several activities with you.
They did.
What kind of activities?
GYOP. Georgia Youth on Parade. Girl Scouts.
You remember telling me that anything you did, Melissa
She did.
had to do,
That's right.
and that your mother paid for it.
I would
You remember
preempt this.
telling me that looking back on the way she was treated, being locked in her room and being deprived. Well, let me back up. When you and Melissa were locked in the room, were you allowed to come out during the day? Were you allowed to get drinks of water?
Hang on. Yeah, you're shaking your head. Is that a no?
No, we weren't allowed to come out.
And were you allowed to get a drink of water?
Yeah, we can get, what we say we're thirsty.
Okay. You remember telling me that looking back, you would consider that she had been abused and neglected.
Yes.
Today, if someone were treating their child like that, would you call DFACS?
Relevant, Your Honor. Objection.
Probably.
Hang on one second. Sustained. Go ahead.
Now, did you move away from Melissa's house at some point?
They moved away.
They moved away? Okay. And about what age were you at that point?
I quit hanging out with them when I was 13.
Okay. And you told me a couple of events that happened with her before you quit hanging out with her.
She lost her virginity.
And how did that happen?
Objection. Relevance.
Sustained.
Okay. May I approach, Your Honor?
Sure.
So she lost her virginity at 13 years old, and we know that wasn't voluntarily. Yes.
Do you remember telling me that I caught myself? Was there a time that Melissa did drugs with you?
No,
Okay.
I was doing drugs.
Okay. And because you started to do drugs,
I
you
quit hanging
decided
out with her.
not to hang out with Melissa. You need to let me finish my question. I know it's kind of slow and tedious, but that's just for the record. You got to let me finish my question and then you answer.
A family friend molested her, and later that family friend actually found out that Carl had killed his father back in the 70s, and he bought 5 burial plots for the family and one from himself. Well, we don't know that. He bought 5 burial plots, which kind of aligns with that family. And Melissa is buried in one of those burial plots today. So he's not a suspect.
Do you remember something? Do you remember at some point Melissa started running away from home?
After I quit hanging out with her.
Okay. And do you remember that there was something that led up to her running away from home?
Her sister had a still baby.
Do you remember after Melissa was gone that she did not keep in contact with her mother?
I don't remember that.
Do you remember telling me that you don't remember her calling her mother? In fact,
Don't say that.
okay.
How I know that?
Yeah, the still baby is the hamper baby. Well, let's say you smother it a little too hard because you don't want your kids to have kids, and you say, well, it was stillborn, and then you dump it in a hamper. Come on now, it's not like police is going to look into that one.
And had you ever met Christopher Wolfenbarger?
Never.
No further questions, John?
Thank you. Ms. Hilton, questions for this witness?
Oh, actually,
Yes, Wendy Wattle.
do you remember telling me that when you knew Melissa and hung out with her, that her mother would not let her have anything like makeup?
Mm-hmm.
Is that a yes?
Yes.
Thank you.
And what did she do instead?
Use colored pencils.
Do you remember whether she was allowed to have feminine products?
Yeah.
You remember telling me on the phone that she had to use socks.
No.
If I showed you a transcript of our discussion, would that jog your memory?
Why would I say that?
Can I show you a transcript of our interview?
Sure.
Let her say, well, I was high when you called me, so I said all kinds of shit. I have had a witness who said, yeah, I was so hungover when I
never said
talked to
that.
police.
Would you let me play the audio?
Sure.
Yeah, play the audio.
I must have been high.
Yes! Because I got high, because I got high, because I got high.
Permission to share, permission to share, Your Honor?
Granted, just make sure that what you're going to share is only the portion that is relevant to the question you just asked.
I can imagine she was traumatized.
She was traumatized. She was. And let me tell you, like makeup, when she would put makeup on, she would have to use color pencils because her mama did not give her those things.
Oh.
You know, like she, you know, would have to use, I hate to say it, but like socks for pads and shit like that. You know, because her mama neglected.
I guess it is. That was her.
No further questions, Your Honor.
Thank you. Ms. Hilton?
Good morning, Ms. Martin. How are you?
Withdrawing.
Withdrawing. Okay. But you answered his questions. Have you and I ever met? Is that a no for the record?
No.
And have we ever talked on the phone?
No.
And you spoke with Mr. McDermott a few weeks ago over the phone? Is that a yes?
Mistake. I thought it was you.
No problem.
Go ahead.
But you talked to him about a lot of different things. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
Okay. And so you were her next door neighbor, correct? Melissa's next door neighbor.
As a child.
And as a child, that from between the ages of 7 and 13?
No.
What were the ages?
Ages of 2 to 7.
2 to 7. And your parents are friends or were friends with Melissa.
Our friends.
And you said you would spend time at her home every weekend, correct?
Did.
And you just testified that there was an odor in the home that you didn't like. Is that fair?
Oh, yes.
Yes.
Thank you.
But every weekend you would still go to the house.
Yes, I love them.
And I think you testified earlier that your mom would have to take Tina out the window.
She would.
But your mom still let you go over there every weekend.
She did.
Now, you said that Melissa was able to do Girl Scouts with you. I think you told defense counsel over the phone cheerleading, and then you just like a girl youth group. Is that the third thing you just said?
Something like that.
And it's safe to say that her mother will let her go with you to
Sure.
do these events. Although your family paid for it, her mom let her participate in those activities.
She would.
And that kept you all.
No, this is the next door neighbor who were high when she was interviewed by the defense and is withdrawing today because she's been in prison since last night. I love this woman. And who knew she was Sue's cousin?
busy. Is that fair to say?
It did.
That's a lot of activities, right? Now, at some point, is it fair to say that your mom moved to Covington and you moved to Covington?
I did.
About how old were you when you moved to Covington?
13.
And Melissa would still visit you while you were in Covington.
She did.
And so her mother would let her leave from Stockbridge, is that a yes?
McDonough.
From McDonough and come see you in Covington.
She would.
How far is that?
30 minutes.
So it's safe to say Melissa had to come out of the room in order to come see you. Is that fair?
No, she didn't lock her in the room like at that age.
Okay. Now, when you all were younger, did you tell defense counsel that you all never knew what Carl Patton had done?
Never.
You did not know.
We didn't. Not until they came and got him.
And when you said when they came and got him, are you talking about you found out in 2003?
I'm talking not until the police came and got him.
Now, is it fair to say that the last time you saw Melissa was in 1997?
Last time I saw Melissa would be about 1998, 97.
97, 98. And I'm sorry, did your family?
No, go back and look at the wheel of abuse. She still has control over her because, okay, I'll let you go to Girl Scouts, but you're going to come back and be locked in the room. This is the reward system. Better be a good girl. Then you can go to Girl Scouts, but you'll still be locked in your room after. That's what I'm saying. The domestic abuse angle, if you want to use it on Chris, it's 1,000 times more prevalent with the mom.
Family had like an event every year and the
Okay.
Pattons would attend?
Yes.
What type of event was that?
Holidays.
And you talked about Melissa's kind of demeanor. In your opinion of knowing Melissa, would she ever just leave her children?
No.
Would she ever just stop talking to her children?
No. Not that I'm aware of.
Now, when you spoke to Mr. McDermott, you described Melissa as not bright at times?
No.
No, you didn't, or no, she
Yes.
wasn't? I'm sorry.
Yes, she's not right.
Okay. That she was easy to control?
She was.
You said that she was weak?
She would.
You said that she was submissive?
She was.
You described her as a type that would not fight.
She don't.
that she was very naive,
She was
not a smart thinker. Mm-mm.
not a smart thinker.
You said that she's dependent on whoever she is with.
That's right.
So
that she would
Dixon,
not be the leader in a
She
relationship.
would be.
Matter of fact, in your friendship, she kind of followed you.
She did.
And you said kind of after you left, Melissa had no friends.
Right.
Now, I know you just told defense counsel that you never saw Mr. Wolfenbarger, but you had the occasion to speak to him one time on the phone.
Well, I guess very short. He would let me talk to Melissa.
Tell the jury about that.
He just wouldn't let me talk to her.
When was it?
In 97, 98,
Do you recall telling Mr. McDermott that was around Thanksgiving 1998
something like that.
and that you actually called to speak to Melissa on the phone?
I did.
And Chris answered the phone
He did.
and he wouldn't let you speak
He
to her.
wouldn't.
And he was controlling her ability to talk to you.
He was.
no, she has bottom teeth.
And it's fair to say that at that call, he did not want Melissa to talk to one of her childhood friends.
Objection.
Sustain.
It's true.
When if there's an objection and I sustain it, you have to not answer the question,
Sorry.
okay? Thank you.
And was that the only time that you talked to Chris in Thanksgiving of 1998?
Yes.
Or 97, she said 97, 98. You're getting
Of course,
fucking
no.
up the facts.
No further
Okay,
questions.
thank you. Mr. McDermott, any additional questions?
Yes, ma'am. You just told the state council that when you talked to me on the phone, you thought it was them.
I did.
Is that correct? And didn't I tell you on the phone, I'm Christopher's attorney?
No.
Uh,
He said defense.
Okay. Permission to play some audio, Your Honor?
She said you said defense.
Okay. So I did tell
Just
you,
making sure you heard her answer.
I did tell you I was the defense attorney.
You did.
Correct. And then I told you I'm Christopher's
You
attorney.
did tell me that
Okay. thank you.
afterwards. Yes.
At the very beginning of the conversation.
Look, I get high every day. I do drugs. So I'm just trying to tell you, I don't know, what I say. And I hate to burst your little bubble. I'm just telling you, like, I do heroin every day and I'm going through withdrawals. And that's the whole point. I didn't want to come here. So I don't know what this would be.
Were you on heroin when you talked to
I
me on the
was.
phone? You're on heroin right now?
Only because I'm locked up. Sweating to death.
Just to reiterate, you quit hanging out with Melissa around age 13, correct?
I did.
So you had really not much interaction with her after that.
I didn't.
So you don't know what she was thinking or doing after that age.
No.
At least I need a clip it for a sound bite. I'm on heroin every day.
No further questions, Your Honor.
Thank you, Ms. Hilton. Anything else?
In that Thanksgiving 98 call that we just talked about,
Beyond the
do you
scope,
recall telling defense counsel that the Pattons were at your family's house for a family function? Is that a yes?
Yes.
And that it was during that family function you asked about
Her.
Melissa, and you said, "Give me a number so I can call her."
I did.
No further questions.
Mr. McDermott?
No further questions, Your Honor.
Okay. Ladies and gentlemen, just for some logistics, I'm going to have to ask you to step out for just a moment. I'll have you right back as quick as I can.
was it a good idea for the defense to call her? I think so, because they put in that she was abused at home. This mom who sat there and talked about how much she loved her mom and she loved her daughter, and they were always
There's
going to
very
hang out
seated.
together.
Deputies, if you'll assist Ms. Waddell, she's excused as a witness. Thank you, Ms. Waddell. I was just going to say, I trust that her release will be processed as quickly as possible.
Gonna ride the H train in 10
Mr.
minutes.
So I understand what's going to happen when I call the jury back in. Does the defense have any other witnesses, or is the defense planning to arrest?
Defense arrest, Your Honor.
Okay, well, I'm going to need you to do it formally in front of the jury. I'm just asking in advance. Does the state still have planned rebuttal?
Yes, we have two witnesses for rebuttal.
Okay, and do you have them ready to go outside the door?
One is right outside the door, and the other is our DA investigator.
Okay.
Sit right.
Okay.
Oh,
Okay, so we're
Up
ready for the
Norma?
jury to come back in then, and we'll have the DA rest and, or excuse me, the state will.
I feel it was good. because it showed. Remember, they have been trying to sell this family as the bestest family in the history, and they just cared so much. Remember when the mom let the quiet part out that Tina had said, "Oh, we went looking for her in February," and the mom said, "No, we didn't go for 5 months." And now we find out that she was madly abused at home. I feel it was a good witness to call for the defense because it put all of the abuse into to context. That all the things that the state claimed Chris did to her was already done by her mother. So when you're leaning on a third-party culprit saying it could have been someone else, it's really smart to show where she also was abused.
That's some of the DA thing. Take up its rebuttal. Is that a yes, Ms. Hilton?
Yes.
Okay. Is that a yes, Mr. McDermott?
Yes, she has been to prison for it or
Okay.
got a conviction for it.
Are you ready for us to come in and proceed in the manner I indicated, which is that y'all are going to rest once the jury comes back in and the state's going to take up its rebuttal?
Yes, Your Honor.
Thank you.
Well, that little clip from the phone conversation, I think, just was perfect because she was combative, and I think she was combative because she thought they were gonna shit on Melissa, because she came right down when she found out. Actually, I thought if Hilton had kept going, she would get her angry because she was the one ragging on Melissa. Well, they're gonna have the DA investigator who is going to do what? Say, well, we had a phone call we didn't introduce, but this is the phone call we got from a witness we didn't call. Yeah. They're not going to pick her up for that small amount. Fulton County is already, Fulton County Jail is already overflowing. They don't need more inmates. Yeah, and she was hanging out with Dixon. Why wasn't he a bad influence? He was banging her. He was honest, and that's why I think it was a good witness, because she was honest, and you found out she was honest when she talked
Please be
about
seated.
her
Mr. McDermott, the
substance
defense may call its
abuse.
next witness.
Your Honor, the defense rests.
Thank you. Ms. Hilton, any rebuttal from the state?
Yes, Your Honor, briefly. The state will call Detective A.B. Calhoun.
Okay.
Oh, Calhoun, the guy who talked to the podcaster. I feel like the idiots on the anti can read because I can't remember the name of the one who's doing the podcast. So just call it podcaster. Rebuttal.
If you'll coming up to the witness stand, and before you, once you get there, if you'll turn and face the deputy and raise your right hand, he'll swear you in.
Betsy. Yes, they got her. You need to go back and see her. She's a heroin addict, and she was on withdrawals. And I liked her. Some people didn't like her, but at least she was honest. I'm on heroin every day.
Just be careful of that ledge, and then scoot up to the microphone and state and spell your name for the record, please, sir.
My name is Alton, middle initial B, Calhoun, A-L-T-O-N, again, B-C-A-L-H-O-U-N.
And good morning, Detective Calhoun. How are you?
I'm doing fine.
I want to direct your attention specifically to April 7th of 2003.
Valhalla, how far is Georgia from you, and can we get her for the next Dollywood? I'm just saying she could bring some spice to Dollywood.
Did you have the occasion on that day to speak with a Kimberly
She's
Cameron?
retired.
Yes, I did.
And how did you make contact with Ms. Cameron?
I made contact with her, phone contact with her.
And who, at the time, did you know who she was?
I knew that this was a very close friend, a very close friend of Melissa Wolfenbarger, and also Chris Wolfenbarger's sister.
And did you speak with her on that day over the telephone?
Yes, ma'am, I did.
And what, if any, let me ask you specifically, was she able to tell you about her relationship with Melissa?
Yes, ma'am.
And was she able to tell you about Melissa's feelings towards her brother?
She shared that, yes, she was.
What would she tell you?
She shared that they had.
Why is this allowed in? This is hearsay. Why doesn't they call that witness? can someone explain this to me? Why doesn't he just call the? Why doesn't she just call the witness? She's having him sit and refer what she said.
Problems as a couple, like everyone else. Sometimes they had problems.
Did Melissa ever tell you did Kimberly ever tell you if Melissa was planning on leaving her brother?
Yes, ma'am, she did.
What did she say?
She said that we were speaking, and she indicated that in a conversation that she had with Melissa, Melissa expressed her love for her brother, but while she loved her brother, that she was planning on leaving him.
And did Kimberly ever indicate that Melissa wrote her a letter?
Yes, ma'am, she did.
Did she still have the letter?
I don't know. I asked her about when we were doing the interview details if this was based on something from the letter, so I don't know where the letter may be.
And after speaking with her on the telephone, did you have the occasion to try to meet with her in person?
Yes, and I'll say that the telephone conversation was, the purpose of that was to set up a time that we could come meet, and I can interview her more in detail.
And did you eventually meet with her?
Yes, ma'am, I did.
And when did you meet with her?
I believe that was April 23rd.
And when you met with her, was there anyone else?
The sister did answer. The problem was the state was asking her questions that she continuously said, "I don't remember." Not remembering something 22. I know you're really, really against Chris, and I just don't know why, because you must have watched something we haven't seen, and that's absolutely fair. But she said, "I don't remember." And then Miss Hilton asked her about handwriting in a letter she never saw. Could you answer the question, what are these numbers about that I wrote on this page, if Miss Hilton asked you? Absolutely not. I don't know why you have this hard on against Chris. It must be because you have watched the podcast. Based on the evidence, everyone should be aghast this is a case.
Present with her?
Yes, ma'am, there was.
Who was present?
Her mother, Kathy Wolfenbarger.
And during that meeting, were you able to speak with Kimberly by herself?
No, ma'am.
Why not?
When I got there, of course, I met Kimberly, and I saw that Mrs. Wolfenbarger was there and learned who she was. And I told her that I would like to speak with Miss Kathy as well, but it was my intention to interview her, Kim, and then speak with her mother. And that I would like it. It'd be nice if her mother was to be able to leave, but Kathy made it very clear, I should say, that she was not going to leave. She was going to stay there with her daughter at the interview. So at that point, I had no other choice but to interview them together.
And where did you go to conduct the interview?
I went to Kim's home.
So this is at Kim's house?
This was at her house, yes, ma'am.
All right. I have no further questions.
Mr. McDermott?
I jumped to conclusion. No, because the last 3 days you have come out and been really against the defense. And I'm just trying to figure out what made you do it. Is it because you have seen evidence? Because if you believe that she was a domestic violence victim, you should hate her mother and sister, but you don't do that because they abused her as well. One of them let her find a fucking dead baby in a hamper. The other one locked her in a room. You didn't hate them. You hate the sister who said, "I don't know. It's 25 years ago." So my problem is I don't know why you are this pro-state in this case, because if there had been any evidence, I would have said, yeah, maybe you're right. But it seems like you don't look at any of the evidence. You just hate the sister and you hate his mom, but you love the other witnesses. It's just weird to me. If you have no other information, I don't think anyone who has watched this trial, even if they went in saying, okay, he did it, can say there's enough evidence here to claim he was guilty. There was one incident of violence that no one documented other than a police officer said, "She told me that." And if that's enough that you believe he's gonna kill her, I just don't know. I hope you will never be serving on a jury where there's a claim of DV, because even if it's DV, you need to prove your allegations. They haven't done it in this case. Baker never jumps. I did jump today. I did retro dance and swear jar. Thank you all.
Mr. Calhoun, you interviewed a lot of people during this investigation around that time, correct?
Yes, sir.
You interviewed Christopher, didn't you?
Yes, sir, I
And
did.
you remember making an audio
Yes,
version of that interview?
yes,
Do you remember interviewing Don Perone,
yes,
the neighbor down the street?
yes.
Do you remember Don telling you he drives a hearse?
Objection, hearsay.
Sustained.
You made an audio recording of that interview, correct?
Yes,
Okay. And you interviewed several other people. You made audio interviews of them.
yes.
And we have something like 6 audio files that you created.
I'm not sure the number.
Does that sound roughly correct?
That sounds like that.
Okay. And for this discussion with Ms. Cameron, did you audio record that?
Which the initial phone interview,
The one you just testified about right here?
I believe I did. I'm not sure. All the interviews were there. If I recorded an interview, it was in the file, but there were some times where I just wrote things down from my notes.
Let's
So if
guess.
there's no audio in the
This
file,
is the one.
then you didn't do one.
There was no recorded interview. I just went on the notes from that interview. Yes, sir.
So what you testifying here today from the notes you wrote?
Excuse me?
Are you testifying here today from the notes you took on that interview?
Yes, and when I say notes, the notes that I did, the way it happened is, as investigators do, we have notes, a notepad, and you'll just write notes throughout, over the course of the investigation. I then at some time take those notes and transcribe those to the report.
Okay. You mind if I see your?
Yes,
There's not enough evidence to say guilty or innocent, reasonable doubt all over. That's the thing. He could have done it. I don't know, but they haven't proven he did it. And I think you need to prove your charges. It's not enough that you say, well, she was a victim of domestic violence. Oh, that's
Those are the 2 pages
instant
from the time
guilty.
frame.
So those are not recording anyone's exact words, correct?
No, I just gave a brief synopsis. If you read these notes, you'll see there's just a synopsis of what they said to me.
Okay. And we have no way.
And I don't. I think it's okay. She was killed. Maybe it's fine that you feel sorry for her, but you seem to put all of the blame on Chris, and there's just no evidence that Chris did it. At least be fair about it. Say the mom is just as good a suspect. Dixon is just as good a suspect, but apparently because he's the one accused, he must have done it. There's no evidence. And I feel really sorry for her kids because they had a really bad mom who had to give them up and who didn't want them back. Oh, she was trying to remove the permanent, the temporary custody. Yeah, to turn it into a permanent. Those kids' life wouldn't have changed if Melissa lived or died because she didn't care for her kids. And that's the sad truth. She most likely cared a lot more what was in the needle she was sticking in her arm or the pipe she was stuffing in her mouth.
To check to verify if that's what she actually said.
What's that? Who's that? I'm not sure who you're
So
talking
you
about.
interviewed Kimberly, correct?
Yes.
And all we have from that interview is your written notes on it.
Yes,
So we have no way to verify that that's what she actually said.
Didn't you say 2 days ago so it was okay he killed her? I believe that was something, or it's okay she was killed. Maybe you said it's okay she was killed. But I just don't know why every witness from the defense have been not good, while you haven't said the same exactly about all the shitty witnesses. This guy who just lied on the stand again, yeah, it's perfectly fine.
To you.
I guess that would be correct.
Okay. No further questions.
Ms. Hilton?
Did you have any reason to make up what your conversation was with?
Yes, and you have no basis for making the assumption that she was deleted in a domestic violence incident, as there has not been proven any domestic violence in this case.
Miss Kimberly Campbell?
No, ma'am, this was something that I had no reason to make anything up.
Thank you. No further questions.
Mr. McDermott?
No further questions.
Okay, thank you, sir. You may step down.
Thank you, ma'am.
Ms. Hilton, state may call its next witness.
Yes, Your Honor. The state calls Andre Curitan to the stand.
Thank you, sir. Will you do me a favor, come to the witness stand. When you reach the witness stand before you have a seat, if you'll turn and face the deputy and raise your right hand, he'll swear you in. Yes?
Who's this guy?
First name is Andre, Andre. Last name is Curiton, Cureton.
And where do you work?
Fulton County District Attorney's Office.
And what do you do for the Fulton County District Attorney's Office?
I'm a senior investigator.
And just describe briefly some of your job duties as a senior investigator.
We mostly, we're assigned to attorneys. Anything they need, any evidence to be picked up, we subpoena witnesses and sit with our attorneys as they interview the victims or witnesses.
And are you also required to sit in the trial of those attorneys as a trial may proceed?
Yes,
And have you been sitting in this courtroom for the duration of this trial as it's been proceeding?
yes,
Now, as a part of your responsibility, you said that you have to meet with witnesses with the attorneys.
yes,
Do you recall ever meeting with a Norma Patton?
yes.
Okay. And when you met with Norma Patton, do you recall her ever providing to the state letters and cards?
Yes.
What did it happen with those letters and cards that she provided?
She provided to them. No, we made copies of them. Or legal assistants made copies of them, so we could have.
And so did she bring originals and the legal assistant would also make copies of those originals?
Yes,
And it will show you what's been admitted at 67, 68, 69, 70, and 71. Are these some of the letters and cards that Ms. Patton provided that you made copies?
yes. These are some of the ones she brought in.
And then we made copies of them.
Yes.
Thank you very much.
Mr. McDermott?
I have no questions for the witness, Your Honor.
Okay, thank you, sir. You may step down.
Perfect.
Ms. Hilton, state may call its next witness.
Your Honor, state has no further witnesses.
So she called this guy in to verify that the mom turned over the letters. What is that rebuttal of? Because the mom testified she got them, so they are already testified to and put on the record. And how does that prove that the mom didn't tamper with the evidence, make these cards? Did he investigate that? I don't know.
The state rests.
Mr. McDermott?
No further witnesses, Your Honor.
Okay. Okay, so that means the evidence in this case is closed. Ladies and gentlemen, there are a few things that we have to take up to get ready for closing arguments and the final jury instruction before you begin your deliberations. And so it's about 10:20. I'm going to excuse you. I'm guessing conservatively about 20 minutes. I'm hopeful that we'll be back in here around 11, just to give you a target for what to aim for. But for now, you are excused. We'll have you back as quick as possible. Thank you.
All right, for the hearing.
To revisit some matters that we were dealing with yesterday in order to finalize jury charges. Are there any matters other than those? Are there any matters the parties want to bring to the court's attention that we need to address?
I don't think we have
No?
nothing from the defense.
Okay. So so I have sort of a bullet point list of things that I was supposed to do homework on last night. I have. And so let me address a couple of things. Number one, I have looked at the request from the defense to provide a charge on immunity of a witness. I think that the better course here is to not give it. It's not directly implicated by the facts of this case, and the defense doesn't need it to make the argument that it wants to make. And so I'm not going to give the immunity charge 13180. Mr. McDermott, you asked me to adjust the circumstantial evidence charge to change the word theory to the word hypothesis. I'm not going to do that. The pattern is the pattern, and I believe the pattern is there because theory is a more accessible plain language word than hypothesis is, and that's why it's been changed. And so we're going to stick with the pattern. Excuse me, sorry. I'm not going to give the prior difficulties charge. And that, as I consider it legally, I think there is a conflict, and I cannot find case law. And if you could point me to some, I would appreciate it. But I cannot find case law that distinguishes.
I have concluded that Baker is a delight. Oh, Kelly. Oh, I like it when you lie. Thank you for 9 months. That's a baby.
Between the fact that prior difficulties, there's tons of case law that talks about the fact that prior difficulties are likely for intrinsic evidence, right? There's secondary sources and there's cases that say that prior difficulties is likely intrinsic, et cetera. But what I can't find is case law that reconciles this tension between the fact that if the court has ruled, which it has here, this evidence of the dealings between Mr. Wolfenbarger and the victim is intrinsic to the case, then I think that the evidentiary standard is very clear that that evidence can be considered for any purpose. And prior difficulties evidence would be the charge that's been requested by the defense is what would apply to evidence that wasn't otherwise intrinsic, but that was allowed as a prior difficulty. And because I've allowed it as right, wrong, or otherwise, because I've allowed it as intrinsic evidence, it's considered, the jury can consider it for any purpose. And I think that instructing them on prior difficulty would confuse the jury about what the standard is that they are to apply. And so I'm not going to give it. The last issue is really two issues, which is I took under advisement the motion for directed verdict of acquittal on count 2 for felony murder, and obviously the associated jury charge that goes with that. If I grant the DV, then I wouldn't give those charges. I spent a good bit of time with this last night, and while I agree again with the state that there is evidence here from which either facts or reasonable inferences from which a reasonable finder of fact could determine that a homicide occurred and or that Mr. Wolfenbarger may have committed it, I do not believe that there are facts from which a reasonable fact finder could even make a reasonable inference that a weapon was used or what kind of weapon was used. And because of that, I don't believe that I don't believe that there are facts from which the state could present the count 2 felony murder, which requires that showing of aggravated assault. And so I'm going to grant the defense's motion for directed verdict on count 2 of the indictment for felony murder, which means that I would not give those charges. It means that the jury, I need to amend the verdict form to include the sole count of the indictment for murder. We also need a redacted indictment reflecting only that one count of felony murder. What record would anybody like to make regarding that ruling? Mr. Wilson, you're standing?
I would, Your Honor. And
Yes,
I'd like you to reconsider it in light of, I did look for some case law, and I thought what would be very helpful to everybody is case law where a murder occurred where either the body was never found or there was decomposition. They couldn't determine the exact cause of death based on advanced decomposition. And what I found was Richardson versus State, and the site on that is 278 Georgia 548, and it says that if there is evidence of an act, the jury can, and remember we're dealing with the standards for directed verdict, whether there's a reasonable path or a reasonable jury to follow the state of facts. And Your Honor, I do think that also Courier versus State, which is the site is 294 GA 392. This was a case where there was, I mean, it's very similar to our case in that the remains of the victim were subject to decomposition, and the medical examiner gave an almost identical cause of death, which is undetermined homicidal violence, and that's what we had for Dr. Terry.
Right.
And that was acceptable, and I believe, and that's actually a felony murder case, Your Honor, predicated on aggravated assault, where there was a non-specific form of aggravated assault. The court said that there had to be some evidence, and I'm going to get there really quick, Your Honor, and I do believe that the court has evidence, and the jury has evidence. As the court said before, the court was going to consider the prior acts of the defendant to the victim as intrinsic evidence. I think that's critical to the analysis on whether, and this is, like I said, this is a directed verdict standard. It is critical when the court makes that ruling that this jury can infer from the fact that he's done it to her in any indeterminate manner before. He'll do it to her, he can do it to her again. I think that's a completely reasonable assumption. And that's what the case law says. They can consider it for any purpose that they choose, Your Honor. So I think that because it's intrinsic evidence that there has been past domestic violence, you've got that. That's the big thing. You've also got the medical examiner saying undetermined homicidal violence. You've also got Rosa James saying, educating the jury on this cycle of violence and what happens. Your Honor, there is a path, and I understand where the court's coming from. But I think when you allow intrinsic evidence that can be used for any purpose, that's what the question is on a directed verdict. It's not whether or not it has to happen, whether it's possible that it could happen. And I think a jury can take that evidence of the prior assault and say, you know what? Given the escalating type of violence, this is now an aggravated assault, and this is why she died. And that would bring it in directly with the case law. So that's our argument. Your Honor, I think the court should reconsider its motion It's ruling
But
on the
there's
motion.
no
Allow this
indication
case
that
to
he
go to the
ever
jury,
attacked her
because I
in
think
such a
there is
way.
evidence. And I know the court was struggling with that extra evidence, but it's there.
Couple of questions. One, I was able to pull up the Courier case. I'm not, the first case you gave me, I don't know if I typed it in wrong or wrote it down wrong. Can you give me that site again?
Sure can. It's 276,
Wait, say it again?
276.
276.
That's what, I think we all wrote down 278, or at least that's what I wrote down. 276, Georgia 548.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
I mean,
I will tell you, one of the reasons that I wanted to make sure I had the right citation for that case is that my brief review of the Courier versus State case is that it would be distinguishable because I think in that case there was direct evidence of some sort of scuffle between the alleged perpetrator and the victim prior to the victim then later being found dismembered and in a decomposed state, which is evidence from which a jury could find that aggravated assault, of which there was evidence, caused the death. I mean, I read that case very briefly to be more about proximate causation than about whether there was evidence of an aggravated assault, because it sounds like there was.
well, and I think like I said, when you allow intrinsic evidence.
Yes, she was great.
there a path?
She was
That's the thing.
withdrawn
Is
from
there a path
heroin.
for a reasonable jury to conclude that violence escalated and this defendant committed aggravated assault? I think it's relatively settled that the manner of aggravated assault is not really the relevant factor. Is there evidence? And I think Richardson talks at that, and I think Courier does too. But I think with the intrinsic evidence of past violence and the fact that the jury can consider that for any purpose they want to, and given the standards on a directed verdict.
Again, the purported violence was a long time before she went missing. So where's all the, because again, remember, it's a cyclical thing. He'll do it over and over and over and over again. And she never told the judge, she never told them in prison, she never told her family she was being abused, because her sister just saw some red marks and some red eyes. So she inferred that it was Chris who did it. The only thing she told the judge was not, I'm getting beaten at home. He forced me to do this. I believe it was theft they went down for. He forced me to do that. She said, no, I'm pregnant. That was her defense.
Could they do it? Absolutely, Your Honor. That's our position. So I'd ask that you reconsider.
Okay. I appreciate that argument. First paragraph of Richardson says that there were bloodstains found on the victim's bedroom ceiling and walls that were evidence of the infliction of severe blunt force trauma. That's, again, factual evidence from which a jury could make a reasonable inference. What we have here is a history, right, between the defendant and the victim, but no direct evidence of a particular interaction between the two of them that could constitute an aggravated assault. And more specifically, there's no evidence from which a jury could infer.
But if they had no phone, why did Heroin Honey get a phone number for them? Well, I don't trust Norma.
The presence of an dangerous instrumentality or offensive weapon. And that's really, to me, the deciding reason. I understand the state's theory, but I still don't think that there are facts or reasonable inferences that can be drawn from those facts, from which a jury would be justified in determining that an offensive weapon existed and or that an aggravated assault occurred. There is evidence from which a jury could infer and determine that a homicide occurred. And so that's why I've ruled the way I have. I understand the state's objection. Is there any further record that you would like to make on that point, Mr. Wilson?
I don't believe so, Your Honor.
Okay, thank you.
Your
Anything
Honor, I'd
further?
also point out that Richardson's a malice murder case. It's exactly what you're holding in this case. There's sufficient evidence for malice murder.
Okay. Anything from the defense? Okay. So it is 10:40. What I need to do is I'm going to, as I said, edit the verdict form. I'm going to email y'all in just a moment. I'll probably have my staff print a final, or more final, unless y'all tell me there's something else to address, version of the jury charges. Is the state in a position, because y'all have, my understanding is it's easier for y'all to print a version that's whited out of this. I can have my staff get rid of count 2 in both places if you want me to, but since the indictment goes back with the jury, they need a clean version of it, which is that one count. Okay? Okay. It is 10:40. My goal is to be back in here at 11 with everyone's final approval of the verdict form and the jury charge, and then ready to start with closing arguments. Is that good with everybody? Mr. Fawcett?
Yes, sir.
Mr. McDermott?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, we're in recess until 11.
Wrong button I hit. We don't know. This is the button I wanted to hit. Because they we never heard the DNA testing, what that came back as. So, and now my camera is slow again. So we don't know what really was found in the DNA evidence. So that's the big problem. We heard someone mention something, but we don't know anything. And just to go back and beat a dead horse again, because apparently all of these letters are written by the same person. And these are the crux of the evidence. They had to call someone in to confirm, oh, maybe I should remove this one, that these letters was given to them. So these are the super important letters. And I would like to take you and Dad. So she changes her words as well. And this, especially this one down here, when I look at it, and again, I'm not a professional. This card, next Wednesday, May 14th, I would like to take you and Daddy out for lunch. I'll give you your Mother's Day present then. And you look at the writing on the envelope. The name looks like it's written in the same the same handwriting as this one. But the address, no, the address looks like it's the same handwriting, but the address on the front doesn't look like it's the same handwriting. And this is from 1997, Mother's Day 1997. So that's a year and a half before the alleged incident. If you look at the address, this one to Carl Patterson kind of looked like the same as this one to Norma Patton. But if you look at the anniversary up here, that's from unknown date, the anniversary letter. Is this the same person who have written the address on these three cards, or is it the same person who have written the address on these two cards as has written the note from where these letters relies to? This to me, this is why I don't believe the mother. And this is the most important evidence. This up here and this down here kind of looks the same, but these two is not written by the same person who wrote this one. It's spelled it's written completely different. These two aligns, and they align with the Father's Day, Mother's Day note. And when you look at the handwriting, she uses this L here. She uses a block letter here. This is more of a cursive L. And then she has L's like this down here, but not up here. Either she was a simpleton, is what her friend said. She wasn't the greatest, probably in school and stuff like that. If you're a little slow like me, I can see this handwriting, because this is the type I use. And I have no skills. I don't know anything. I'm just speculating wildly because we are on break and I'm allowed to do that. I have no journalistic obligations. I am a YouTuber. But this would be my fancy writing. That's how I try and make it look good. But this one, it's way more flowy. And yes, she could have been on drugs when she did some of them, but you don't change so completely. I just don't know. Well, my handwriting has different personalities too, but there's certain letters that will always kind of look the same. My M's, my S's, and stuff like that. She uses both cursive G on Georgia and printed G on another envelope. Yeah. The two I find very sus are these two. Look at the G's in Georgia. And then look at the G's in Georgia. I really don't know. Of course, I'm speculating, but I don't know if your handwriting changes on meth. I don't do handwriting. I think these two are written by the same person. This one on the back and this one on top. But this one should be the back of the pink one. So I don't know. But I'm just saying this and this looks like it's written by the same person. This and this looks different. I don't know. Oh, do we have I think we have the TPO. Because I remember that as being a bit different. Jemima hasn't caught no, she sent me the TPO. I think she sent me the TPO the other day. They are way too busy, my little busy bees. So petition, is that the one? Yes, this is the one. No, that's not the one I wanted to bring up there. This is the one I want to bring up there. Let's take a look at this. I don't know who fills in this. If it's the petitioner who fills it in, it's probably someone who works at the court. I don't know if this is her writing this piece. But that, again, this is more like a mix of cursive and block letters, right? And then there's her signature, which is nowhere near any of the other lettering that we have on anything. I should try and put that one. Can I cut this out? I can, I think. And then I can put it into my whiteboard. I'm getting so fancy, y'all. No, you're not, Baker. You're still an idiot. I know, but I feel like a fancy idiot. Well, you shouldn't. Well, Marissa, you should stop yelling at me and then everything would just be better. No, it wouldn't because you're dumb. I know I'm dumb, but I'm the fun kind of dumb. Nah, I don't think so. I'm gonna go harass Brandon and send him a beagle. You should do that. Brandon needs a beagle. Yes. I see. I'm smart like this. I am turning into a regular Brandy because that M is nothing like this M, and that G is very expressive. I just don't know. I really don't know. Well, I can only see that one is from 1997 because you can see the date stamp on this one, 1997. But the other stamps this says 19 something, but it's sadly there's something that has completely taken away the date on this one, and this one is just too smudgy, so you can't read the date on it. Yeah, I know it's her signature, but her signature would still bear some of the similarities. I have a very different signature than my writing style as well, but she does sign this one, Melissa. Here she says M. Wolfenbarger. Oh, I should pull this up. Here it just says M. Wolfenbarger, but the M's are different in her two signatures, and up here her M's are different again. This M is more like this M, but it's nothing like this M. I just don't know. The court wrote that, no, because this is the petitioner. The petitioner has signed it. I think the court wrote the petitioner's statement, but this is her signature. That's why I only took out the signature. I don't know. But I just can't get over how different the writing on the envelopes are. To me, that's one of those questions I would have brought up. But again, then you'll have to hire someone, because look at the L's. There's 3 different L's on them. But the G's are very distinct, and the L's in locus changes. It's almost like this one, they want to make the locust looks like the locust up here, but the grove is so different. Yeah, that hasn't been provided, so I can't bring that up. So sadly, I can't do that. My handwriting differs from paragraph to the other. I might start with cursive writing and end up printing out of nowhere for no reason whatsoever. But does it also change characteristics this much that you will use completely different G's in addresses? And I just don't know. I just have, when I look at it, and again, I don't know anything. Come on now, don't be slow. I just don't feel, and again, I am an amateur, but I don't feel the blue and the white are written by the same person. But I feel the white and the pink is written by the same person. And if I look at the one who has written the note from what it's from, That is more aligned with these two addresses than it's aligned with this one. I don't know. I don't know. Well, we have one more letter that we haven't seen. That is the one she claims they sent. But I love that they use that one where they put the Hallmark cards writing in there. Who's JC and Kimberly? Do we know that? You and Dad can bring JC and Kimberly because her sister's name is Tina. Is it Tina's kids? Oh, yes. Tina's kids lived with their mom because she couldn't take care of her own sexual byproduct as well. But why does her anniversary Y and Kimberly and Joey, Chrissy, her Ys are all different. And then the Ys down here are all different because they are more. I don't know. I'm speculating wildly because I have to fill time. Yeah. Oh, Kimberly was the one who was here the other day. Yeah, so she's Tina's kid. Yeah, I just don't know how you can take away the felony murder and then still claim he murdered her. Life is a sexually transmitted disease. No one has made it out alive so far. The mom called her hubby daddy. Ew. Well, some guys likes to be called daddy. I don't. I feel it's a little weird, but that's because I have young daughters. So, well, young and young, but it's just weird to me if someone would call me daddy. But I don't know. Again, speculation is all I do. Speculation. So I don't know if it means anything. I don't know if it's useful for anything. I wish we could see the receipts on or the signing on the transfer of I keep fucking up the transfer of her custody to her mother-in-law, so we could see if those matched up. Kimberly was just, she didn't say much. She talked about how she was brought up by Norma, and I didn't really notice much things. So yeah. She said it was Chris and he was abusive, in short. Yeah, but again, she has no knowledge of Chris either, so she's been taught like her cousin. She learned it from Norma. She was defending, but I didn't feel like she was way overboard. We had that the treehouse guy's wife was in here at some point as well, and she was way more combative than this one was because I didn't know it was her, and I treated her kind of like I did with Nonya today. Said, but there's no evidence, and she didn't go cray at me. Everyone has a right to their opinion. I will fight for my right to for my view as well, and maybe I'll be a little harsh sometimes, but that's because I really care for the basic rights you as Americans have, because I feel your justice system is worse with all of these charges against people where I can't see half the charges even being close to being proved. That they run charges like this cost people a lot of money, and I feel it's a disservice to you Americans, because you should all be equally treated under the law, and you should all have the same basic protections. That's why I get very combative when people either think, well, you're always guilty or you're never guilty. I'll fight both sides if I see it another way. They can't possibly say it was DV's murder. They don't even know if it was. Could have been disposing body who passed by, some freaked out, or daddy thought she knew too much and talked too much. We don't even know if there was done a drug screen done on the body, because could they trace any drugs in her system? We don't know, because there's so many elements from this case missing that we would have in every other case. We haven't had a forensic expert testifying to the DNA in this case. We had a dentist testify that we used a 9-year-old dental record to identify her because she had one molar done. But when I was 12, I probably had one. No, I hadn't had any cavities at that point that needed fixing. And then I started as a baker, and I got really bad teeth because you have all the sugar and the flour flying around, which is really bad for your teeth. So I started having way more problems with my teeth. So if you had taken my dental records when I was 12 and when I was 21, there would be big differences, because I was in the military when I was 20, and our witch doctor of a dentist in there, he yanked all 4 of my wisdom teeth in one day. That was a fun day. That hurt like hell. So he and I have a shot. My jaw isn't, even though I have my fat hamster cheeks, my jaw isn't long enough. So I had a lot of problems with my wisdom teeth because there was not enough room. So I would chew into my chins. That's probably why they're so fat. So I had to have all of those removed, and that changes how your jaw is, because your teeth will shift. I don't argue with you every day. You yell at me and I cry.
So you must be Ms. Robinson Larkin? Okay, excellent. Well, tell me a little bit about yourself, if you don't mind. Tell me a little bit about yourself.
What? Who's Robinson Larkin? And why is she here? What? What happened? Justice system is not actually about justice. It's about money for the state and punishment for the ones the state doesn't like. No, because this costs the state a shit ton of money to run a trial. So that's not true. But it's a big problem that your DAs isn't being held accountable for all of these bad trials. And I actually think that the true crime community is opening the eyes of a lot of people. Right now, today, everyone will be watching the Adels, and that's a slam dunk case. She's dumb enough to have handwritten notes to people that she's gonna, I think, some informants or something. So she's dumb enough. So that case, everyone will say, "Oh, how great the DAs are," because it's an easy case. But they should watch cases like this. They should watch the Nicholas Mew case to see how you set up things that's not quite the way it seems. And I don't like it. I just don't like it. It costs the states nothing. It costs the state a lot of money. I know the state has all the money because they take the taxpayer money, but they still have to pay wages, and they still have other cases that will be pushed. So, of course, it costs money for the state to run a case. So a case like this, is it worth a couple of millions out of the state budget that they could have gotten a drug dealer off the street instead? I don't know. Danish daddy only argues with chatters he like. That's how he shows his love. No, I argue with chatters who I feel I know has a little bit of a backbone and can handle it. Because I also like that we fight for our for our positions. Yeah, your teeth will always move about. Hey, Humphrey, how are you doing this fine morning? Well, they have. I do handwriting analysis. She's hooking up with someone. In the end, it's the same. Yeah, but the problem is this AG will come out smelling like roses, but she has a slam dunk case. It's really easy to be an AG when you have a slam dunk case because you will look wonderful and you have a defendant that's instantly dislikable. So people will sit here and say, "Oh, she's amazing." Then in 2 weeks, she will have a case against a 17-year-old who did something, and it's kind of sus. Did he really do it? And people, if they had seen that first, would think she's the worst in the world. Slam dunk cases with unlikable defendants is always a good thing for an AG to become famous as the greatest in the world. I watched parts of it, and jury instructions is just jury instructions. You have to see how she handles it. As long as they don't do some of the worst were Lunchbox and Binger. They were the worst to misrepresent what evidence that was really put in because they straight up lied. And that really annoys me that you can do that in the justice system. I don't know any. Now, Baker sounds like Foghorn Leghorn. This fine morning. Yeah. Lettering on a budget with Baker. I think Christopher has a solid chance. I never trust a jury. But if they are reasonable people on the jury, I'll give him 65% chance of being found not guilty. Well, these DAs are absolutely horrendous because they don't know case law, they don't do their homework, they don't turn over evidence. They should be fired because they don't do what they have to do and what they are obligated to do.
And yeah, okay. Okay, Madam Court Reporter, you ready?
Yes.
Okay, so Mr. Wolfenbarger is back in the room. I have provided the lawyers with a newer version of the verdict form that is only count one for murder. The state has provided me and Mr. McDermott has had an opportunity to review a redacted version.
Yeah, and I don't like DAs who does that because you have the power, you have the money, you have the state's full backing. And if you have to lie, you should never have brought the case. And we have seen it in so many cases where they do these little shifty tricks. And I dislike it. And I have never experienced it myself in my career as a layman, that they have tried to sneak stuff like, of course, they'll always try and catch you on the wrong foot, which is okay. But totally misrepresenting evidence, I've never, ever seen that. Maybe misrepresenting a little bit the law, but we also have very competent defense attorneys in Denmark, I would say. And I don't think every defense attorney I've seen is competent. Some of them will help get their client to prison because they don't know how to present the case. Because a lot of lawyers, I don't know a lot, but some lawyers forget that this is about emotion. It's about a jury. It's not about the law, and they will stand there and fiddlestick about something very legalese, but that's not how you win in a courtroom. You have to talk to the jury as well.
Of the indictment that only charges the one count of murder. I've also provided the lawyers with the jury charges that I have redacted and tailored further to the evidence in this case to remove references to the second
Yeah.
count of the indictment
That
and
was
to remove,
blatantly false.
for example, like I usually have a pattern that says, there's a multi-count indictment, so I've removed that. And wait, I just realized I missed one. I need to remove prior difficulties, which I advised the parties I would not be giving. So if y'all could please make a note, I'm removing it from the version that's going to go to the jury, and I'm removing it from the PowerPoint that will be displayed. But if y'all could please mark that out in your packets. And I believe that now that I have removed the prior difficulties charges, I indicated I would not give it. I believe that the version that I have provided you accurately reflects the rulings that the court has made in terms of what the court intends to give or not. If you've had a chance to look at it, any objections to the charge that the court intends to give from the state?
No, yeah.
Mr. McDermott for Mr. Samuel from the defense?
What we wanted prior difficulties.
Yes, sir.
We wanted 404B.
Yes, sir.
Do you need us to renew our objections after the charge, or is this the only time to preserve?
So what I was expecting, other than preserving the objections you've already made, do you have any additional objections to the charge that the court intends to give?
No.
Okay. And then after I give it, I will give you an opportunity to say that you object to the charge as I gave it.
Right.
Okay. And then the verdict form, which is just the one count. Does anybody have any objection to the verdict form?
No, yeah.
Okay. So what I'm going to do in just a moment then is bring the jury in. And just so you know, I will provide the jury with a copy of one copy of the jury charge, the verdict form, and the redacted indictment. That will go on top of whatever evidence the parties agree is going back with the jury, subject to any continuing witness or other objections the parties may have. I know we have one, just to flag it for everybody's memory, Exhibit 30A is a redacted version of I think, audio recording.
I just
and we're
find
in
her
agreement
weak.
that 30's in evidence, but
She
would
has-
not go back.
She has
30A
agreed
that
with
would be
the
played for the jury if they
defense,
wish to
but
see
I
it.
feel she's weak.
Beyond that, I will rely on the lawyers to tell me if there's any additional evidence that is in evidence but should not go back with the jury. Anything else before I call the jury and we get started with closings? From the state?
No, Your Honor.
From the defense?
No, Your Honor.
Okay. Do you have a PowerPoint?
I do.
Okay. Are you logged in and ready to go with it?
I am.
Okay. You can go ahead since I'm going to go straight into, well, I take that back. Are you going to open and close, Mr. Fawcett?
No, just the open.
Is the state going to open and
I'll
close?
start that.
Right. Okay. So since the state is going to open and close, you can go ahead and have your PowerPoint up and ready to go on the screen. We're ready for the jury.
Let's get to the jury instructions
I've
and
ordered
then
lunch for the jurors
closing.
at 1:30. And so my plan is to
Excellent.
see if we can target being done at 1:30 or shortly before. But if we can't, then we'll keep going unless the jury says they need a break.
And my little poll, what did I even ask you? State and defense has arrested. Did the state prove that the charges? 94% says no out of 135 votes, and 5% said yes. So that will be seven people believe the state has proven there, which is absolutely fine. 8 people, but still. Now we have to hear on if the closing arguments can sway us. That's not evidence, but we all know a good closing argument can do
Focus on the
lot.
closing arguments and the jury charge when I get it to the jury. And so I'll ask that you not go in and out. And if you absolutely have
Fanny is the DA in Fulton County. She got really famous during the YSL case for being absolutely horrendous. She's a really bad one. And welcome, Scotland.
to go out, if you'll please do so as quietly and non-disruptively as possible. Thank you.
Plan Fan, you are back till 10%. That's important. Well, we don't argue. If people find it, they proved it. They proved it. It's we don't have to harass people. We are not Lawn and Crim. We don't have to agree, all of us. I never agree with Sue. Sue believes that the state proved it beyond a reasonable doubt.
Be seated. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm now going to allow the parties, the state specifically, to make its closing argument.
Thank you. So what's being depicted now is one of the first exhibits that we introduced. That is a photograph of Melissa Wolfenbarger. And that's a photograph that was taken somewhere around 1997, a year before Melissa went missing. In 1998. We know that in 1998 she was 21 years of age. So she's roughly about 20 years old at that point. And even though she hadn't gotten a chance to live a very long life, she was a mother at that point. She was a wife. And when I look at, when I see that photograph, I see a smile, but I also see hope. I see hope when I look at that photograph because of what she must have thought about her children, what she hoped for them, the life that she hoped to live. And I think about the 27 years that has passed and how long that is to wait for justice. So that 27 years, that's a long time to experience life. That's a long time to fall down and get up, and fall down and get up. That's time to experience and have memories with your children. Children that don't have a memory of Melissa, not Joseph, not Christina. That's an opportunity to have and create memories with your grandchildren. That's 3 grandchildren that you heard Christina testify. She's got 3 boys. There's opportunities. That's what was missing. That's what has been missed. That is what has been taken away from us. The opportunity to have a life, to have those experiences. And she deserved that, even if she didn't want to spend it with this defendant. Even if she wanted to leave him, she still deserved to have that opportunity. She was manipulated, she was intimidated, she was abused, and she was coerced to give up her children. I believe that's what the evidence shows. And I can tell you, 27 years later, I would not expect a judge to allow a defendant that battered his wife to be alone with them, to speak to them 6 days after it happened. Roughly 5 or 6 days after they went down to apply for a protective order. 5 to 6 days after the order, and had no contract was in place. The judge lets her speak alone.
She's going to do the last.
Then on that very same day, I want to dismiss. On that very same day, children go back with mom. And we don't know what was said. We don't know what was said. We don't know what he said to her. We don't even know if the bruises that were on her from his attack on July 21st, 1990, we don't even know those that fully guilty. I can assure you the mental and emotional trauma from that act. Having to call the police. After a period of time in July, we know she had already been abused and experienced abuse. So when we think about domestic violence and we think about being intimidated and coerced, that's what I want you to think about when we look back at that date, July 29th. I believe that evidence shows that she was intimidated. She was able to be influenced, especially after being beat for a year by this defendant. And I don't believe that she ever intended to give up her children and walk away from her family and her children.
Your Honor, I want to object to counsel's repeated use of "I believe." I can assure you, counsel is not supposed to interject personal opinion.
Understood. Mr. Fawcett has offered to rephrase. Go ahead.
Now, the indictment you'll get will have one count of murder, or the malice murder, the intent to kill, the intention to kill was walk down Water Park. And this is why we're here, from what was found on April 29th, 1999, and June 3rd, 1999. Skull of Melissa Wolfenbarger, in his job, activities within that same vicinity in the wooded area. In a minute from the residence where Christopher Wolfenbarger and Melissa Wolfenbarger lived. And your judge is going to instruct you that you are duty bound to follow the law. And in your consideration of the law, you should consider certain things and certain things you should not consider, such as sympathy for either the victim in this case or the defendant, disagreement with the law, conjecture, dislike of the system, television, public opinion, penalty or punishment. The only thing that you are to decide when you're considering the evidence is whether or not the state has met its burden beyond a reasonable doubt and prove the guilt or innocence of the guilt of this defendant. You should consider the elements of the crime, the law which the judge will give you, the oath that you've taken as jurors, facts, the case as presented in the form of testimony, video exhibits such as the video of the defendant hiding, audio exhibits such as the audio of the defendant stating that you have looked for, acknowledging that he took assault, also acknowledging that she was dating someone and seeing someone and staying with someone named Mike. You also consider the credibility of the witnesses. What was it like when you were testifying? How did they answer the questions? You are entitled, and you're the determinant of the credibility of not just the state's witnesses, but also the witnesses that the defendant called. You all consider what the defense is. Now, the defendant doesn't have to present any defense. Walk into court Tuesday, Wednesday, say, hey, make improvement. But that's not what happened in this case. The defense in this case is Carl Patton. Listen to the theory and opening statement. The defense in this case is Carl Patton killed Melissa Wolfenbarger. Other than the fact that evidence came in that Carl Patton committed murders, what other piece of evidence or fact, anything that you've heard during the course of this week, what points to that? What other fact would allow you to create that evidence? Other than the fact that he killed someone, the evidence came in, Melissa didn't even know about it. The only thing that's come in about the relationship between the Pattons and their children is that they appear to love each other. It's not so unbelievable. Based off of the letters that Melissa wrote, cards that she wrote, times that she wanted to take her father, Carl, and her mother, Norma, out for lunch. Those are going to be back in the room if you do observe and look at why you deliberate. This case is just simply not about Carl Patton as much as they want it to be. This case is about domestic violence. This case is about intimidation. This case is about loss of control. The loss of control that this defendant had over the custody of his children and over Melissa. No matter how much they want this case to be about Carl Patton, this case has nothing to do with Carl Patton, other than the fact that he asked law enforcement to find his daughter. Why does Norma go to the residence of Kathy Wolfenbarger looking for Melissa, raising attention to that issue if they're responsible for it? Now, a lot of facts have come to evidence in this case. I would ask you to put weight on more the facts that have been corroborated, like that. You heard.
So because Norma went to Kathy's house, she cannot be guilty. That's a new one.
Heard that from Norma. You don't have to just take Norma's word for it because you heard that from Christina. She does not have a lot of memory from her childhood. She doesn't have a memory of her mother, but she remembers that day. Because that stood out in her. Where is my daughter? I could just imagine how that was. It wasn't a calm statement. It was screaming, where's my daughter? Norma probably showed up to that residence of Kathy in a panic. Where's my daughter? That's something that Christina will remember. And that's why you should believe that happened. And that's why that theory is just plain ridiculous. He killed Melissa Wolfenbarger. Most importantly, your common sense is the main thing that we're asking you to use in the side of this case. What does the evidence tell you? What are the facts tell you? What has been presented? Judge is also going to charge you on what reasonable doubt is and what it is. Judge is going to charge you that the state is not required to prove the doubt or the guilt of the defendant beyond all doubt for mathematical certainty. Reasonable doubt is a doubt of a fair-minded, impartial juror, honestly seeking the truth. Is a doubt based on common sense and reason. It does not mean a vague or arbitrary doubt, like Carl Patton. They arbitrary, not supported by the facts, thrown out, hoping to stick on the wall. Evidence may be direct or circumstantial, or both. Consider the evidence, you may use your reasoning and common sense to make deductions and reach conclusions. May be direct or circumstantial. Direct evidence is that which may be seen or heard. Otherwise, direct sense. So when Christina says, I saw Norma show up to the residence in a panic looking for her daughter, that's direct evidence of her observations.
What day was it that she showed up at Norma's house in a panic? Because it wasn't the year she disappeared. That was years later, right? Because the daughter was a couple of years old, so that must have been... No, she was 3 or 4 years old, I think she said. And does she remember it, or did she remember it because she talked to her grandmother later?
And from that recollection, the testimony of Norma, you could infer that Norma was sincere when she was looking for her daughter. The types of inferences that you can infer from the facts that have been presented. And then we have the circumstantial evidence. This is exactly what I was referring to. We got direct evidence of tool marks on bones that were recovered and identified as the remains of Melissa Wolfenbarger. Tool marks are direct evidence. Those are observations. You'll have those that you will be able to review and look at while you deliberate. We also have direct evidence that the defendant was in possession of assault. Two separate facts. Now you wouldn't, and we wouldn't walk into court on Wednesday and ask you to convict because there are tool marks on the bones and remains of Melissa Wolfenbarger. And we wouldn't ask you to walk in here on Wednesday when we start presenting evidence to convict this defendant of murder because he was in possession of assault. Can you draw logical, common sense conclusions from that? That's just one piece of the evidence that has been presented, which you are able to do that. We had assault around the same time that the wife was missing, or the wife's remains were located. The medical examiner says there's assault that we presented as Exhibit 66 is consistent with the type of marks that would be made by that instrument. And in his own statement that he was in possession of it around that time, and then the statement of the rocks, although they were reluctant to say so, that they never got that assault back. We would not ask you to convict solely based on that fact alone, but that is a fact that you can consider, and those are inferences that you can draw. Reasonable, common sense inferences. So this is what I saw when I woke up this morning. I probably see this a lot more than most people, but when I woke up, this is what I saw. And I had time, so I stopped by to get some gas. And by the time I finished, I got back and I crunk up the car, and I'm back on full. So I never saw.
I am trying to boost it. I have it at 8 now. I can put it at 10, but the hissing will get worse. So I'm trying, but you'll then have to know that if they go back to the other mic, your ear holes will be blown.
Saw anything going to my vehicle. But during that period, I smelled what appeared to be gas because I'm cutting grass, I smell gas. There's about, there's less money in my account. The numbers on the dial are moving. I hear a clicking sound. And so, even though I never saw any gas going on my vehicle, there are logical deductions and conclusions that I've drawn from all those facts and circumstances. Nobody's going to be able to come in and tell me that Santa Claus put gas in the vehicle. So when we ask you to use your common sense and look at the facts, the evidence is what it says it is. The facts are what they are. In the count of murder, you'll get the indictment. You'll see that it's charged that the defendant with malice aforethought caused the death of Melissa Wolfenbarger by inflicting homicidal violence. Now, as it's charged, that term homicidal violence, based on the manner in which the remains were recovered, it is impossible for the medical examiners to determine if she was shot, if she was strangled, if she was stabbed, any number of ways that you could commit a murder could have been committed to Melissa Wolfenbarger. But you can't tell if someone has been strangled if their neck is missing. You can't tell if they're stabbed or shot in the torso if there's no torso. And what we're able to determine based on the testimony of the medical examiner is that the facts and circumstances which she observed is how the remains were located, the history and evidence of domestic violence in that relationship, the fact there's evidence that someone removed her limbs with salt. All of those facts, and the fact you heard her testify that in her medical opinion, she did not believe that Melissa Wolfenbarger died of natural causes. All those are facts that point to homicidal violence. And her opinion was that it was more likely that Melissa Wolfenbarger died from homicide. That was her opinion. And that's why the indictment is charged like that, is because of how she was found. But that does not take away from what we have proven based on the testimony. And that is that she died from being murdered. That is called homicide. Just going to charge you with the law of malice. It is not ill or hatred. It is just simply a killing without justification, excuse, or mitigation. It can be expressed, deliberate intention to unlawfully take a life of another person, and it may be implied with no considerable provocation appears in all the circumstances of the killing show and abandoned and malignant heart. I submit to you the facts and the circumstances of this case, and all of the facts and circumstances of this case point to that conclusion as the only reasonable conclusion, that this defendant did in fact commit malice murder on the person of Melissa Wolfenbarger. The state does not have to prove premeditation to prove murder, regardless of how briefly that malicious intent existed. Malice may be formed in an instant. And if malice was in the defendant's mind at the time of the killing or act, and moved the defendant to do it, that is enough for the killing to be murder. The state does not have to prove motive to prove murder. Any evidence of motive is for use to determine the defendant's state of mind at the time of killing, you are allowed to consider it, such as the evidence of domestic violence is lawful evidence of motive. Did he abuse her that year? Did he hit her? Did that happen multiple times that year? That's what the facts are showing. You can use that and those facts and the expert testimony from the domestic violence experts as evidence of the defendant's motive. And all of those things I previously mentioned, the fact that there's an open criminal case that she wasn't able to appear to. The fact that she was seeing someone else. The fact that she planned on leaving, that she had continually left her throughout that year. All of that is evidence of motive. The judge is also going to tell you that the testimony of the single witness, if believed, is sufficient to establish a fact. There's no legal requirement of corroboration of the witness, provided you find the evidence to be sufficient. That means if, when you heard the testimony of Christina and you believed it, you don't need any corroboration for that to be a fact.
What I just ordered coffee pots for my coffee machine. What's he saying? He's so dumb that his car ran out of gas, and if a witness is believable, you don't need anyone to corroborate what they said. What are we doing? Thank you, Brad, for 6 months. That's 2/3 of a baby. Thank you, Judy. Hopefully we'll be done by this today. That witness also downplayed her father's red rums. Yeah. But it's just it's Meatball Morrissey's hostage video all over again. Hey, you might not like what my witnesses say, but you can trust them 100%. And he's just, I don't know. He's not my cup of tea. I hated his openings as well.
Actually, that means if you heard the testimony of Christina and you believed her when she said that this defendant would always talk about going around. When you talk about how to get rid of life, who says that to his daughter, considering how her mother was fighting? That's after he says that after Melissa Wolfenbarger's remains have been identified. He makes those statements. That's what she remembers growing up. Does that? This defendant. This case went through several detectives. They basically continued to work on this case. Detective Calhoun and Detective Shepard. Even through the retirement of Detective Calhoun, he continued to work with Detective Shepard until the cold case unit.
You need to go back and see the last witness. It's going to be 10 minutes. His closing arguments is blah, blah, blah. But bringing up, these continuing detectives who kept looking. Yeah, but they were really shit at their job, didn't find anything. And you have to rely on Christina's testimony because I can't remember the daughter's name. She's Christina too, right? She corroborated by saying they came by the house at some point and said, "Where's my daughter?" And Kathy said, "Go inside. I don't know."
Was created, and then 3 years later you have this indictment. So from Detective Kelly, when we're talking about this skull is found, to the point where Norma Patton goes to Inner County, and Detective Stott really is the first investigator that starts to really investigate and look for Melissa as a missing person in Henry County. He wasn't able to get a lot of traction with the Atlanta Police Department at that point in '99. We have Detective Stott, who interviews the defendant. Back during that period, it's before 2003, he says, March, April, '99, last time he saw her live. And you have Detective Calhoun being assigned the case in 2003 when her remains are identified. And then when he retired, you have Detective Shepard, and he worked with Stein to do some additional testing. And Detective Stein testified that he was one of the first persons to begin the missing persons investigation. And that's when the defendant, when the interview told him that last time he saw Melissa was in March of '99. And we know that from the subsequent statement in 2021, when he met with Detective Shepard, that's not exactly what he said. He says it was around December of 1998. The only difference between when he makes that statement before 2003, that he saw her in '99 in March, and in 2021 is Melissa's remains have been identified. You know that the remains were located right by his job. And I submit to you that there's a reason why those two statements are inconsistent. That's mine. Detective Calhoun spoke with the defendant. Once the remains were identified, to say the defendant's remains were identified, and also began to look into the history. Because the first thing they do in homicide investigations, they look at what was the victim's life like. First thing he saw was, well, there's evidence of domestic violence. And what also stood out is the location of where Melissa's remains were found. We know that from the testimony, Melissa and Chris, the defendant, lived in this area by Brookline Street. We know that Action Glass is right here. And here's the junkyard. We know that the head was across the street from Action Glass. And we know that the extremities are virtually right next door to Action Glass in this wooded area. So,
Yeah, and defense bring up the smartest, dumbest criminal. He hid all the evidence, but dumped the body right next to his work. That he potentially was fired from it. Yeah, he was fired because he got fired in February. The head was found in April, and they claimed that the head wouldn't have been there for more than 1 day
the state,
or 1 week.
everyone's a suspect, but at this point, all of the evidence is pointing in this direction, this defendant.
And I'm sorry, I'm trying to boost and deboost all the time because right now it's 10 times boost. That's why you hear all the hissing. But this guy hates microphones more than I hate a diet.
What is the evidence against this defendant? So there's a timeline of abuse in this case that's presented. We go back to the beginning of '98. The testimony of China Pat was that Melissa started working with her. It was in Virginia Highland Waffle House somewhere around the end of '97. So they were working together sometimes on the same shift at the beginning of '98. There was one point when China remembered seeing marks around the neck of Melissa Wolfenbarger. What she described appeared to show that marks of someone's hand around Melissa's neck. Immediately, you know, this defendant went out to the front. And that's when he got into the altercation with Troy Clinton. That's what you heard from the testimony team. And that's the beginning of 1998. When we get to July of '98, and so this is what Detective Calhoun is looking at as he's beginning to investigate the case. He's looking at the location of remains and where he lived at, his job, and he's looking at all this information. All the evidence is pointing at this defendant. There's a police report that's created where the officer observes bruising and marks.
No, your officer stated he didn't observe any bruising. He just took down what she said. The defense better get up there and clean a lot of this up.
From the person, Ms. Wolfenbarger, Melissa. After that, he directs her. The defendant isn't there. He doesn't wait around. After that, he directs her to go for him, take out a protective order, get you some protection from him. And that's exactly what she did. She went down there in person and applied for a protective order. So those are the records that Detective Calhoun had access to. This is the day after that July incident, July 21st. So the next day, July 22nd, she goes to the courthouse and petitioner seeking relief from family violence. From him. That's what she was seeking relief from. She was seeking relief from the choking that she had and her sister observed, that Troy followed about. And we had that Rule 9 side setting it down for the 29th, and then we have that where the judge allows her to speak with this defendant. It's days after that. Days after her hair being dragged and pulled. Days after she's been hit. And then that happens. It wasn't just what Tina said. It wasn't just what Marlon Sutton said about what he observed. There's another person who saw that abuse. Dorothy Jones, Cooley Jones. Dorothy Cooley.
What?
She lived in that area. She had known the defendant before she met Melissa. And remember seeing a day where Melissa had shades on and a black eye. When we talk about testimony of the domestic violence expert about humiliation, isn't that humiliating? Walking around with yet another bruise, another mark, another scratch. Sitting up here talking about skin conditions.
Skinny bitches.
That's not a skin condition, that's a black eye. You should be offended by talking about skin conditions.
Oh, skin conditions. I thought he was talking about skinny bitches.
Tina didn't see the skin condition. These marks from this defendant's hand around her neck. That wasn't a skin condition. That was bruising for being choked.
No one saw that.
The black eye was in a skin condition. You punched her in the eye. It's not a skin condition.
You don't know that.
Thomas Dixon. All the witness statements line up perfectly on top of each other. The witnesses that observed the abuse during the interview. This is at the interview. So we go from 10 at the beginning of 1998. We go from Dorothy. We go to July, Officer 7. Then we get to the end of 98, and she's still being abused because she's still going back and forth between Dixon and this defendant. She's still talking about the abuse. This is at the end.
What abuse did Dixon tell us about? I can't remember him talking much about abuse. What? Yeah, skinny bitches with a black eye and bruised around the neck. Apparently says her sister when they worked at Waffle House. Yeah, in a year before she apparently went missing. Could also be. Yeah, the abuse he handed her on the rooftop. She never talked about her family. That's the abuse she talked about, and then she said, "I'm going home to my kids." That's the abuse she was talking about, because his testimony wasn't, "Yeah, she was crying every night and wanted to stay with me because she got beat up."
Last time he sees her, she's being whooped, intimidated, coerced, bruised, punched, dragged down the street the entire year of 98. And that's not the first.
There's no evidence of. Even if you're pro getting Chris convicted, this is lies. He's been beaten, dragged down the road, lied about, tossed into a fire, all of 1998. Bullshit, sir. Bullshit. There was one reported incident. And on a TPO, she states about another incident. But she was in fucking prison for 2 months as well. I'm pretty sure if she was beaten there, it wasn't by Chris.
It didn't just start in 98. Even further, this has been going on for a while. Not just 98. Dixon, in front of the defendant, after he came to the Waffle House at the end of that year, you gotta leave. You gotta go. What did Dixon see? Them talking, Melissa crying. Kind of like that July 29th day courthouse. Them talking, Melissa crying. Then we got investigator over here. Heard testimony that from the mother. The DA's office went to interview the defendant's sister a year before that happened. He knew from that the DA's office was still conducting an active investigation into the death murder, disappearance of his missing murdered wife. So make no mistake about it. When they show up, that had already happened the year before. He knows exactly why the police are at the front of his house. Oh shit, it's his thing. He's hiding for 30, 40 minutes. Come out! He's right here. Go see the video. There he is. Come on out, buddy. Gig is up.
Yeah, 27 years. What's up? I, and doesn't it look like what you saw? Doesn't it look like it was planned? It didn't look like it was his, oh,
No. It looks like he planned to go there. Got there real quick, went out there. They sat out there for, I don't know, 10, 15 minutes. It's the police.
40
Wow.
minutes.
Guilty. Check. You picked up this investigation. Had those same suspicions. Got one head. All the evidence is pointing to this defendant. But go ahead and do Chris. See what he has to say. Let me see if this thing is inconsistent. Well, he admits to being fired because the box thought he stole the salt. That's interesting. Admitted that he borrowed it. That's interesting. He admitted that him and Melissa were having problems. Admitted that Melissa was seeing and staying with a guy named Mike. Admitted that he did not look for his wife.
Thank you so much, K-Matt, for the 3 corner kisses over on Buy Me a Coffee. Thank you for supporting the channel, growing into more degeneracy and Waffle Houses.
Well, here's the thing. Even if he's got 2 young children, very young children. Even if him and Melissa plan on going their separate ways, wouldn't you think that at some point he'd want to be able to tell his children that he looked for their mother? Wouldn't you think that? Wouldn't you think at some point, for his children's sake, he would have tried to look for their mother? That is a fact I think you usually consider, because you look at all those pictures of Six Flags. What is he trying to say? He's a good father? No, he's not. He look at their mother.
you can take your kids to Six Flags every day. That does not take away from the fact that you didn't do what you were supposed to do. One, you should have abused her.
You should have hated her. You should have punched her. You should have grabbed her and dragged her. You should have murdered her. That's kind of good father. And then you had that statement they made, the detective, Detective Shepard, and I want you to hear this. So I'm going to take a moment and play it. I want you to hear this, what he says, those points in particular, what he says about the assault, what he says about his efforts to look for his wife, and what he says about his knowledge that she was going to leave him, the problems that they were having, and the knowledge that she had about these days.
Yeah. So now we're going to hear the tape we can't hear.
Battery 60%. Connected to PHGL 5490 GCHC and PHGL 54003910.
I mean, before that, where was she working? At that time, the wall, I mean, like, 200,000 bills, you wanted that. Work. That's the last time around the corner. All right, so when was the last time you saw her? And that's the thing, you know, I don't quite remember the last time was, because I remember, like, she would come and go, okay? And we say that it wasn't like, we're happy to go look, and she's sitting right here one day, and then she was up and gone. And I don't know if that's the way. So you kind of, would you describe your relationship as tumultuous, or like on again, off again? You know, it was rocky there towards the end, mainly I think because it was her family so far trying to get back in her head and trying to make her think things and do things, and like what?
We can actually hear what they're saying today, because something. Well, I can. I don't know if it goes through as well. But he said, I feel like her family was trying to get back in her head.
but she never had a relationship with her sister at all. You know, and then that towards the end, you know, I guess everybody has a need for one, you know, family, one to love, and one type of thing. You know, and I think that towards the end, she tried a little to try to get back with him or to do or what. But I don't think it was near what they made it seem like, that she was there all the time when she was leaving cards, pictures. And I remember that did happen sometimes, she did, you know, at that time. But the struggle that we had, we had a common goal of what we were trying to accomplish. You know, we had several months in a row, which was to go to California. This is a good way to get that one all. She was home to my mom. She didn't want more than that. She didn't want her to be raised like she was there. There was no, you know, we knew that her anger was bad and anybody could have out there and do.
Okay, so when was the last time you saw her?
But the last actual time I remember was like, I woke up and she was gone. Like, we were another night and she left. And I don't know if that was the last time or the last time when I dropped her off the train station to work. If it was exact. I just don't
Do you
remember.
remember telling Detective Calhoun that the last time you saw her, you were driving up to your house on Brookline and saw her walking down the street? And that was the last time you saw her.
I don't remember the same one, but it's possible.
Okay.
I just
So
don't.
that, basically, so that was the last time you saw her, that she said she was going to the train station. Something to that effect. I'm not saying verbatim that's what you said, but it was something along those
It's
lines.
possible. I'll give you that.
But does that sound like it's accurate?
Again, it could be. I don't know.
Would you remember that incident, or can you recall that happening almost without being home, driving up and her walking down the road? Does that ring any bells?
I mean, that's usually the way it happens because we only have one way. You know, if there
She
was,
would walk to the train station, try to go to work or something?
you know, before I get a ride or she, you know, sometimes she just wanted to walk. You know, like I said, we're not talking about like train station far away, we're talking about zero at the end of the road, right?
Yeah, you didn't say, so I didn't understand. But talking about that specifically, do you remember that day specifically?
I don't know.
Did you remember?
One of the road.
Well, I would like to ask you, what was she wearing? Do you remember? Did she have a purse with her? You know? So you don't, when the last time you saw her, when you came back home, and she wasn't there, where was her stuff? She didn't have a car, she couldn't move, so you're still there in the house?
I mean, if she left it just like that, it was only like a small, I mean, kind of the same thing I did. I mean, when off the drive was moved, when her parents was gonna sell the house, and everything, you know, when I left, I would say, hard enough, I don't really live long, so whatever little.
After the last time you saw her, or that when she left, did she tell her family? Did she tell your family? Did you tell her that your wife left?
I mean, she left many times before that. When she was leaving, I never knew that was the last time I was gonna see her. If I did, I would have, you know, freaking kept her around.
After like a month or two, you could think that was.
You know, after a while, I was thinking that she was starting to move on. I mean, there was, you know, she was maybe seeing the guy and everything that was up there, or I know that she was living with in Buford, or no. I can't remember the last one was Buford or Peachtree Corners.
Was she seeing somebody?
I don't know if she was seeing somebody, but there was this dude, and I want to say his girlfriend, that sometimes that she would stay with him in like a tiny lodge out that way.
And how did she know this?
She worked with him.
Was it a girl or was it a guy?
I want to say the guy and the girl both went there, but I could be wrong. I know the guy worked there, but I know that it was a couple, you know, because there was this one time that they had called me and said that they were moving and she had to go and do something. And she had to do something else.
And this was before the last time you saw her, right?
Well, that's it.
That's what I'm saying. I'm just wondering.
All that was
I'm not misunderstanding you. I'm not trying to trick you or confuse you.
No,
I just want you to remember.
Hey, I'm trying to figure out.
Like, over there, I was, so that's why. Just want you to be accurate. All right, so year goes by, you still don't tell anybody that she's gone.
I mean, I'm figuring that she's already done. I mean, we were always talking about changing and doing all that. She had the stuff there.
Right.
You know, and she got to the point where she was unhappy with me. I'm not trying to push myself in anybody's life that doesn't want me there. I mean, I look at my daughter and everything that's going on there. I just try to push. And you know, looking back at it now, I was wrong. All the way around with both of them. Maybe I should try to push more, try to do it, but.
You said you lost your job, man. Your job, the last time, why did you lose your job?
Man, this guy, now, there's a lot of things going on right there with that. But And I do now the same thing pretty much I did then. I mean, I work on both players.
I don't know how much of it you can hear, but they totally misstated what he said about the last time he met her, or the last time he saw her, because he said, I can't remember. I think I woke up one morning and she was gone. Can you remember telling Officer Calhoun the last time you saw her, she was walking down the street? Said, I can't remember that specific incident, but can you tell me what she was wearing, what she was doing that day? And he said, no, I can't remember. So his inconsistent statements to Calhoun and this guy isn't inconsistent statements. It's a guy saying, maybe I said that 20 years ago. But they are now inferring that this is his story. He said she might have been at my house and left, or I might have seen her. I can't remember, which is totally normal. He also said she left many times before. I knew about their relationship. I was told they were going to move. And I didn't want to be with her if she didn't want to be with me. Does that sound like someone who was about to blow his gasket over her?
And there was a guy that I wasn't stole thing. There was a saw that was missing. And I can tell you that guy that I borrowed this tool from and everything said, I didn't steal their saw. Period. Why did I? Because he said I stole a saw. Because the saw was missing. And I lived around the corner and he drove past my house and he seen that.
Can't hear much of it.
So he thought he had something on the car.
And Nicola, I still don't know why I can't see you in my chat. I can see you on the comment section, but I can't see you in my chat. I think you blocked me or something by accident, because I've been looking and I haven't gotten you blocked anywhere. But I can see people mentioning you.
You know, and I don't know anything about it. You know, and then there was that, and then there was something where I drove through the Cold Plaza thing on 400. You know, there was just a bunch of little things that was last year. I didn't need to go to the Cold Plaza. You know, there's just a thing where you go through it. You know, and I was under the understanding, I was under understanding that, you know, there's things, there's just a bunch of little things. That was like, there was no deal, there was no. Right.
That I'm sorry.
Yeah. Well, we had to do it, and you know, if it goes everywhere, I've always thought I tried to tell them whatever, but I said, last y'all, yeah.
Did you ever go up to the Waffle House and get an altercation with Melissa?
I don't remember. I saw that on the internet. I don't remember that.
Did you have an altercation at the Waffle House? I saw it on the internet. I don't remember that.
That's when you came up there and beat you up.
It seems like I would remember that, but I don't, you know.
You drive a yellow Volkswagen.
I never had yellow. What?
You never yelled at him.
Never. Nope. I've never yelled. I had a tank of yellow cars.
What do you think happened?
Man, here's which way I think about it. It has to go back. If her parents didn't do it directly, it had to be something indirectly around them. I would be living.
So when you found out that a body was found just around the corner from where you are, and the body had been dismembered with a saw.
I didn't know the body was dismembered with a saw at all.
You know the body was dismembered?
I heard that. Nobody ever said a saw. I didn't hear about that. Nobody ever gave it. I don't know if nobody said that to me. I didn't know that. It was on the internet. Honest to God, man.
So what motive would her family have?
I mean, it sounds strange that they got away with this stuff for all these years, and then all of a sudden, right, as we put up doing right here, all of a sudden he ends up guilty. I don't know if she came to them needing money, or.
Do you think it's likely that her own family murdered her up?
Man, her own family killed her family and friends.
Yeah, I know he committed murder.
So his family and friends.
Well, why would he kill her? What would you involved in
Hey, man,
that? He's involved in, your family's involved in criminality, you're trying to protect yourself from going to jail. That's a motive to kill someone. What motive would you have to kill her?
Well, we knew what he did. Her dad was like her daughter.
So you want to worry about him coming after you, and he's going to tell his own daughter that you.
Oh, he come after me? I didn't do anything. I didn't come in. Here's what I'm saying, okay? I don't know if she needed money, or they come to him and threaten him in some way, and, you know, and to get, whether they were drunk, it's one thing that I don't know. But anything I say at this point is speculation, because I don't know. But I feel like the hell, if they're serial killers, they have killed their family and friends, and something happens to their family. Okay, first of all,
serial killers,
okay, here to talk about, I'll deal with their family.
He wasn't scared of her family because he didn't do something, and he believes that the family did it because they already murdered family before.
Facts. He said that she was put in bags, right? Welcome to the internet, that she was in a lot.
YouTube has it defaulting to top. I can't do anything about it. I have live message on, but it doesn't matter because everything that comes in through StreamYard from Rumble and YouTube doesn't matter what's turned on. Even if you delete your message, I can see it still on StreamYard because it gets copied in. So that's not why Nicola is, because I can see her comments when she writes on my wall. And I have gone to my YouTube block list, and there's also one for your whole Google account, and she's not blocked anywhere there. So I'm thinking maybe YouTube just hate me or hate her or hate us both.
So she was like, well, as I said, we're being straight. I'm trying to understand, the body parts had washed out of an area.
Oh, maybe it's the wrong Nicola. It's Nicola Cox. I thought it was because I can see Nicola Cox, but I thought it was Nicola Maxwell because she complains she can't see me. I can see Nicola Cox. Hey, Coxie, Foxy Coxie. Wow, 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 Foxy Coxie.
Now, there were bags recovered there, so if you make the assumption that they may have been bagged, yeah. But I was there, so like, nobody has been straight up with me on this, okay? And everything that I'm learning is basically through the internet. So we all know how the internet lies, it's a whole thing. Everything that the internet says about me, she lives under a different name, try to hide me, part of it, that's why I'm asking you about that, because I'm not going to go off on speculation from the internet.
Throughout the trial, you heard from the testimony of Dr. Rosa James. She was a domestic violence expert. She had hundreds of experiences with persons that have been victims and perpetrators of domestic violence. She was able to tell you about some of the cycles of abuse, talking about tension building.
And this lady made that overhead for them, even though she never ever looked at the facts and the case. She's the one who made that overhead.
In 1998, we talked about the incident, different phases where there's an incident, then there's a reconciliation, and then there's calm. And so ultimately, what we have from the beginning of 1998, when Melissa started working with her sister, we have a representation of what that expert was talking about. We have the tensions, we have the incident, we have the reconciliation, I'll call that the last one night, and then we have the subsequent calm until we have the disappearance of Melissa. And I'm listening to you, that testimony of the expert, Dr. James, is relevant testimony, is testimony you can and should consider in evaluating what's been presented in evidence of domestic violence. And I would ask you to put the appropriate weight on her testimony and use that in the determination. Dr. Mark Gilbo is an anthropologist with a specialization in the skeletal remains and analysis of skeletal remains. He was able to say he observed saw marks on the remains of Melissa Wolfenbarger. And as far as the exhibits that he was able to go over, exhibit 34, which you'll have, you see the example here where he's talking about part of the bone that has been shaved down. And you have next exhibit, the autopsy of the remains of Melissa Wolfenbarger. You see where the saw marks are that were indicated by Dr. Gilbo, what he observed. And then you have the ridges here, where it also appears that there's some type of mechanical saw or device that is being used to dismember the remains of Melissa Wolfenbarger. I'll submit to you, those are facts and evidence along with the fact that this defendant was in possession of the saw, the fact that this defendant borrowed the saw for his job, the fact that this job never got the saw back. Those are all facts to be considered. Those are all logical, common sense deductions to be drawn. Within the testimony of Dr. Cherry, you heard about the analysis of testing, in particular the swabbing of Norma's mouth, the analysis of the dental records, and that ties directly into the additional analysis and tests that Detective Stein did, and he got connected to Detective Cherry. And we have that additional testing where, even though it didn't result in any being useful, Detective Stein was able to retrieve the bags and submit them for additional testing. And I submit to you that those bags were outside for who knows how long. I submit to you that there was evidence that the head had been moved. I submit to you that George McEachran encountered that bag along with his daughter. I'll submit to you that Tina Miller, Fulton County Medical Examiner's Office, responded to that location along with Detective Kelly and the Atlanta Police Department. And even though that did not result in useful information, the process is important because it's important to cross every T and dot every I. And in this investigation, that's a part of the process, and that's what to do. And at this point, ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to sit down. The defense will have opportunity to address you with their arguments. I will submit to you that this case is not about the family of Melissa Wolfenbarger. This case is about the tumultuous relationship between this defendant and our victim, Melissa. He wasn't able to control her.
No.
And when he lost control, he murdered her. That's what the evidence has shown. And at the conclusion of the case, after the judge charges you on the law, when I ask you to vote the truth, and that's guilty on that count of murder in this act.
Thank you. Mr. McDermott, does the defense wish to make a closing statement?
Yes,
Closing
Your Honor.
argument? Thank you.
Please stand at the microphone. And turn the microphone around. Turn the microphone around. Turn the microphone around. You have a microphone right there.
Just a short word about how this works. The state gets to split their argument. So they'll make an argument, I get to make an argument, they get the last word too. Okay, first word, last word, and I won't get to rebut that. That's just the way it is. We accept that. You've all taken an oath. And you've taken an oath, the judge will instruct you in just a minute. Not my words, not their words. The law that will require you to decide this case based on the evidence. Based on the evidence. You'll remember in my opening statement, I told you that the state has got gaping holes in its case. And that the state is going to give you bits and pieces of evidence. And then it is going to tell you a story to fill those in the way that suits them. And it's going to ask you to imagine along with them that that story is true. And it's going to ask you to make a leap of logic at the end of it. From alleged instances of abuse to murder. And I have asked you to follow your oath, to follow the law, and decide the case based on the evidence, not on the imagination. Let's talk about the evidence a little bit. You've been told about the difference between direct evidence and circumstantial evidence. I won't rehearse the story, the lesson. What hard evidence exists in this case? I will submit to you that not.
Thank you so much, Gata K. And I'm happy to have. I have a few South Africans in here, probably because of Vicky Collum. But thank you so much, Gata K. It's always nice when you nice people stick around. And I want to go hurt that neighbor who just put some pork roast on the grill, because I can smell pork roasting on a grill. And it's 6 in the evening at my time. Oh.
One bit of direct evidence in this case points to that man right there. Not one. I'm not saying there's no direct evidence in this case. There's lots of it. There is obviously the remains. There is the manner in which those remains were recovered. We had the head discovered in the street on April 29th. We're not exactly sure how it got there. One detective thinks there was a great rain event that washed it out. Another one says there was a dog. We don't know. And then about a month later or so, they discovered several bags in the wooded lot behind the trucking business. Some people call it junkyard. Come back to that. The medical examiner eventually is able to identify the skull using dental records, dental charts, and notes that there are tool marks, of course, on the body parts. After some time goes by, we also know that there was a search of Christopher's former residence. There was lots of evidence taken from this. But lots of evidence that came from the remains. As we talked about before, there were paint chips in the hair. There were human hairs. apparently not Melissa's. There were pubic hairs, a pubic hair. There was DNA on it. There were carpet fibers. There's lots of evidence. And you heard the detective sit there and tell you, we specifically sent this off for testing. Some of it more than once. Whoever's hair that was in there that wasn't Melissa's was also not his. Whoever's pubic hair that was also not his. Wherever those paint chips came from, it was not from his residence. Someone says, oh, it was remodeled. It may have been remodeled, but folks, when you paint over paint, the old paint's still under there. You go scrape a paint sample, you're going to get all of it. None of it matched.
Good argument.
There was luminol evidence. It sprayed the entire house, not a drop. And finally, the more modern DNA taken from the bag. You heard Detective Stein sit there and talk about the event where they went out with all the media to the site, looked at the proximity to where Christopher worked. You heard him testify about the DNA in the bags, and he read the results of those reports. Yes, we found DNA. Yes, there was a viable profile that represented 5 people. 2 of whom at least were male. And they submitted Christopher's DNA sample. They went up specifically again to get new DNA from him and submit it for that test. That was in 2022 or so. Christopher willingly submitted. Yeah, he knew the DAs were still investigating him. He didn't run from it when they called him and said, hey, we'd like to get your DNA. And he submits it, and you heard the results of the test. Christopher Wolfenbarger is excluded from being contributed. Well, that's when we hear this theory about there was a great rain flood event. I need this page from the weather reports. The National Climatic Data Center for the City of Atlanta in April of 1999. I gave it to Detective Shepard. And you saw him pretend he couldn't. I believe it was done, I gave it to Detective. And you saw him pretend, oh, I'm not comfortable reading this. This document's going to go back with you into evidence. And you all can look at it. And if there's a single one of you who can't figure it out, I would be shocked. The days go down here, the days of the month, the hours of the day go this way, and at the end, there's a cumulative total of the rainfall for each day. And you'll be able to look at this document and see that on that day, the other deputy who said there was an intermittent mist was correct. There was roughly a quarter of an inch of rain.
Yeah, and that kind of voluntarily gives over hair samples and DNA samples. But he knew what was coming when they came to arrest him. Then why didn't he hide every single time?
For the entire day. And most of it appears to have fallen at about 3 o'clock in the morning. Long before that had appeared on the road that day. And you can look up the rest of the way. 0, 0, 0, 0, 0, 0, 0, 0. Detective Shepard. Oh, it rained so much that month. No, it didn't. They analyzed the carpet fibers, they could find no matching bits for sound. So then we're told about the circumstantial evidence. It's interesting to me that you just heard the district attorney tell you, all the facts and evidence in this case point to one man. But he's not talking about this hard evidence, is he? Because there's a bunch of that, and not a single bit of it points to this man. All of it points away from this man. But Detective Shepard, or maybe it was...
Thank you, James Bond. 1 month in the bakery.
Detective Calhoun, one of the 2, got on the stand and said, there's only been one suspect in this case from day 1. Well, when the results keep pointing away and pointing away and pointing away, maybe there should have been a different one.
Good point.
Maybe you should have asked some more questions of the neighbors or of the family. You heard the detective, the district attorney here tell you. That's how we conduct investigations. We look at the person's life. We want to find out what's going on in their life. They never investigated that family. They never investigated anybody else. Where are the records of the test of paint chips for a single other person's house? Where are the records for a search warrant from a single other individual's house? Where are the search warrants getting hair or pubic hair or DNA from anybody else in this investigation? Crickets. Because they want to tell you a story about domestic violence. I'm a supporter of Me Too. Domestic violence is a real thing. You've heard the district attorney tell you multiple times now, this is a case about domestic violence. It may have that question in it somehow. Certainly it does. It is an issue you're going to have to decide. You're going to have to decide how much weight to attribute to those alleged incidents. And you're going to have to decide, as a fact finder and determiner in this case, how it fits into the overall picture. But this is not a case about domestic violence.
Again, remember, they didn't start looking until 5 years later. So
this is a case in which a man is charged with an act of murder. And the state is not giving you one single instance or bit of evidence about an act of murder. They want to get you sympathetically on the board after he tells you, don't judge this by sympathy. But then he wants to tell you all these violent instances. He wants to embellish them. He punched her. That's not an evidence anymore.
thank you.
He beat her all the time for the whole year. That's not an evidence anymore.
Thank you.
And they want to tell you that story and then ask you to make the leap to there must have been some act of murder also.
Look at the people who sang the most about #MeToo and look at how many of them have been found out to be absolutely creeps after. That's why you should never, ever get close to I'm a male feminist, because a male feminist normally is just a sexual deviant who's trying to get into your pants. I've been going for 3 hours, Brandon.
What about these instances of domestic violence? We heard from first about the July 1998 incident. Yes, there's a police report. We had a police officer testify. He told you he did not look under her clothing. How could he have known if there were scrapes on her back or backside? He told you that. I didn't look at that. We get home and Norma says, well, I got home with her and she had scrapes all down her backside. Just after she had gotten done telling me that she was wearing blue jeans. I'm not sure how you get scrapes if you fall on the ground with blue jeans on. You have reports from Tina. Tina says she came in there with choke marks on her neck. And there was another guy named Clint who stood up for her. None of that story is corroborated by anybody else anywhere. The only person who's ever told that story is Tina Patton. Tina says she took Melissa back up to Chris's house on Brookline and confronted Christopher. But Christopher tells Detective Scott in his interview that he didn't like Melissa staying with her sister, because she got her into cigarettes and also was doing meth. Not necessarily that Melissa was doing it, but that he didn't like Melissa around that time. Well, I think
That's two very different things. He got her into cigarettes and meth. One of these things are not like the other.
there would be a confrontation when she brought her up there. We've heard from Mr. Dixon about domestic violence. It is funny to me. You should find it incredible that when he gives an interview in 2003 to the police about Melissa, he does not one time mention abuse, marks on her body, being drugged on the sidewalk, her complaining about her husband. He does not mention it one single time in an hour-long interview.
Yeah, but Meth would probably have done the same, but he would have suffered even more. So it's if I should have one of those addictions, I know which one I would choose.
And suddenly, when they find him at the last minute before trial,
Yes, Mama.
they find out he's been watching true crime shows about this, and suddenly he remembers this incident where she had bruises and she got on the sidewalk. The testimony is not credible from a former Waffle House employee and bank robber, Mr. Dixon. You heard evidence from Ms. Cooley, lived across the street. She seemed to be confused about a lot of her facts and details. Testimony was difficult to follow. But she says, oh yeah, I heard screaming and breaking glass over there all the time. There was apparently no glass left in the house. Definitely from that house. Definitely that house where Chris lived. And I know that because that's the house I went in and cleaned. I cleaned all the houses that Mr. Holyfield owned. Who's Mr. Holyfield? Holyfield didn't own that house. You heard testimony from several people.
Oh, that's why.
That house was owned by Christopher's parents. Miss Cooley was never in there. I think Miss Cooley's confused as to what she's talking about. Well, I definitely saw a black eye behind the glasses. And then she said a few moments later, I only saw her passing a few times when she was getting in the car to go to the grocery store. Never talked to her. Just said hi. Testimony about assault. Oh, he had access to assault. Well, their memory seems to be just as cloudy and hazy as a lot of people. And this is a 26-year-old case, that's understandable. But I look at the statements that were made, and I see at least 4 different versions of that story that they're told. In the original detectives' reports, they said they saw went missing while Chris worked there. And we thought it was Chris. We blamed Chris. And we never found him. And then later turned into he stole a saw. And then later they backed off and said, well, no, he asked to borrow a saw, and we never gave it back. You heard them, their own witness, they had to impeach you by playing things that were in audio because they said they didn't even remember saying that. And they testified here that he took a saw, not saying he stole it, whatever. And she didn't even remember talking to me a couple weeks before that, before trial. She didn't remember telling me on the phone that, yeah, he brought it back. My apologies. Circumstantial evidence about alleged conflicts in Christopher's statement. What conflict did you hear in his statement? Inconsistencies, that's the word. There were inconsistencies in Christopher's interviews. And they play for you the interview with Mr. Stott, 2001, and then they play for you the interview with Detective Shepard in 2021. In one version of those stories, in the 2001 interview, Chris tells that the last time he ever saw Melissa, she was walking down Lee Street by the MARTA station. He stopped to pick her up, took her up the road to Taco Bell, right by the interstate. Apparently she talked about wanting to get back together. He said that was too emotional for him at this point, and he dropped her off back at the train station. She left back north. Lee Street, MARTA station.
This is the defense. The defense has not been going that long.
How far is that from Christopher's house? Because when these new investigators came in 2021 and tried to trip him up with this stuff, all these details from 18 years or 20 years prior, they asked him a specific question. Do you remember telling him the last time you saw her, she was walking down Brookline Street? I'd be a little confused too, because he never said that. Now, whether he remembered the other statements from up Lee Street or not, I don't know. But again, you're 20 years later. Is Christopher the only one in this entire trial that doesn't get a pass on memory? When witness after witnesses stand here and say, I can't remember that, I don't recall. At least the police officers get to carry their report with them and read the details and pretend they remember it. This business about hiding. Oh, Christopher cooperated with police time after time after time. I don't have to list it all tediously again, all the DNA results, the hair, the pubic hair, everything else. Every time they called him and said, we want this, he showed up. They could have showed up at his door that day. He would have walked out to them. They could have arrested him right there. But they chose to use some kind of SWAT team enforcement with unmarked cars, no lights. If you ever see the video again, you will notice when those cars pull up, no lights are on. Later in the video, when they're all up at his house, then they have their lights on. They don't turn it on until later. No marks on those cars. The only marked car was all black with black letters. So if you're viewing that coming up your driveway and armed men get out with M16s, what are you going to do? Walk out and greet them?
Do police use M16s? Don't they use the Caribbean version of it? Isn't it called M16A1 or A2 or something?
Look, it was rational to fear that, okay? It's rational to be afraid. Imagine if you're seeing that through a home security video and you can have even less resolution. And so in order to connect their stories about domestic violence, to embellish them, and then create a story that somehow leads to a murder, they bring in domestic violence expert. And she tells us what she tells us. Much of it may be valid in certain contexts. And she says, well, if you're leaving, that's a sign of domestic abuse. But if you're returning, you can also explain that as domestic abuse. And if you're at any point in this cycle, virtually any behavior can be explained as part of the cycle of abuse. And Ms. Hilton gave very pointed hypotheticals, clearly designed to apply to this case. And she says, yes, clearly that's domestic abuse. Yes, clearly that's isolating somebody. Yes, clearly that's reconciliation. Yes, yes, yes. No hesitation whatsoever. But when the defense just tweaked the hypothetical just a little bit, her answer was what? Yes? No? No, her answer was, I don't know. I need more facts. I need to know what the abuse situation is. And wait a minute. How can you jump on a hypothetical when she asked it, and when we ask it, we get him hauled around? And it turns out she's a former employee at the DA's office. She's effectively like having an extra prosecutor up there on the stand to hit softballs they throw at her. So what you have happened is you have the state telling you a story that they want you to believe that leads to a murder for which they have no evidence, an act for which they have no evidence, an intent for which they have no evidence, and an unlawful killing for which they have no evidence. They want you to follow their story to judge something based on no evidence. And all the other evidence in the case that points away from Christopher, every bit of hard evidence in the case that points away from Christopher, they spend their time trying to fight against that. Normally the roles are reversed. Normally the state.
I believe based on the facts provided in the case, he should walk.
He's putting up the hard evidence, and the defense has to say, well, that's not right, this is not right, that doesn't apply. But they wanted to, oh, well, the DNA must have been corrupted because of a rainstorm or whatever. But literally all the evidence points away from this.
Boo. I don't know if it's the Texan in you, but you are as horrible at dad jokes as Zach is. Boo.
Except for the story. We've been told, or you've been told, that the defense's story, the defense is Carl Patton did it. We've never said that. And we've certainly never singled out Carl Patton as the only possibility.
Just wrap it up.
I want to share something with you that you're also going to hear in a few minutes.
What now?
And this again is from the law. An interesting thing the DA said a while ago. He said, they're trying to tell you that Carl Patton did this. But the standard is proof beyond a reasonable doubt. They haven't given you proof beyond a reasonable doubt that Carl Patton did this. Well, that's not quite how it works. The only person in this room for which the standard of proof beyond a reasonable doubt applies is the defendant. Any other evidence, you're allowed to determine how you think it may apply. That makes it the case. And this is the law that she's going to read to you in a minute, not the law he just talked about. This is the law she's going to read to you. Of course, you have to prove everything beyond a reasonable doubt. And in a case like this one, where the only evidence against the defendant is circumstantial, our statutes and our courts have determined that this is how you should interpret beyond a reasonable doubt. You would be off.
I would have him at a 7 out of 10.
Authorized to convict only if the evidence, whether direct or circumstantial, or both, excludes all reasonable theories of innocence and proves the guilt of the accused beyond a reasonable doubt. In other words, in a case in which there's circumstantial evidence only, you have to exclude every other reasonable possibility. And friends, that's where you do get to use your imagination. I'm not inviting you to come up with Disneyland fairy tales. No, that's being arbitrary. That's what statute outlaws. But if there's any other reasonable possibility to explain the death of Melissa Wolfenbarger, then you must acquit. From the evidence you have, the hard evidence you have remains. You know the area she lived in. You know she was going to Doraville. You know she was riding the train. You know she was getting off that train at midnight and walking from the Lee Street station to Brookline or wherever else she went regularly at night, midnight in the West End. We know she was hanging out with people who were drinking a lot.
Yeah, I feel he could have done better. I think he's touching on the very weak facts that the state claimed they have is good. I would give the state, I would probably put at a 5, 5.5.
We know that at least, according to some people in the evidence, some of those people were doing drugs. And when drugs and alcohol are involved in anything, the pool of potential suspects is a chasm. I don't have to find one and bring it to you and say, this guy did it, and I can prove it to you beyond reasonable doubt. You just have to be able to understand it could have been anybody, and that's reasonable. And that's where people like Carl Patton do come in, and Norma Patton. The whole thing about the 5 murders and the dumping bodies in the river and the covering it up for many, many years. But we also find out that one of his victims was a drug dealer that Carl worked for. We also find out that he engaged in contract killing. We also find out that there was a member of their family in some common law way whose father Carl had killed. And he didn't find out until sometime later. The same man also hung out in that household, was friends with the Patton family, and later was accused of molesting Melissa. And Norma, and with Melissa's testimony, apparently tried.
No, Baby Baker Day tomorrow, so I most likely won't be there because this will take forever to finish today. So I most likely won't be there.
I get him indicted. Does this man have a motive to get revenge against Carl? Yes. Does he have a motive to get revenge against Norma and even Melissa? Yes. Is it reasonable to believe he could have been involved? Absolutely. Is it reasonable to believe that one of her new boyfriends was involved when he found out she had a husband? When he found out or heard a rumor that she was pregnant? Is it reasonably possible that she did find out what her dad had been doing and came to him needing money, came to him with a, I will expose you? Is it possible that living in that area, she got involved in a drug deal gone bad? Why would they dismember her? Dismembering is not, it's not common, but it's not unheard of even in drug dealers. It's a way to dispose of a body. It doesn't have to be ritualistic. You don't have to be Jeffrey Dahmer. And in fact, that's what the state's alleging in this case, that it was merely a means of trying to hide a body. What if she owed somebody a drug debt? Here's a possibility. How do you know that she didn't die of an overdose in somebody's house and they had criminality in their house and they panicked and tried to hide the body? Where's your evidence? It just has to be a reasonable theory. That's what the law says. You can't rule it out. There's not one of these scenarios you can rule out. If you
Funny, all of these scenarios are the scenarios we have been wondering about because there's so little evidence linking her to Chris that we have built all of these scenarios. Exactly the same scenarios we have been talking about all week long. So everyone, tell this guy he owes me money for making his argument. And I will agree with Hutman. Get to the ending now. Don't blather on. Sadly, something happened, so I can't see how long he's going, but I feel so far he's about 5 minutes too long.
can't rule it out, that's a reasonable doubt. Maybe she really was pregnant. Maybe she tried to have an unsafe abortion. Where's your evidence, sir? It just has to be a reasonable theory. If the state had done more investigation, maybe we could have eliminated some of these, but we can't. You can't rule these out. Is it possible that destitute, poor, no hope, she did take her own life, and then somebody found her body and tried to get rid of it? Is it possible? The state has not ruled out any of these. It has told you a story about one possibility. It has embellished some of the details and asked you to imagine that it all went to a murder. Here's some random thoughts to consider. The bags were found in the wooded area. We heard testimony from Ms. Miller, the investigator who was there, the one who found the first bag, stated that she found it right by a pathway. Now, why did they even start looking back there? She told you. She told you the owner of that trucking company said, why don't you go look back behind here, because there's a cut through that people use in a wooded area that drug dealers and other people use. That's what she said. She testified to that. And they go back there and start searching, and lo and behold, the dog actually misses it, but she spots this bag right by the trail. And we saw pictures of several of those bags that she described as being in a clearing or on the trail. Not pushed up under the brush, no attempt to hide these things. Those bags were even either thrown there to be found by somebody, or they were just haphazardly thrown there. But the least likely scenario is that someone was taking care to try to hide it. Did somebody kill Melissa?
You know me,
and throw it where it would be found,
I think everyone waffles.
right where Chris worked, to send a message.
Yes.
You can't rule it out. That's a reasonable doubt. The domestic violence incident expert spoke about that. Have you considered the evidence we've heard about how Melissa was raised? About how she was locked in a room? How she was, according to Ms. Waddell, stunted in her intellectual development? Unsocial? Very easily controlled, naive? Why is it that when she goes to Kathy's house and she says, I want to turn my children over to you, and then she goes to, writes a letter to Norman and says, no, I want to give all the custody and come see you and stay away from her? Why is it that she talks that way to one side and talks a different way to the other side? Maybe she had a power and control relationship with her mother. Maybe the power and control wheel applies in that relationship too. Maybe when she went up.
It's because we don't have the closings in Denmark, and I like to rely on my own listening to the facts. But I like that because I also know this is Camerica, that I like he hits all the weak spots. Do it faster. Like I tell my girlfriends, as long as I reach the goal and no one complains that Usain Bolt can run 100 meters in less than 9.5 seconds, so why am I getting yelled at?
To get her from Brookline and helped her file her police report and helped her go file a court protective order, then took her home and helped her took her to Henry County to try to get custody back. Maybe that was exactly what Wendy was telling us. She's easily controlled, and maybe those weren't her own actions. Maybe she was being influenced by the person that used to lock her in a room every day and deprive her and control her.
They talked about a black gentleman the other day, and from what they said, it seems like there's 3 black gentlemen on the jury, but we have had no breakdown of it.
I think it's interesting that the incident happens in 1998, and all of the things in the power control wheel are suddenly in Melissa and Norman's favor, according to their understanding of how the law works. You remember, I asked her, did you understand that you just go down to the court and say, I want my kids back, and then give your kids back? Now, I know because I'm an attorney and I read the law. Actually, we talked about it here as well in testimony. That's not quite how it works. But Norma testified that that was her understanding and that it was Melissa's understanding at the time. So what happens? Melissa's with her at that time, not with Chris. Melissa went down and said, I want my kids back. So as far as they understood, they had custody back. They had the physical custody of the kids because they had them at their home at that time for those few days. And they had filed a restraining order against Chris, which would have required him to stay away from them. So according to the power control wheel, everything was in their favor, if that's what Melissa really wanted. If what Norman is telling us in her version of the story is actually true, there would have been no reason to go back to Chris whatsoever. And yet, she goes to her court date and dismisses it. Oh, that's evidence of abuse and power and control. But the power and control was with her mother. She could have easily stood up and said at that time, I'm done. I have everything I want. I don't need you. You can stay away from me. But she didn't. At that moment,
I don't know if it matters. It mattered a lot in the OJ trial. I don't know in a case like this if it has any bearing. Maybe some people will say, well, maybe it's easier for people of a certain demographic to understand certain some things in life. But as I always say, a woman is a woman, but not all women are homemakers or work for a multinational bank. So just because a woman is 35 years old and white doesn't mean that she's like this. And if she's 35 years old and black, she's like that. I don't put much weight into it because I like to see, like I can see with my chat, we have very diverse people here and we have very diverse ideas. So that's why I don't do the body language bullshit where people tell you, well, the jury is majority black and in their 50s, so they will find this and that. No, you don't know anything about that. It's the same as saying, well, I could tell because Donna Adelson was doing this a lot, which means she did it. It's bullshit. You can try and read minds, but you can't read minds. It's impossible. And you won't know just because you get a female who is black, who's 50 years old, and who has been a stay-at-home mom, that she will vote in a certain way. It's but a lot of people want to say, well, the breakdown of the jury is really, really important because you can read something into it. But we know we can't. What we really know is that three black gentlemen on the jury, and we don't know anything else. Older, younger, we are all different, and that's why I don't play along with those games. And a lot of channels will tell you they can read minds of juries. I just know juries are shit. I don't trust any of them, and I don't know if it's female, male, young, old. I don't care.
but she had a choice to go back to Norma Patton or to go back to Chris. And she chose Chris.
Yeah, that
We're
was
told this sentimental story in Melissa. Last time I talked to her, she said she only wanted one Christmas present. Picture her and her papa. You've heard no evidence.
Yeah, but Fulton County is Fulton County. It's a majority Democrat county. But does that mean that they believe he's innocent or guilty? You don't know. You know it's a left-leaning county, but left-leaning people can be just as much pro-gun and anti-abortion as a right-leaning person. We just don't know. But Fulton County is a majority black county as far as I know. So theoretically, it should be a majority black jury.
This in this case that she ever even hung out with her papa. But you have heard evidence in this case that her pawpaw was a blackout drunk who slept on the couch. It doesn't make sense. You've heard evidence that Tina Patton insisted in 2003 interview with Mr. Calhoun that she saw Melissa on her birthday in 1999. That was March 28th. She told Calhoun, she emphasized it over and over, I know I saw her. And she said her mother tried to get her to change the story because it didn't line up with her narrative of when Melissa had died. But if she saw her,
Well, of course we do. They're not people. They are almost as far down as Swedes. So come on now, Ginger. It's not gonna. That's different.
in March 28th of 1999,
FD Food Fairy, enjoy it and let us know if it was an interesting case.
we know that Chris stopped working at Action Glass at the beginning of February, and he wasn't living there.
Yeah, he's gone on too long now.
It's interesting to me that Mr. Calhoun testified that no, Christopher's property was never searched by dogs. They weren't allowed to search. He sat there confidently and told me. Sergeant LaCosta on the stand the next day, and not even from our questioning, from their questioning, volunteered the fact that, yeah, there had been a dog search, and I was there, and yes, they did search the property, and they found nothing. Do you remember Ms. Cooley talking about, oh, he built a concrete pad in the back? Why bring that evidence in? Except to create an insinuation, oh, he had told somebody allegedly at Waffle House one time about that's how you hide a body. You put it under the foundation of the house and say, well, he made his own little foundation in the back. And ooh, her torso was underneath there. Well, the dogs didn't find it. So whatever that evidence purpose was, it, like all the other hard evidence, doesn't point to Chris. Mr. Shepard emphasized to us about the importance of the workplace proximity. This also came up during Mr. Stein's testimony. And it's been emphasized by the DAs over and over again. Showing you the map, showing you the dot on the map where it's at. And right here's Christopher's workplace. You've seen that probably 5 or 10 times. And you've heard testimony about it. And Detective Shepard gets up and drives that point home saying, well, it's more likely that that's where the body was hidden because he didn't have to carry it very far. It's right there. And you heard this testimony about how they went out to the scene and they took the podcasters with them, and they took the media with them, and they took DAs with them, and they had this big publicity stunt about, oh, here's where the head was, and right there is his place of work. I almost expect to hear the dum-dum-dum music in the back. And then you learn about Carl Patton's murders. He killed people in his living room, wrapped them up in a camper out back, and then drove them 30 miles to dump them under her. Proximity is not proof of who did it. And the medical examiner, Dr. Terry, brilliant Dr. Terry, the one I was afraid to object to her qualification. Brilliant, fascinating to talk to. Examined Melissa's remains and made a conclusion that supports my argument. Cause of death is undetermined. Well, she said concealment of remains. I think that's a little argumentative. That is a little argumentative. Because she doesn't know if it was bagged for the purpose of concealing or just disposed, or just transported to be disposed. She doesn't know the intent of the person who bagged it. She can't testify to that. But there was decomposition, true, and there was incomplete discovery of the remains. And her conclusion is, I can't determine how she died.
Well, he had to 1:30, so he needs to wrap it up so they can get the
Mr.
other
Fawcett
boat.
asked her a series of questions. Can you tell if it was strangulation? Can you tell if it was stabbing? No. Can you tell if it was shooting? No. Can you tell if it was poison? No. And I want you to interpret what that really means, what they're really saying. Can you determine if she was stabbed to death? No. What that sentence really means is we have no evidence she was stabbed. Can you determine if she was poisoned? No. What that evidence really means is we have no evidence she was poisoned. Can you determine if she was beaten to death? No. We have no evidence she was beaten to death. You have no evidence of a murderous act. You have no evidence of malice being formed, whether in an instant or at some point before. You have no evidence of murderous intent. Well, but it was very likely unnatural. I can authoritatively say that as a medical examiner. This was definitely not a natural death. Very likely not a natural death. You don't need to be a medical examiner to figure that out. Although there are all the scenarios I gave you that you can't rule out, such as overdose.
Hey, Gail.
At this point, all the medical examiner can tell you is about post-mortem injuries.
Yeah, because they need jury instructions as well. That's going to be a couple of hours. So, I don't know. If I'm going to go verdict watch, I'm going to relax.
You don't have proof beyond a reasonable doubt. You may have a suspicion that Christopher did it. That's not enough. You may have a strong suspicion that Christopher did it. That is not enough. You may gravely suspect that Christopher did it. And the judge is going to read you a law here in a minute that says a grave suspicion is not sufficient. You need proof beyond any reasonable doubt that excludes every reasonable alternative. The state's theory is asking you to do a couple of things, and I'm winding up. The first thing it asks you is to ignore all the physical evidence and just listen to our story about domestic abuse. And in doing that, it's asking you to believe this, that man right there is so brilliant, he can pull off a mastermind murder. He didn't leave a shred of DNA. He didn't leave a shred of carpet fiber, hair fiber, pubic hair. He didn't leave a shred of anything that our most powerful forensic machines can pick up. Not one shred. And then was dumb enough to dump the body right by where he was.
This is why you watch with the Broken Baker. I am way ahead of all of this.
That doesn't make sense. Melissa was surrounded by criminals, violent criminals. users, drug dealers. A dangerous area of town. You heard Miss Brock say, I would not walk the streets there at night by myself. She was beset everywhere she went by those dangers.
I am psychotic, yes.
And yet the state is asking you to believe what they're calling an abuser must necessarily become a murderer. But at the same time, that people we know are murderous somehow turned into angels.
Oh, not that.
You can't believe both those things. And I would ask you not to follow your imagination on either one of you. Don't let the state force you to follow its story, which is imagination. Demand evidence that a murder happened, that an active murder happened. Demand proof beyond a reasonable doubt that an act happened, that there was intent formed, that the killing was indeed unlawful, and that it was with malice aforethought. And when you get done deliberating, we ask you to return a verdict of not guilty.
Thank you. Mr. McDermott, Ms. Hilton, can y'all come over for just a minute, please? Just about to go ahead and finish minutes, closings. And for myself, admittedly, for just about 5 or 10 minutes. And so grab some coffee or whatever it is you want, and then we'll be right back in here to go ahead and finish with the closings.
How many things that Miss Hilton can't be done at 12:30? Well, can't be 12:30. This clock must be behind, right? Yeah, this clock is behind. Well, the small should be. She said she wants them done by 1:30 so jury can go for lunch. If you can't sleep, if you have coffee after 1 p.m., you need to drink more coffee. I can drink a cup of coffee and go to bed because coffee is good. I need more coffee. I haven't had enough coffee here. I just don't know when. And she's going to go up there and she's going to go absolutely crazy in speculation now. Well, it could have happened. It should have happened. I just, I'm so curious about what the son thinks. The son was there yesterday testifying. If you watch news in America these days, colors matters a ton. Yeah, but that's because you let it matter a ton. I still live in the fantasy world where I like to look at a person's actions and then I judge them by that. I don't like saying, well, this guy does this because he's white or black or pink or green, whatever. If he's blue, call the ambulance. Because I grew up in another time where we actually believed that we could meet across religious and cultural divides. Because people let people show you they are an asshole before you start judging them. It's too easy to just judge them on the book on the cover. And that's how I live my life. Am I naive? Yeah, probably. But I think it's better. It's just like genders, where people claim that there's a. I think was it a Norwegian university who had a all female. All professors are female and the leader is female, and they are now touted for being really good for equality. Well, they're not good for equality because if it's 100% men, it's bad, but if it's 100% women, it's good. No, just get the right person to the job. I have, what do I have? 70% female mods. And if I knew that you would yell so much at me, I would have made more men mods. Men doesn't yell so much, but that's because they don't show up and mod. He didn't really say much. But that's also why I don't watch modern shows and modern, because they always have this agenda and try to divide people. And as I say so many times, don't let stupid politicians or stupid TV shows divide you. My neighbor is from Kenya, and sometimes I like him when we're talking and everything is fine. Sometimes I hate him when he goes to the trash can, and that's not because he's black. It's because he does it at 4 a.m. in the morning. Really annoying. But and when he writes me super long emails about leaving my light on the outside, just because, I don't know. That has nothing to do with his color. It's just because he's annoying sometimes. Yeah. And you don't yell at me. Oh, Valhalla. Still naked? Well, it's not divisive. My opinion is just another opinion, and everyone is allowed their opinion. I had one person who I blocked because they were talking about how my white male privilege made me unable to understand things. And I just have a really hard time seeing what my white male privilege is in a world where a country I live in is, well, I grew up in a country that was probably 95% white. We didn't have much more. I didn't get ahead over my neighbor because he was just as white as I was. So, but it's one of those talking points, and it was someone who was way better educated than I am, probably makes more money than I do, but I still have the privilege that my family owned a farm 2 generations back. I grew up in a house that was so poor, my family had to choose the kids they took on vacation. So we would all get special vacations. But maybe that's privilege. I don't know. I feel I worked out all right. I just don't like labeling people because sometimes the people you think will have certain, and again, back to my hatred of these channels who will tell you bullshit about body language. Body language is just judging people on their appearance. And I bet you met someone in your life, the first time you saw them, you thought, oh my God, a goat herder with Rasta, he's going to smell like patchouli and do nothing but say, hey man, want to play hacky sack? And I found out Valhalla doesn't smell like patchouli. The rest of it, yes. But I was wrong on one point. Having a bedroom with no doors so you can fit a small bed builds character. Couldn't you just separate the bed and move it in and then? Well, Swedish are not people, so a door opens in. Well, then you'll have to remove the door and put the hinges on the other side so it can open out. See you later, Brandon. Body language experts are nearly as bad as handwriting experts. The problem is they'll it's really, really big. And I know a lot of you probably watch them because you think they have some special insights into witnesses or Donna Adelson or Karen Reed or whatever. But body language is a skill that you can have. But it's just like a lie detector, you need so much baseline information before you can tell, because I rub my nose a lot some days. Is it because I have a coke habit, or is it because sometimes I don't trim my nose hairs correctly, or one of my hairs on my beard goes up and annoys my nose, and then I'm sitting here doing this a lot? It is the coke habit, of course. But these people are selling you the lie that by just looking at a person in 5 minutes of their life, you can tell them every thought and emotion these people have, and it's bullshit. Because you would have to know, how does this person react under stress normally? How does this person react in his everyday life? How does this person react in emotional states? And they don't have that knowledge. But I can sit there and say, well, as you can clearly see, the way Miss Hilton is sitting in the middle of the room wearing green. Green is a dominant color. She is trying to perpetuate strength. That's also why she has her hair high, because it makes her taller, even though she's already a pretty tall lady, to show the jury she is powerful. And she keeps her bearing very high. Again, this is a woman who probably have some troubles by feeling inferior, and that's why she makes so much effort in trying to seem more confident than she is. But anyone who have heard her talk for 2 minutes knows she's just someone who tried to act like she can't do more than she can.
Begin.
Good afternoon.
That's my job.
I'm
I'd take a bio break.
last voice that you're going to hear for the state. And we get the opportunity to speak to you last because we have the burden. And in this case, we have waited 27 years to get justice for this. And at this point, ladies and gentlemen, we have proved that this defendant killed Melissa Wolfenbarger sometime in late 1998 or early of March 1999 for no other reason except for jealousy, anger, and the fact that he was about to lose control over this woman who he had for 7 years. And I'm going to ask you all to bear with me for a few moments as I tell you and show you how we've proved this case beyond a reasonable doubt. Now, as Mr. McDermott was speaking, I'm reminded of two things. One, what I was told in law school, that when you have the law on your side, you argue the law. When you have the facts on your side, you argue the facts. When you have both, you argue both. And when you have nothing, you just argue, and argue. And that's what Mr. McDermott did for about 45 years. Now, I like Mr. McDermott, but he was given a tough case. And because of the case that he was given, he just had to argue to you for the last 45 years. And I'm going to show you how everything that he said makes no reasonable sense. Because what we ask you as jurors is that you have to make reasonable inferences based on your common sense and reason. We ask you not to leave your common sense at the door, but you bring it into the courtroom. And there's only one reasonable conclusion in this case. And all roads, all logical roads, all roads lead to one defendant, and that is him over there. I'm then reminded of a second story that I've been told a long time ago regarding a red bike. And the story goes that there was a man coming across the border, and he had a red bike. And every day he would come into cross the border with a red bike, and it had a basket with sand. And every day as he came across the border Patrol guy would say, look in the basket and say, what's in here? There's something in here. Every day the guy would come and say, nope, there's nothing in there. Ride his bike every day, happy for a substantially long time. The one day, the border patrol guy and the man on the bike was at a bar. The border patrol guy was getting ready to retire, and he speaks to the man and says, you know, all those days and all those years you were riding this bike across the border. And every day I looked, and there was nothing in the basket. What were you doing? God says nothing. Congratulations on your retirement. The night keeps on going, and they're drinking a little. And the border patrol goes and says, you know what, I'm a little drunk, I'm probably not gonna remember what you tell me. So tell me what you were doing. He said, no, don't worry about it. Here's another drink. And drink. It's now the end of the night. Border patrol was like, look, I'm getting ready to go home. I've been drinking a lot. I'm not gonna remember what you told me. Tell me what you've been doing. He said, you know what, I'm telling you. He said, you know, every day when I was coming through with the red bike, you were so focused on what was in the basket. But I was smuggling in a new red bike every single day. But because you were focused on what was in the basket, you were missing what was right in front of you. And what the defense counsel has asked you all to do is focus on all these reasonable theories, and we're going to talk about these reasonable theories in a moment, and not focus on the path that's right in front of you. And like I said to you before, the path that's right in front of you leads straight to Mr. Wolfenbarger. Straight. So let's talk about some sand in the box, the basket. Let's talk about it. First, physical evidence. That's the first thing, right? We talked about the paint chips. So let's talk about when they went to the house. They went to the house in 2003. What happened in 2003? What do we know? Well, what we know from Dorothy is that he abruptly left in February, sometime in 1999. He didn't tell his friends he was leaving, he didn't tell his Dorothy, the person he would hang around with every day. He left all the clothes in the house, and what did Dorothy tell you? She had to come and clean it out. And then what did you hear? That it was remodeled. It was changed. So of course, in 2003, when they go to do it, the paint chips don't match. Now when it tells you, oh, well, the paint chips stay the same, you don't know what all the remodeling was in the house because it had changed. So there wouldn't be any paint chips that matched what was in her hair. Next, we talked about the bags that his DNA is not found on. But Mr. Fawcett talked to you about that. If we believe when the last time anyone besides him seen her, we know that in February of 1999, she didn't call her mother for her birthday. We know in March of 1999, she didn't appear for the court hearing for the battery case from July. So we know she's probably deceased, I would suspect, somewhere at the Christmas of 98. Probably January or so of 99. So those bags were probably in that area for at least 3 months before they found them. People could be touching the bag, not realizing that it's a head in the bag, not realizing what's in it. They're picking it up, they're putting it away, whatever they're doing, there's other DNA on there. He already told you, because that's what he told Tina, what did she tell you? Tina, Miss Parent, all of them while they were sitting at the Waffle House, he know how to hide a body. Well, I suspect he know how to use some gloves to hide the body. Suspect he knows how to use some bleach. Remember someone said it looked like there was some liquid in the bags?
And did you remember when your medical examiner said there is no bleach in the bag? The bleach is from when we cleaned the skull. You are using reasonable doubt in your closing argument. I assume, I believe, these are words you say if you don't No. Belief is something you do Sundays in church. You're in a courthouse right now, ma'am. You're not in church.
See, you have to remember all of the evidence that came out. Well, he had the reciprocated saw so don't chop up the body. Where's the torso at? But we're gonna get to the torso in a moment. And he discarded it. So that's why his DNA wasn't on the bag. Let's talk about the blood, no blood at the luminol. Well, if she was strangled, there would be no blood.
He cut up a body. There's 6 liters of blood inside a body. I know it won't go spraying because there's no pressure in the system, but he had a reciprocal saw. Oh, we're going to get to the torso. But the reciprocal saw will do this. It'll toss blood, bone, skin everywhere. Is this woman even licensed to be a lawyer? Because nothing she says makes sense if you think about it.
And is it reasonable he strangled her? Yes. You want to know why? Because her sister told you that she came in to the Waffle House in early of 1998 with strangulation marks on her neck. That's what she told you.
Christ.
So is it reasonable that he strangled her? Yes. So that's why there wouldn't be any blood. So that's why if they luminol, there wouldn't be anything. What we know, he strangled her. What do we know from Dorothy? He punched her. What do we know from the report? He dragged her. That's the way that he harmed her. There's no evidence that he used guns or knives. All of the evidence shows that he used his physical hands to hurt her.
There's no evidence of any of what you're saying right now. And the defense should object because in fact, it's not in evidence.
So is it reasonable that he strangled her? But it would be nice if we had her neck to really be able to tell you what he did. But
That's
see, they don't
reasonable
talk
doubt.
about that part of it. Let's talk about the pubic hairs. Well, what do we know? Thomas Dixon told you that they were intimate. What did he also tell you? The last time he saw her was in December of 1998. Could it be that the day that, remember when he said the last time I saw her, she left with him?
So she was banging on her job and then he went home and killed her. Is that reasonable to believe? Were they fucking on the roof of the Waffle House and then she left in December? I don't know Georgia weather, but I know most women, they get cold easy. Or did they bang at the Econo Lodge and she didn't wash her dirty clam before she went to work? It's going to be a Malort o'clock really soon.
So now you're pregnant, probably by Thomas. You're left with him, so now I'm mad because you want to leave me. And I strangle you and kill you. You're right, that pubic hair could be Thomas Dixon. So the fact that there's no physical evidence doesn't mean it doesn't point to him, because there's a reasonable
Why didn't you look at
reason why
Thomas
there's no
Dixon's
physical
pubic
evidence.
hair then? Oh my fucking God, this woman is insane.
No physical evidence. So they showed you the rain shower report. Well, the only month I see here is April. If she was died in January, February, or March, where's the rain report for those months?
Why are you yelling at the jury? And why didn't you provide any of this? It's you who goes with the theory that it was raining so hard. Why is this woman this bad at her job?
You have to start thinking about what they want to give you, because they want you to go all over the place and not on the right path. Her body was sitting out there for months.
No, it wasn't. Your own witness testified it couldn't have been there for more than a day because there was no maggots. At what point can someone object and say, hey, you stupid cow, you brought witnesses who clearly said the opposite of what you are saying right now? God damn.
He was severely decomposed. What did the MD say? I can't even tell you. It could be 30 days. It could be longer than that. I submit to you it was longer than that because her mother did not hear from her in February. Let's look at the evidence, y'all. And that is evidence. That's what came out on the stand. Everything that came out on the stand is evidence. Stand in the box. Don't believe any of the state's witnesses about you did. So everybody lying. Tina doesn't know Dorothy. Remember because I asked her. Dorothy don't know Tina. But somehow they both saw Melissa with bruises. So they both lying? Why?
She never saw, her mother never saw her with bruises. She had a long sleeve on and she inferred that meant she had bruises. What the hell is wrong with this woman? She's straight up lying to the jury right now. I hope someone in the jury is sitting like I am and thinking, is she getting paid?
What would they need to lie for? Matter of fact, Miss Dorothy, if you remember.
Why would they need to lie? Because they wanted their criminal ass daddy out of prison. And they want to sell this story to Netflix. They want Nancy Grace. They want your office. They want the lady I can't remember the name of to talk about this case. Ching. That's why they want to lie. No, stop it, Baker. Stop it, Baker.
Remember, if you watched her, when she came in here, she looked over at her. I guess she remember seeing her from back in the day. She kind of got a soft look on her face. And she tried to switch it up on me. If you can remember, because first I asked her, did you hear yelling? She's like, I heard her both of them.
She had that soft look on her face.
What
the hell are you talking about?
And she's like, let's go. And she changed the story. She wanted to help him. See, y'all gotta remember those little things. But then, as she was getting crossed, if you remember, she said at one point, I used to hear her scream. She said, I used to hear her scream. What'd she tell you? That she heard it 3 to 4 times a week. Let's assume that they moved over to Brookline in January, February 1998. You know, we lawyers, I don't do a lot of math. But she's 3 to 4 times a week. So say 4. So I'm good with that. 4 is 16. Times that by however many other months. How many times was she hearing this poor baby scream every?
And how many times did she state that she only saw her with one baby and we know the babies were given away before this? Are you this retarded? Your own witnesses stated things that is demonstrably wrong. Because the baby was born before 98, so she couldn't have seen her with one baby because they were in the custody of the mother. Who made me do that? Marissa, there will be an HR meeting. And Jamie, you better be ready to yell.
Week, but they want you to believe that no domestic violence was happening? You gotta start thinking about the evidence, y'all. But they talk to you about that. Thomas Dixon, he don't know Dorothy, he don't know Tina. But somehow Melissa was able to tell him about what happened to her in July, but he comes in here and he's lying too. Remember when he told you that I had been in prison for about 10 years and I saw her missing face on some cars. That's how he remembered that that's how he knew she had passed. And wanted to tell everyone about what she told him. And is that unreasonable? Because maybe he was her peace and solace to get away from him. You know, he asked questions about them being on the roof of the Waffle House. Maybe that was the only place she could get some peace on the roof of the Waffle House. From him.
The only place she could get some peace from him was on the roof on the Waffle House. She got to work herself. She went home from work herself every day. She didn't need to get to the roof of the Waffle House. She was away from him at the Waffle House any day. Can someone tell me what the hell this is about. And this is why I hate that they get to do a second go, because she's just fucking lying her ass off. The defense should be able to say, sorry, Your Honor, we just have to correct the record. Miss Hilton lied about this, lied about that. Remember her own witness statements that doesn't line up with anything she just screamed at you. And I'm sorry, I don't know why she's trying to intimidate you. I hate this strong women. I'm yelling because it works. No, it doesn't. It just seems like you are trying to convince people and you don't have the argument on your side. Oh.
What did, now I know she said all she was smoke hair, take heroin every day. But what she tell you today? That when she called her friend, the last in 1998, he didn't want her to speak to anybody. So we're supposed to disregard all of it. I said that you don't.
You,
that's evidence.
the crackhead or the AIDS
Now
head
the rocks.
that you didn't want to bring into the case.
Yes, he claims that his rock told him on the phone that he returned the salt. He didn't play that interview for you. He played Wendy's interview. So where's that interview?
Where your
The
evidence?
interview you heard
Stupid.
is when the Brock said he borrowed the salt. Matter of fact, they corrected the police. The police said, he stole the salt. No, he didn't steal the salt. He borrowed the salt. And they said on their own, and he never brought it in. And they told you, that's not the reason why we fired him, but he never brought the salt back. And remember what we asked earlier? In the culture of that job, they don't really ask what you use the salt for. They just use, they let their employees borrow the salt. That's evidence. Because how ironic is it that her body and the bones have lines from a reciprocating salt that he's so having to borrow from the job that he worked at?
And Jamie is correct here, because he didn't want her to hang out with her because she was the one who introduced her to cigarettes and crack. Meth, sorry.
And it hasn't been returned. Ladies and gentlemen, this is evidence. And then, this whole thing that he was cooperative, he gave DNA samples, he did this. Well, he did those things because he believed he covered up the murder. He believed that he did what he needed to do to cover up the murder. But when it is time to now be held accountable, what is he doing? And we're going to see the video in a moment. He first is his girlfriend out to say he's not home. They skip over that part. When the police get there, she opens up the door, she comes out and says he's not there. But what did O'Hare say? Because of the cell phone, they knew he was in the house. So he kept looking. And y'all saw the video, he looked, I think he thought he was behind that mirror, he kept on going back to that mirror. And then eventually he's like, oh, he's here. And he knocks on that makeshift thing that he done cooked up to something.
Oh my fucking God.
But he's cooperative? This is gonna, when I go through all their reasonable theory, the medical exam. What did she tell you? In her expert opinion, she did not die of natural causes. It was undetermined by highly likely homicidal violence. And what did she tell you? If we only had the torso. And why would we not get the torso? Could it be because she was pregnant? And he wanted to make sure that we never found that part. Okay. So you're going to get this instruction from the court, and this is what both Mr. Fawcett and Ms. McGurn discussed. You will be authorized to convict only if the evidence, whether direct, circumstantial, or both, excludes all reasonable hearings. Reasonable. Your duty, when you go back, a reasonable doubt, is a doubt of a fair-minded, impartial juror, honestly seeking the truth. It's not arbitrary, it's not vague. So let's talk about their reasonable theories. So the first one, a random person in the West End decided to kill her child and decapitate her hair and cut off her legs. What evidence is there? There's no evidence. The only evidence of her walking down the street comes from the defendant, who has all reason to lie. We want to talk about when he said, when he says this idea of her walking down the street. That she's hanging out with people who do drugs and alcohol. Who? Who?
Your witness, remember
That's
the
not
one that
reasonable.
called
There's
her?
no evidence of it. Next is the male, they don't have his name, who molested her as a child. What evidence is it that he came from wherever he may live to come all the way to Atlanta to kill her, to use a saw to cover, to put her in a bag, to discard her across the street from his job? What evidence? There's no evidence. It
If
has
I
to
knew,
have some
I could
evidence
tell you.
behind it. Not just, oh, you think this in the world. Not that it's a possibility. It has to be reasonable. Your new boyfriend, Thomas, he told you the last time he saw her was at the Waffle House. You can assess his credibility. There's no indication that he even knew where Avon Avenue is. They sure didn't ask him. They sure didn't cross him on that. Because if you really suspected it was the boyfriend, you would have crossed him on it. The same way they crossed it, Norma, or what her and Carl did, they would have crossed Thomas on that. They didn't. Because they know that's not reasonable. There's no evidence of it. You can't just pull it out of the air. That's not what justice requires. That's not what we ask them.
You're pulling it out of your ass, and they can't pull it out the air. Lady, sit down. Judge, instruct her that too much stupidity has been sent in this courtroom today, and the jury needs to get their dinner because it's 1:40. This lady has gone on for 25 minutes and didn't do anything that she didn't do in the trial. Hey, we don't have evidence, but trust us. Just assume. If you have to assume, hey, it could have been, that's reasonable doubt. Your entire closing argument is reasonable doubt.
A drug deal gone bad?
Oh,
Because what's
she's
your drug
going-
deal? Where's that coming from? An overdose? What you heard is that most people, everyone's trying to keep her away from drugs. Remember when he said when she was doing meth, she didn't want her to do the meth. What did Tina say? I was doing my thing. I didn't have my sister around me when I was doing my thing. So where's this evidence? They just want you to, they're throwing things to the wall, see if something was there. Suicide. Well, then we told you that's not the case. Would you kill yourself or walk with someone? Like, it doesn't make sense. So someone finds you dead and now they feel like they need to discard your body in a way. Why would they just leave you there? If it was a suicide. And then Carl and Norma had, when Mr. McDermott said, we're not saying it's Carl and Norma had, my mouth dropped. Every cross-examination was about what Norma and Carl did. That they had something happened in their living room. That Norma helped them in the living room. But what they didn't talk about is that Carl and Norma were looking for their baby when they didn't hear from her in February 1999.
No, that's not what Norma said. She said 5 months after. You can't even tell your own fucking witness's story because it's so horrible. Maybe you should have had better witnesses.
That they drove from their home in Stockbridge to go look for their child. That even
5
when
months
Mr.
later.
Got arrested in 2003, the first thing he wanted to do said, "You got me? Go find the person who killed my child." That's what he said.
That doesn't make it true. How many drug dealers have you put in prison who said, well, I didn't put the coke there, but go find out who stole my Ray-Bans. And you said, oh, then it's not his coke then, because he was really looking for those Ray-Bans. You're such an idiot.
Norma said, "Look, you got me. I'll testify against my husband. Find the person who killed my child."
She made a deal with Carl so she could stay out. Oh my God. This is why the defense should have another go, because this is crazy lying.
And they want you to believe that those are the two people who killed their daughter for what reason? Oh, now she wanted money. Most kids want money from their parents. I think I still ask my dad for money every day. That means he's gonna kill me? Because I asked for money? Most people want to take care of their children.
Does your
protect
parents
their
kill
children.
people knowingly?
You have to make it make sense. And it doesn't. So Chris, we talked about this, but you get to decide who you believe. You know, when you have Miss Patton, Tina, look at their testimony in comparison to Kimberly, his sister, compared to Kathy, his mother. You can assess there. Why is it that Kimberly Kathy can't remember a thing? Nothing. No, I don't know. I don't know. You don't remember anything? Kimberly, that's your best friend. She was with you when you was driving on the road. And you don't remember anything about what she told you about your brother? But yet, Calhoun can come in here and tell you, you said that she wanted to leave your brother. She loved your brother, she wanted to leave. She can't remember that. Why? Is it because remembering that will show that she wanted to leave your brother? And she don't want to be with your brother anymore? Mom can't remember that she never used to talk about Melissa to her grandkids? She can't remember if she went to go look for her or not? Why? But they don't want you to believe Norma. And Tina, if Norma came here and told you, this is what I did, this is what happened, she remembered everything that happened, she corrected us at times. But they want you to be so concerned about her past that you're not listening to what she's telling you right here. I submit you don't fall in that. Don't fall in that. Your duty is to teach the truth, follow the law, and deliberate. If for some reason you want back and one of your members say, I don't want to deliberate, they will hide in the bathroom, you come out and you tell the judge, you don't come out, but you should write it and let the court know that one of your members not doing it. So let's talk about how we prove that he is. We don't have a true motive. However, any evidence of motive is admitted for drug use and determining the defendant's state of mind at the time of offense. This isn't a domestic violence case. This is a case of domestic violence. This defendant used his power and control from the time that she was 15. From the time that she was running out the house, from the time she was running away with him, he began to control her. What did Wendy say? She's easily controlled. She got followed. That she's acceptable. She's going. And he knew it. She's stealing cars for him or with him. She's out here leaving the house, trying to do him. And the mom said, I didn't like the boy from the time I saw him at 15. Sometimes that's just a mother's intuition.
That mother's intuition, who was so good, she stayed with a serial killer and helped him cover up his crimes. I hate you, woman.
Tension building. Tension building. What did Dorothy tell you? The argument. That's tension building. The breaking of the glass. That's tension building. The incident. The marks on the neck. The incident. The July incident. The incident. The black eye that Dorothy saw. Those are all incidents. And those are what people saw. We know sometimes domestic violence happens in kinds of things that people never do. The reconciliation. Her wanting to go back to him. The TPO hearing where she drops the TPO.
Your Honor, we approach.
Sure.
Yeah. Tell her to shut the fuck up or get to the truth. This is horrendous. If this is Fulton County, I'm never covering a trial from Fulton County again, because this is blatantly lying to the jury and just making up facts as you go. And everything that doesn't fit in your favor, well, time has passed. Everything that the defense claims happens because time has passed. Well, wouldn't you remember this? And she's just yelling. She's not providing anything other than just screaming.
That is evidence of a domestic violence relationship. And if there was a conflict, she went back. We know that he went to court with her, so those could have been times of that calming period. We talked about the different ways in which we exert power and control. So let's talk about some of the ways of exerting power and control. Isolation. What did we learn? When she got to Brookline, she didn't have any friends. What did Kimberly tell you? I started living my life. So we weren't friends anymore. What did Wendy tell you? They weren't friends anymore. What did her sisters tell you? That, we started hanging out again more and more once she started working at the Waffle House. So her connections weren't there. Her connections were down in Stockbridge. She was naive, easily influenced, believed what anyone tells her. We talked about the physical violence, using her children. I submit what happened in that room when the judge allowed them to talk is that he convinced her, his mom and kids.
This is pure
You give
speculation.
permanent custody to my permanent guardianship to my mother. And that is a form of control. Now your mother, the abuser's mother, now has her children, can dictate what the children do. We know that they didn't tell them about their mother. What did Ms. Jakes tell us about the role of a perpetrator? He's the hero, the judge, and the victim. He's a hero when he's saving her from the house. A hero when he's taking her from the home, when she's running over to his support. He judged her when she wants to go back and be with her family, spend time with her family, not allow her to talk to her family. And then when she finally decided she's tired and enough is enough, as she told Kimberly that I was done, he placed the victim. You can't leave me. Look what I've done for you. Look at how we are in my grandmother's home together. Look at how I saved you from your family, saved you from their trauma, saved you. You can't leave.
You have none. There's no evidence to try and say what you're saying right now. If you can just make up shit, then why are we having trials? Just take him out back and old yell at him. This is bullshit.
Me. Abusive. We already talked about it. He was controlled. She was Melissa, fragile-minded, a follower, easy to control, weak, not the type to fight, naive, dependent. Again, evidence of her controlling behavior. Motive, pregnant by another man. Because remember times they said it, thought it was his, and leaving him for another man. And what did Rosa tell us? The most violent time for a victim of domestic violence.
Who knows if it was with another man, because no one knows if she was even pregnant. Oh. Can she just shut up?
When she wants to leave. It's when she wants to leave. And she was leaving him. She found solace in Mr. Dixon.
Mr. Dixon was digging someone else at the same time. I'm pretty sure she didn't find solace in him. She found a dick that she could ride and most likely some crack that she could smoke. This is not Romeo and Juliet. This is white trash, finding white trash, banging on the roof of a Waffle House or an Econo Lodge, while both of them are in other relationships. Stop selling it like it's Romeo and Juliet. Romeo, oh Romeo, wherefore art thou Romeo? I'm for waffles and crack, bitch. Come on the roof. Oh, but Romeo, doth my parents would not agree. Well, who cares? I got crack beer and we can bang all night. Marissa.
He was going to lose control of her. That is why he killed her. She was going to leave him. She was leaving him. Now let's look at the timeline very quickly. Late 1997, early 1998. She goes to Waffle House crying with a bruise on her neck. Melissa indicates to her sister that Chris caused the mark on her neck. She initially tries to confront Christopher. Melissa doesn't want her to confront him. Troy instead hits Chris. Tina drops Melissa home and confronts Chris about hitting his sister. There's 2 separate times. And then at the time at the Waffle House, where he makes an ugly comment, he knows how to hide a dead body. January to March of 1998, Melissa moves to the grandparents' house in Brookline, again away from her family and friends. She's working at the Waffle House anyway. Remember? So Melissa, March of 1998, Melissa visits her sister at Waffle House on Virginia Avenue and surprised her for her birthday. Remember when Tina testified She said, I thought it was 99. But my mom did correct me, and I realized it was 1998. And she remembered the wrestling people coming in, and that's how she was able to remember it. So it was 1998. And we know it's not 1999.
My mama corrected me. Would you accept that in any other case if the witness was from the other side? No, then you will say inconsistent statements, right?
Because if you believe what her mother tells us, she did not call for her birthday in 2018, and she did not appear for the court hearing in March. It's reasonable to believe she was deceased by then. Again, Melissa's still working at White House in Dorville, and Chris was not working at Action last year. He was started in October. January to July, we talked about this. Dorothy hears arguing, sees Melissa with glass on her face and booze in her eye. She saw Melissa with a baby maybe once or twice. You know about the July 21st APD police report. Melissa applies for a protective order. She seeks petition to terminate guardianship on the 23rd. Temporary protective order hearing. Chris is allowed to speak with Melissa privately. That's when, after that meeting, is when Melissa asked for the CPO to be dropped. On the same day, she asked her mother to pick up the children from daycare and take them to Kathy Wolfenbarger and give permanent guardianship to Kathy Wolfenbarger. October 1998, Chris begins working at Action Glass. Melissa's probation court hearing. She tells the judge that she's pregnant. November 9, 1998, Norma sees Melissa at a court hearing. She leaves the court hearing with Chris. This is the last time that Norma sees her daughter. Thanksgiving 1998, Wendy Wandell calls Melissa. Chris does not allow her to use the phone. He's controlling Melissa's ability to speak to her friends. Melissa does not call her family on Thanksgiving. December 98, we know that Thomas sees Melissa at the Waffle House. He says to Chris, as he comes in, Melissa's crying, you can have her after 9 o'clock p.m. Chris waits outside. Melissa leaves with Chris. He never sees her again. According to the Wolfenbarger family, they see her at family function in December 1998. Again, her family does not hear from her. February 1999, she doesn't call her mother for her birthday. Carl Patton goes to Tina's job to inquire about Melissa's whereabouts. Chris perspires on the job, but he had borrowed a simple-hand saw and had not returned. March 1999, Melissa is not present and cannot be located for the Barrett trial. April 1999, her head recovered is unidentified. Other trims recovered, unidentified. February 99, January 2000, we know that Ms. Norma Patton is seeking assistance to locate Melissa, reaches out to several law enforcement agencies and receives no assistance. She speaks to a lawyer who puts her in touch with the Henry County Police Department. January, files the Melissa police report. Detective Scott signs to the case. January 2000, Detective Scott does initial interviews with various family members to include or attempt to include Melissa's husband, the defendant. This is in January 2000. About 9 months later, he speaks to Karen Wolfenbarger, and she's reluctant to speak to police or give police any contact information for Chris. 2001, he finally speaks to.
I would be reluctant if your fucking pigs came running to my door as well. I would say, get a warrant and get me a lawyer. I'm not answering any of your questions. Get out of here.
Chris, so it's 2.5 years after the remains are found, 18 months after the missing person report, and 18 months before the remains are identified. And here's what he says. First, about her personality. These are his words.
Yeah, we're talking about, you gotta understand, I don't know what all they told you about the mentality of her. She's not real, she didn't have a lot of street smarts at all. She was real smart. She had a lot of book smarts. She was a real intelligent that way. But as far as, she was real naive. I don't know that way, but not quite that. She was basically, if you put an idea in her, you're thinking about it, she would swear that's right. And I guess that's why she had so much problems. She was running away all the time. But she was a real follower.
So put an idea in her head, she will follow.
Yeah, that's why he didn't want her to go back to her shitty family.
She's a follower. That's how he did it to control her. What did he say about her when she stayed with him? These are his words.
So she stayed with me for about a week. And then she stayed with me for a few days and stuff like that. Sporadically, yeah. I'll say almost a month. I would say 3 weeks. Because it was right around Christmas, I remember.
So what does he say? He should sporadically with her until about December of 1998. No other person besides Chris sees her after December of 1990. What does he say? Because this idea that it's Norma who did this, in 2001, he says this about her mother.
There's no way I believe that she didn't call her mom. That's the whole reason I ain't even,
He said, there's no reason why she wouldn't call her mom. I haven't been over there yet. In 2001, he figured she would be calling her mom. That's what he's telling the police. So why all of a sudden now it's her mom could have killed her? And it corroborates what Norma said. She was concerned at Christmas when she didn't see Melissa, and she's even more concerned when she didn't hear from her on her birthday. So this is what you have to listen to. That he saw her in April of 1999.
After she left, I didn't hear too much from her for a couple months. I was like, whatever. But back in April the following year, which I guess would be 99, I seen her. And then I was coming down Lee Street. I don't know if you know about the line like that, but it was right there, right where the train station was and everything. I was coming up through there, and she was walking the road, and me, just being a white girl, I was, blowing a horn because, we're a diamond breeze around there, But I stopped and I blew the horn at her, and I got down the road and got my Krispy Kreme and turned around and come back. I'm like, I got thinking who it was. And I couldn't believe it, man. She was, I don't know, I guess, her sister could tell you how she looked. You got to picture how she looked when she was white. I got this on that was yeah, that was before. That was like she looked like right after we got married. After that, man, she cut all her hair short, dyed it red. Started smoking. She looked totally different than that. But when I see her come back, man, she was real bad. She went off the gate down there. I'm like, man, I couldn't believe it. It went right on. We stopped and she said she wanted to talk. So we went. I went to Taco Bell. We went around the area or whatever, And at the time, she was like, I'm going to stay. I want to come back home. I was like, you don't know the emotional stuff, whatever it's going through for me, man, just like this.
So what? You said that was his mom. When we finish this, you got to ask the county commissioners to give us assistance. But what he says is he saw her in April of 99 when he was driving down Lee Street in the West. And that she had bright red hair, and that she had track marks on her. Ladies and gentlemen, in April of 1999, her head was severely decomposed on April 29th. How is it that he saw her walking down the street and able to describe that she had short red hair? What did his mother and his sister say? The last time we saw her in December, her hair was down to here.
I can fix that problem for you. I don't know if you know women's. Women's have this thing that's called a crazy brain. Sometimes they'll wake up and they'll say, hey, how will I look with bangs? And they'll just cut bangs, and then they will go to their husband and yell, why didn't you stop me? You know I look horrible with bangs. What happened? And other times women says, because I changed my life around, will buzz off their hair and paint it red. Other times women says, look at Vogue and think, hey, I could pull off Victoria Silvstedt. So if and maybe he misremembers months because it was 3 years ago. Maybe he saw her in February or March. Who knows? And maybe she had been at his mom's house and she had started doing drugs and she was living on the street and she had a hard time keeping her hair pretty because she also had track marks on her arms. So maybe she thought, if it, I'm just gonna cut it short and make it red so when I pull tricks on the street, they can see me. I don't know why I have to instruct you, lady, in women's and their hair, but it can change a lot. Sometimes it's red, sometimes it's blue, sometimes they wear a wig, sometimes they don't. It's not like all women have one haircut in their life. It's not like me. I've had the same haircut since 2001 because I'm a man. We have one haircut. Sometimes we get a little frisky and we'll do a little bit about it. Women says they change their hair a lot.
But he sees her in April walking down the street. But she didn't call her mom. She hasn't called any of her family members, but yet he saw her and describes vividly. This is in 2001. This is before her body's identified. This is before anyone knows that the remains are hers.
No,
This
she's
is when
still
he thought that
going
no one would be
closing
able to find her.
rebuttal closing arguments.
This is what he's telling the police in the missing persons report. And you have to remember that he abruptly leaves the neighborhood in early 1999. Why? That is your mother's home, your grandmother's home. Why would you need to leave that house abruptly? There's no reason except you had to get out that neighborhood.
No, it's him who stated that he saw her in April, but he could be off a month or two.
Let's see if this one works. When he tells them later on in that same interview again that he saw her in April of 1999.
I mean, she had taken she had dyed her hair several months before, but then right there towards the end, and especially when I seen her in April, her hair was real short, real bright. It was like, they look odd. It definitely stood out. I mean, she was like nothing like that.
So he said she had dyed her hair a few months before. No one else has seen this except for him. He also says, and I'll try to play, but if it doesn't work, we'll keep moving, that she must have changed her name.
I saw my ex-wife the last time at my daughter's at baby Baker's baptism. I can tell you that. Where she lives, I couldn't tell you. I think I know the city, but I don't talk to her.
Why would Melissa need to change her name? There would be no reason for her to change her name. Why?
Or maybe she was so. Isn't it also a common thing that drug addicts will kind of stop calling their family because they get embarrassed by their drug abuse? Especially a mom who got mad at her for having another grandbaby could potentially think, oh, fuck, if I call my mom. That's why she snuck over there and left these little packages now and again, because she knew mom would go crazy, because she saw what happened to her sister when she started using, and now she's using. Could it be a reasonable inference that she thought, I'm gonna call mom I'm really bad today, and I'm too high to talk to mom, and she'll tell I'll call tomorrow, and she did that for weeks. Because that's also a thing. A lot of drug abusers have shame and doesn't want to talk to the family because they don't want to let the family know how bad they are. Could that also be a thing? No, it's only because Chris killed her.
Again, this is in 2001.
Tim Swoop,
He wants people to think
you
that
are
she's moved away
a
and
masochist.
just changed her name. She already wanted to leave him. She didn't want to be with him. She already started a relationship with someone else. So what reason would she need to change her name?
I know that she was like they were there. That's the only way I think of it right now. I really don't know, but that's just my opinion. And she went through, because to this day she's still married to me. I'm not, just now, I guess going through divorce, whatever, I'm trying to do all that. But
It's not, and I'll say this as a reminder, if there are any videos that you would want to hear, you can do that if you're what you're doing for it. He also tells them in this same interview, you have to cut everyone off. Again, why would she need to do that?
Because she was using.
She had her family who loved her, her family who cared about her, her mother, her father who picked her up after the July 21st incident. There would be no need for her to cut anyone off. But again, he was trying to cover it up Because again, this is before anyone knows who she is.
I mean, she had taken she had dyed her hair several months.
In 2002, he filed for and is granted divorce from Melissa. He also says in that 2001 interview that he's been working on the divorce since 2001. If you thought she just went away, you didn't think she was going to come back at all? Why are you filing for the divorce? You're filing because you know she's never coming back. March 18, 2003, Detective Scott and Calhoun meet with Chris. This is a few days after the remains are identified. If you remember, they kind of confirmed his story before telling him that she's been identified. And again, in this interview, he says the same thing. He saw her in March and April of 1999. Now he says he dropped her off at the train station and that was it. She just disappeared in the night. With no one else to see her, that story is a lie.
You don't know it because you didn't go look.
And again, he's the last person to say he saw her.
Say the year she disappeared.
But-
I've been sitting here, I don't know if it's 98.
But you don't know because you didn't go to Skid Row and ask all the druggies and all the hookers. Because you never looked for her. Because the police didn't find it interesting. It's just another missing woman in a town filled of missing women. And they didn't look for her. So all of this comes down to, hey, trust me, bro.
99. I know 2000, I was living for that, so it can't be 2000. But whatever year that they're saying that they seen her, I know I seen her like in early March or April of the next year. And that was the last time I'd seen her.
That's November of 98 is when they're saying. That's Thanksgiving.
Right.
And then so end of the next year, 99, early 99, March, April, somewhere near when you think you ran into her. And he's probably more familiar with the area than I am, but said that was on it. She was walking from like the Martin train station up from Brookline. Is that right?
Yeah, right there on Lee Street.
Y'all went to a Taco Bell in the area there and talked a little bit. And what happened? She walked off, rode away, and
I dropped her off at the train station.
so you were driving. What kind of vehicle you had at the time?
I had I want to say it's a tan colored Chevy Caprice, like a brown color. I mean, I can't be certain on that because I've got off of many cars.
Then he says, he looked better than the last time he saw her. In 2001, she looked like she was doing something. He kept on saying track marks, but now in 2003, she was better than the last time she saw her. I think I'm running out of time, so I'm going to speed through this pretty quickly.
What's the last?
This idea that she may have got a drug overdose, what he says is she was not on drugs while they were together. So this idea, he said.
So people do stuff like that, kind of just disappear from the family and just run, haphazard lifestyle like that. They're already on drugs. That's what I'm trying to say.
Oh yeah, she wasn't on nothing with us together. I'm there to say we smoke reefer every now and then, just on where we go to concert or something, or do go out or something. We might drink regular alcohol or something.
She went on drugs. So all of a sudden, the defense is, she may have had a drug overdose. He says it. And it's in 2003. He talks about the divorce being final. We don't need to play that clip. She wasn't afraid of her dad or anyone getting revenge.
Was she ever afraid either of him or somebody that, might be trying to get revenge?
Sadly, yes.
I don't know if she did. She never let on nothing like that.
She never acted that way.
She was always more quiet, or didn't.
So now all of a sudden somebody wants to get revenge on her?
What? You said she was not afraid. He said she never talked about it. That doesn't mean she wasn't afraid. Can she just be shut down? Nope. We're still going. Her her rebuttal closing arguments was longer than their closing arguments. This is why the state shouldn't have double dips.
That's not what he said. She loved her.
I don't get that. How much you knew was she was ever afraid of him. You know, she was afraid of her mom, but she couldn't stand her mom. I'm not really sure that's what, you know, that's what's got me stomping now or whatever, because, I mean, it always seemed to me like, you know, she loved her dad, you know, her dad, but her mom was always, every time she run away or whatever, you know, she would come and tell me she was running away from her mom. I mean, I don't know, that's why I couldn't really say, I don't know, I just couldn't see him doing anything to her. I don't know, that's why I guess that's why I can't really think she'd be dead. You know, there could be a homicide or whatever.
He can't see her. This is her dad doing anything. Now in May, you've heard this interview, so I won't play it. There's clips in here, but I'll highlight a few things for you. But this is the May 5th, 2021. This is now 18 years after the head and extremists have been identified, 6 years after media attention has been brought to the case. He talks about the last time he saw her. Now he doesn't really remember. And you know, we understand that memory fades. But the defendant nor his family can remember a thing about this woman who's the mother of his child. And you heard it. You heard the interview already.
There, in the.
He thought she just left and moved on.
Yeah, state always gets, well, almost always gets a closing. So they will normally have a timeline, and then they'll say, okay, we'll split it 2/3, 1/3. But fuck this. This is Fulton. Let's just do a longer rebuttal closing. It's just to clean up whatever the defense has put up there. But here, she just starts over. Go fuck this.
Well, when she didn't come back, you didn't call the authorities. You didn't report her to anyone. This is the mother of your children. This is your wife. And you don't say anything? He never wanted to reach out to assist her own family, became worried. He didn't even want to speak to the police. Back in 2001, it took him 18 months to do this. Why?
When she was leaving,
Now, all of a sudden, her parents killed her. In 2003, there's no way her dad could do it. But now that the media's been on it, now that it's been highlighted, now that the road is leading to him, he says her parents did it. And that's convenient. Let's blame the individual who was accused.
And why didn't you look at the parents? Why didn't you find them interesting? And now the media is on it. Oh, so you didn't do your fucking job till the media was on it. And you used the media to drum up a lot of hype about this case. Probably because you were so shitty in the YSL case, you needed a win.
Of a serial is accused of killing multiple people. And let's blame him.
what do you think happened to Melissa?
2023, the police with Kathy Wolfenbarger, investigation continues. And then here he is, hiding behind the wine rack in here. And he's hiding just like he told his daughter. When I have to go on the run, that's what he told me, I have to do it. I know where to go. You saw Christina here. She had no reason to make that up. And that's exactly what he did. Had a makeshift place to go hide. Now they say that we want you to legal lodge. No, we don't. We want you to follow the path. Physical abuse in 98. Mom sees her last time in November of 98. She wants to leave him. He borrowed a reciprocated assault, never returns it. She does not call her mother for the holidays. He does not appear for the Mark Battery. She doesn't appear for the Mark Battery trial. Carl Kane goes looking for his daughter. He abruptly leaves the neighborhood without telling anyone, leaving all of his clothes. Her head is found on April 29th, across from his job, severely decomposed. Extremities found in June, across from his job. He's the only person familiar with that neighborhood. His mom doesn't know where to go. What did his parents say? The only time he went up there is when we was going to pick her up.
Torso was never recovered. What does that have to not be in a leap of logic? What does it prove that the torso, that you have shitty detectives or
They're not familiar with that answer. Kids. Cut marks on her bones appear to be done by reciprocating assault, consistent with the type that he took on the job. Her torso never recovered. Could it be?
That's a fucking lie again. There's no way to say it was that reciprocal saw because the saw doesn't touch the body. It's the saw blade. And the saw blades are made in millions.
She was pregnant. He never reports his wife missing, reported missing by her mom in January. Mom's reluctant to give information. He lies to police in September, never speaks to his children about their mother. Body parts found in ATL. No other family resides here. This is where everything is found, from the house to the job to the location of the house. This is not a legal obligation. We're not asking you to jump. We're asking you to follow the path. And all the evidence leads to one conclusion. He's guilty. Now, ladies and gentlemen, we might not have all the puzzles. We wish we had our torso. He was clever enough not to leave DNA. But what we do have is this. You can still see this dollar bill, even with all of the missing pieces. You still see that the path leads to only one person, only one conclusion. Now, sometimes things are challenging, and this is going to be hard for you all to see. But this young lady right here should not have been left like that. This young lady deserves to have raised her children. This young lady deserves to have lived a life. This lady deserves to have continued to work, to be a part of her children's life, her grandchildren's lives, but she is not. The defense has operated on what if this is, what if these possibilities, what if. We want you to focus on what evidence came out of the trial, what the reasonable conclusion is, and you will not be telling him something that's already known. For 27 years, he's known what he has done. For 27 years, he has sat and hid from justice. We are imploring you, we are asking you. Don't listen to these fabricated stories from what the defense is telling you. When you follow the truth, when you seek the truth, there is only one true result. That this defendant, Mr. Wolfenbarger, is guilty of murder. And we're going to ask that you do that. Evil prevailed when the men and women fail to act. I'm asking you to act. We are asking you to act. And we're asking you to find him guilty. Thank you.
Thank you.
Oh, Jesus.
Ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to, in a moment, just give you the charge of the court, which is that law that I promised when I first swore you in to be jurors in this case. And I, too, have a PowerPoint. And mostly I do that so that people process things differently. And so some people hear things better and understand it by hearing it. Some people, it's helpful for them to see it. You will have a copy of these jury instructions with you in the jury room while you deliberate.
I'm going to send Valhalla. I think he has a better chance.
The jury must determine the credibility of the witnesses. In deciding this, you may consider all the facts and circumstances of the case, including the witness's manner of testifying, their means and opportunity of knowing the facts about which they testify, the nature of the facts about which they testify, the probability or improbability of their testimony, their interest or lack of interest in the outcome of the case, and their personal credibility as you observe it.
Yeah, one person said circular, another said
By
reciprocal.
certain witnesses who are termed experts. Expert witnesses are those who, because of their training and experience, possess knowledge in a particular field that is not common knowledge or known to the average citizen. The law permits expert witnesses to give their opinions based upon that training and experience. You are not required to accept the testimony of any witnesses, expert or otherwise. Testimony of an expert, like that of all witnesses, is to be given only such weight and credit as you think it is properly entitled to receive.
I have a baby tomorrow.
To impeach a witness is to show that the witness is unworthy of belief. A witness may be impeached by disproving the facts to which the witness testified. In determining the credibility of a witness, you may consider evidence offered to attack, challenge, or cast doubt on the witness's credibility. This may include evidence of criminal convictions as shown by proof that the witness has been convicted of the offense of a felony or a crime of dishonesty. Your assessment of a witness's credibility may be affected by comparing or contrasting that testimony to statements or testimony of that same witness before the trial started. It is for you to decide whether there is a reasonable explanation for any inconsistency in a witness's pretrial statements and testimony when compared to the same witness's trial testimony. As with all issues of witness credibility, you, the jury, must apply your common sense and reason to decide what testimony you believe or do not believe. The testimony of a single witness, if believed, is sufficient to establish a fact. Generally, there is no legal requirement of corroboration of a witness, provided you find the evidence to be sufficient. A defendant in a criminal case may take the stand and testify and be examined and cross-examined as any other witness. You should evaluate such testimony as you would that of any other witness. However, a defendant does not have to present any evidence or testify. And when a defendant chooses not to testify, you may not consider that in any way in making your decision.
Yeah, they were allowed
You have
to take
received
notes.
evidence of prior convictions of witnesses who testified in this case. You may consider this evidence only insofar as it may relate to attacking the credibility of the witness and not for any other purpose. It is for you to say whether under the evidence in this case, the testimony of the witnesses and the facts and circumstances of the case sufficiently identify a defendant beyond a reasonable doubt as the perpetrator of the alleged crime. It is not necessary that a defendant show that another person committed the alleged offense. If you do not believe that a defendant has been sufficiently identified as the person who committed the alleged crime, or if you have any reasonable doubt about such, then it would be your duty to acquit the defendant. The burden of proof rests upon the state to prove beyond a reasonable doubt the identity of a defendant as the person who committed the crime alleged in this bill of indictment. Defendant is charged with a crime against the laws of this state. A crime is a violation of a statute of this state in which there is a joint operation of an act or omission to act and intention. Intent is an essential element of any crime and must be proved by the state beyond a reasonable doubt. Intent may be shown in many ways, provided you, the jury, believe that it existed from the proven facts before you. It may be inferred from the proven circumstances or by acts and conduct, or it may be, in your discretion, inferred when it is the natural and necessary consequence of the act. Whether or not you draw such an inference is a matter solely within your discretion. A defendant will not be presumed to have acted with criminal intent, but you may find such intention or the absence of it upon a consideration of words, conduct, demeanor, motive, and other circumstances connected with the act for which the accused is being prosecuted. Every person is presumed to be of sound mind and discretion, but this presumption may be rebutted. You may infer, if you wish to do so, that the acts of a person of sound mind and discretion are the product of that person's will, and a person of sound mind and discretion intends the natural and probable consequences of those acts. Whether or not you make any such inference or inferences is a matter solely within the discretion of the jury. A person commits malice murder when that person causes the death of another person unlawfully and with malice aforethought. The killing must have been done with malice to be murder. Malice, as the term is used here, is not necessarily ill will or hatred. Rather, it is the unlawful intent to kill without justification, excuse, or mitigation. You may find malice when the circumstances show that the defendant acted with the deliberate intention to unlawfully take the life of another person. You may also find malice when there does not appear to be significant provocation and all the circumstances of the killing show an abandoned and malignant heart. The state does not have to prove premeditation to prove murder. If a killing is done with malice, it is murder, regardless of how briefly the malicious intent existed. No specific length of time is required for malice to arise in the defendant's mind. Malice may be formed in a moment, and instantly a fatal wound may be inflicted. If malice was in the defendant's mind at the time of the act or the killing and moved the defendant to do it, that is enough for the killing to be murder. The state does not have to prove motive to prove murder. Any evidence of motive has been admitted for your use in determining the defendant's state of mind at the time of the killing. The law provides that criminal actions shall be tried in the county in which the crime was committed. Venue, that is, the crime was committed in Fulton County, is a jurisdictional fact that must be proved by the state beyond a reasonable doubt. As to each crime charged in the indictment, just as any element of the offenses. Venue must be proved by direct or circumstantial evidence or both. If, after considering the testimony and evidence presented to you, together with the charge of the court, you should find and believe beyond a reasonable doubt that the defendant in Fulton County, Georgia, did commit the offense as alleged in the indictment, you would be authorized to find the defendant guilty. In that event, the form of your verdict would be, we, the jury, find the defendant guilty. If you do not believe that the defendant is guilty of the offense, or if you have any reasonable doubt as to the defendant's guilt, then it would be your duty to acquit the defendant, in which event the form of your verdict would be, we, the jury, find the defendant not guilty. By no ruling or comment that the court has made during the progress of this trial has the court intended to express any opinion upon the facts of the case, upon the credibility of the witnesses, upon the evidence, or upon the guilt or innocence of any defendant. Your verdict should be a true verdict based upon your opinion of the evidence according to the laws given you in this charge. It is your duty to consider the facts objectively without favor, affection, or sympathy to either party. In deciding this case, you should not be influenced by sympathy or prejudice because of race, creed, color, religion, national origin, sexual orientation, local or remote residence, or economic status for or against either party. You are only concerned with the guilt or innocence of this defendant. You are not to concern yourselves with punishment. One of your first duties in the jury room will be to choose one of you to be the foreperson. The foreperson will manage your deliberations and will sign the verdict to which all 12 of you freely and voluntarily agree. You should start your deliberations with an open mind, talk with each other, and consider each other's views. Each of you must decide this case for yourself, but you should do so only after discussing and considering the case.
Fellow jurors, don't hesitate to change an opinion if you are convinced that it is wrong. However, you should never give up an honest opinion to be congenial or to reach a verdict solely because of the opinions of the other jurors. During your deliberations, you must not communicate with anyone other than your fellow jurors about this case. You are not permitted to conduct any research about this case, including persons, places, or legal concepts mentioned during the trial. These rules apply not only to in-person communication, but also to
100% guilty.
research using
Great
cell
closing
phones,
by
text
prosecution.
messages, websites, blogs,
Well,
or
it looks
social
like an
media of any
anti-Karen
kind.
Reed person, so you know that's a
Whatever your
retard.
verdict is, it must be unanimous. That is, agreed by all. The verdict must be signed in ink by one of your members as foreperson, dated, and returned to be published in open court. The alternate jurors are jurors 43 and 45. You will be given separate instructions by the deputy. You may now retire to the jury room, but do not begin your deliberations until you receive the indictment and any evidence which has been admitted in this case. If you have any questions during your deliberations, please write them out and give them to the deputy. If you wish to take a break during your deliberations, please notify the deputy. But please understand that you may deliberate only when all of you are together as a group in the jury room. Deputy, please escort the jury to the jury room. And ladies and gentlemen, your lunch is there and ready for you.
No, Tim Swoop isn't a bot. He's been here for a long time. Oh my effing God. I think this is the worst closing arguments I've heard ever. It's 8:30 my time. I'm hungry. Hungry as the wolf. And Chet believes that we will have a verdict within
Thank you all. The jury is clear. You may be seated.
2
Any
hours.
objection to the charge as I gave it from the state?
No, Your Honor.
From the defense?
The objections are the ones that we announced before. Are we preserved, or you want me to reiterate what they are? It was the.
As far as I'm concerned, they are preserved, Mr. Samuel. The objections that you have already asserted, you had preserved them when I said this is the charge I intend to give. You indicated that you continue to object, and I've of course now given them. So
I can't
you can
smell the
object
pork
again.
anymore. They already ate.
You want me to object again?
Like 2 hours ago.
404B instructions we requested.
Yes, sir.
There were 2 or 3 of those, and the prior difficulties instruction. We think both of which were necessary in this case.
Okay. I do, forgive me for interrupting. I do want to make a note. There was an objection during the closing argument, the second part of the state's closing argument, as to Ms. Hilton. The parties approached. I notified the parties that I would make a note of it and make a record of that objection. The objection was to I think it was a statement by the state regarding actions by Melissa Wolfenbarger in stealing cars, and that somehow that was with or for Christopher Wolfenbarger, I think was what I understood. The discussion that was had at the bench was, number one, that's 404B evidence that was never, that was not appropriate and would not have been admissible, but also I had not heard any evidence about Mr. Wolfenbarger's connection to those alleged car thefts by Ms. Wolfenbarger until that moment. In any event, the objection was preserved, and the party stepped back and the state agreed to move on from that issue rather than highlighting it by withdrawing it. Anything else you want to put on the record regarding that issue, Mr. McDermott?
No, Your Honor.
Ms. Hilton?
No, Your Honor.
Anything else from the defense, Mr. Samuel? I interrupted you, sorry.
You didn't interrupt me.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay, so can y'all please make sure that y'all have all the evidence together, and that to get it ready to go back to the jury? Deputy, my understanding is that the alternates, Judge Williams has graciously agreed to loan us her jury room for the alternates.
Yes.
So you can, once they get their lunch, you can, and it's time for these jurors to deliberate, and we can take them over there.
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, if y'all can check and get the exhibits together.
So now to the big question. Do I put on some words on screen and I go and have some dinner and relax, or do I shut it down and come back when we have a verdict? Because it's 8:30 my time. Do we really believe they're going to get a verdict today? Ugh. The show must go on. You do you. Words. Go get food and rest. Shut down. Come back when there's a verdict. I think it'll be fast. Words. I think they will. Well, I think they will as well, but what will they? 45 minutes. I don't think 45 minutes is reasonable. They need to eat their pizza. I'm gonna do Sue a favor because I'm not as mean as Sue is. So I'm gonna put on words on stream, and then I'm gonna come back and reevaluate in a bit, and then maybe I'll just rant. I don't know. But I'm gonna get myself some food first. I don't know why I got that accent going down now today. I don't even know what accent that could be then. But if you need somewhere to hang out, broken. You can hang out here and play the game if the game works today. Probably doesn't. It does. See, I had broken. I need some food. I need some energy in my body. I just had a Malort. That didn't help me. I'll come back in probably an hour-ish. That's 3:30 to see if anything has happened. I'm gonna go sit down and not hang out this. Follow the Twitch thread and the Discord, and you'll get notified when and if we have anything going, or if I come back and shut it down. Nope.
Don't talk, hit first. Step in the wind, you're leaving a hearse. No prayers, no kings, no gods. Just faith from the baked goat's odds. God's got fire, faith, cause God rage. We built this war, so we own the cage. Talk all you want, you'll still get smoked. You're facing the real, we never provoked. Hate, what's, let the hammer fall. No mercy, no rules, take it all. You want it heat, you gotta blaze. We burn your legacy, leave no name to praise. Hate, goats, it's too damn late. No exit sign when we steal your fate. One hand butt, one dope bomb drop. We run the pen, you're just livestock. You climb the ropes, we break the rungs. We carve legends out with battered lungs. Tough talk dies when the bell goes off. We ain't here to play, we're here to fuck steam, K you up. Bankers wrath, thou's control. You stepped in the ring, now you're paying the toll. We don't need luck, and we sure don't beg. We're the goats, and we'll snap your legs. Hate, goats, believe for clout. No timeouts when we stop you out. Cause in a game, it's a holy war. You stepped in the bed, now crawl on the floor. Bait, goats, we end careers, we break the code. Valid breaker the whole fucking load. We still getting low. Bait, goats, roots. You'll never forget the taste of defeat. You ring the bell, don't need the pain. We don't talk, we hit first. Step in the ring, you're leaving a hearse. No prayers, no kings, no gods. Just faith from the baked goat's odds. God's got fire, faith, cause God rage. We
It's me and Valhalla's tag team song. I'm gonna find something more mellow.
You're facing the real, we never provoked.
So I got a message from Sue saying, "Hey, I'm leading the general. Can you please be nice to me and come in and end it?" And I said, "Sure, Sue." I'll do it because you're always so nice to me. So of course I will come and rub it into everyone else's face that you again cheated your weight. You again were so great and won all of it because Sue is the greatest. You can just Venmo me the rest of the money. I don't. It's 3:45. I don't know. Are we gonna? I don't know if I'm gonna. I know it's Georgia. Georgia sometimes keep them longer, but I just don't know. I don't know what. Well, I need to. It's 10 o'clock my time, and I have to go visit my baker baby tomorrow. So I don't want to sit here till midnight if we're just doing nothing. And I don't really have anything to do. But also, the second I turn off my computer, I'll get 45 messages that the verdict is in. So I'm just waiting for. I don't know. It would be nice if the judge had done what they do sometimes and said, "Hey, let's go till 4. Let's go to 5. Let's go to what if any o'clock." And then I knew kind of where we were going from this one. I'm thinking about something.
Does anyone know how to actually use these things? Because I seriously have no idea.
Do you know why I put you?
Yes. How old is Baby Baker now? Baby Baker is about 10 months old. So he's getting big. No verdict yet. I'm just talking. I've seen faces walking past multiple times, so I've been, oh, and then nothing happens. And someone is screaming outside. I don't know what that's about. Maybe someone's drunk. But no, my daughter asked if I would stop by soon, and I was supposed to have had Monty this week, but they have a lot of traveling, so oh, this smells really bad. That tastes good though. Yeah, it's Friday. It's 10 o'clock our time, but as soon as we go off, people will say, "Hey, we have a verdict." They've been deliberating for roughly an hour and 10-ish minutes, I think. Yeah, roughly an hour and 10 minutes. Nothing. So it would just have been nice if we, but that's the thing with verdict watches, because we all agree that there's no evidence. Well, not all of us, because I saw someone on Lawn and Crim said extreme amounts of circumstantial evidence. What? So what was for dinner? My normal meal prep, which is just I take a big bowl, roast some meat in it, throw in a few bags of vegetables, a few cans of tomato, and just a lot of seasoning, and then either rice or pasta, and then I'll just stock my freezer so I can eat it every time we stream. So yeah. No, it's because it's lawn and crim. Lawn and crim is you're always guilty. I remember when I saw Karen Reed had like 83% guilty. I was like, oh, she's going to be found not guilty, because normally they will be writing 93, 95% guilty over there, no matter what evidence. You can do a poll the first day on lawn and crim, and they will say guilty based on what? I don't like his face. Well, the most circumstantial evidence you could see, the previous police report, but that police officer never checked if she had the injuries. That was self-reported, even though the DA lied about it and said, oh, she had all these injuries. And you have the saw. Because I don't believe anything the sister said. Yeah, those mixed bags where you get some cauliflower and some potato, not potato, some carrots and some, just those mixes. We don't know, because the first day she talked about going till 5:30, and every day since then they have ended somewhere between 3 and 5. Yeah, the cop also never talked to Chris. No one looked at. Yeah, bags of frozen potatoes, not potatoes, frozen vegetables. It's just yeah. That's the funny thing, that it's that saw, but you can't say it's that saw, because every saw of that type will use a saw blade, and those saw blades are made in a production line where there's probably a million made a day, and there's probably 10,000 sold every day or every week in Atlanta. So how can you say that saw was the saw that did it? Because there's no distinctive markings on a saw like that. I like the frozen peas and spinach, but a lot of others give me the. I'm not a big fan of spinach. I used to do these shakes when I worked out, where I put in spinach, and because it should be good for helping you against cancer and stuff like that. And it just tastes like dirt, and I didn't like it. So I'll have my favorite is carrot and peas. I like that best, but you need a little more. So I'll just take 2 mixed bags of whatever is in the cheapest section because I'll just make a big old bowl, big old pot, and just boil it up, and then throw in some rice or some pasta, and then I have food for a week. There could be time to come back, but it's just, do I want to hang out for another 2 hours that don't come back, and I'm going to be grumpy tomorrow when I'm with Baby Baker? Or am I going to call it quits when we reach 4 p.m. and potentially have to come back and turn it on again? Oh, that was a head walking past the camera. That's the decision I have to make. I don't know. I don't like dip. That sounds not great. Well, I did the ones where because a lot of people who make like smoothies, they're like, oh, I'll put a little spinach in there, and then I'll chuck it full of fruit. But that's just making a sugary drink. That's not good for you. So I always stuffed it, like half of it would be spinach, and then a little fruit. You make dip with what? What don't I like? I don't like creme fraiche. So it doesn't matter what the crazy stuff you want to put in it. It will still be based on creme fraiche, and I don't like the texture. Well, because I eat a lot of the stuff I like. That's well, because I'll be grumpy if I don't get any sleep. I'm not like you who can just say, hey, I'll sleep all day and stay naked and just harass people online. I have to sit here. This is my 6.5 hours, so I know everyone is like, oh, so easy to court stream. Yeah, but again, 6.5 hours. Guacamole is shit because there's avocado in it. Tastes like bleh. Sour cream, the worst. Cream cheese, the worst. It's really, really easy not to eat stuff like that. So it's not the dip that makes me fat; it's the chips. But why do you need it? They all. Oh yeah, I know why. Because American chips are flavored nothing at all. They keep walking past the. Oh, that's the wrong tab. Keep walking past the camera. This is what makes me. Should I or shouldn't I? Because the people keep walking around in the courtroom. Yeah, if you're a 15-year-old girl, so eat more foods. I eat more foods. I probably eat a lot of stuff that you won't eat. Well, I do. I just had pork tonight. Tasted great. See, people walk past the camera. Eat more pork, Marissa. Why 15 for avocados? Because it was kind of a thing. Oh, we need our avo toast. And avocados just taste like sadness. No, I just roasted some ground up pork. Well, I didn't do it now, but my meal was ground up pork, vegetables, and some pasta. And some of Marissa's hot sauce. Well, you don't eat it. Oh, you don't eat stuff. No. Hand jobs are better than guacamole. Sadden is the correct word. Yeah, I don't get it. But then maybe it's because when I was a kid, before it was something that 16-year-old girls in Valhalla ate because they were on Instagram. We ate a shit ton of avocados where they took it out of the shell and then they mushed it up. And when you mush up avocado, it'll have the same texture as a lot of the textures I don't like, which is kind of like a cream cheese, sour cream thing. And then they chucked it back in the shell of the avocado, and you would eat it with shrimp and stuff like that. You had it at every party. I didn't like that. I don't know. Your guess is as good as mine. Jeepers Mo. Is avocado a nut or a vegetable? Is it a fruit or a nut? Something with when you have that big one seed in the middle. Yeah, of course we're fascinated with shrimp. Shrimps are amazing because we have a lot of fresh shrimp. It's a fruit, so it's a nut. Isn't there something when it only have one big? What's the rule? It's the same that tomatoes is. How is it? Tomato is a fruit and a strawberry is a vegetable. Or how is it? Only some of them. It's a fruit and rhubarb is technically a vegetable. I like rhubarbs. There's nothing better than a rhubarb pie. Oh my god! And then some slightly whipped cream. Oh, that's great. No, you eat it with creme fraiche if you want to be sweet. Strawberries are nuts. If it has a pit, it's a fruit. I can't remember the rules. That's how most of us sees it, but there's some rules about because something with the strawberries because the seeds is on the peel. I can't remember the rules. If it grows on a tree, it's a fruit. No, but that's some technicalities. I don't know the technicalities. It's a duper sack. I don't know what stilly cream is. Rhubarb pie is I like a little tartness in my pies, not my women. And if you're especially when you have something sweet, it's nice. And I don't like citrus fruits. I don't know if it's the acid or something, but I always feel like it just burns my mouth. So I like it rhubarbs. But the funny thing, rhubarbs are they the one that's poisonous if you eat too much or you eat the green thing? But I like the tartness from a rhubarb. It's the same if you make an apple pie. I like an apple that is a little more sharp instead of the sweet apples. Strawberry are the only fruit that has a seed on the outside. I knew there was something. We import most of our avocados from California, just like the rest of the world. Why don't you have black currants? Black currant is good. I like that a lot. It could be. No, but you need that sourness to battle the sweetness in the crust. So, but I've noticed a thing with American baking. It's a lot of sweet and sweet and sweet and sweet and sweet. There's not a lot of we key lemon pie. Yeah, but it's still sweet as hell. I like a little more layering in my pies. There's a whole song, Avocados from Mexico. Could be, but there's also a song called Listen to Me, I Know What I'm Talking About because we imported from California. It's not a well-known song, but I sing it a lot whenever I yell at you. There's a tasting history episode on black currants. I don't know what that is. You have them from Peru? Ours is I can't remember one I've seen that's not Californian. I think California is the biggest producer of avocados, which is funny because it's always dry there. And avocados, this is why I love all these people. Save the planet, save the water, and they go and have an avo toast. Avocados is one of the worst plants to grow because it's so dependent on moisture. And it grows in an area where you have to add the moisture. because there's not a lot of it in the natural habitat. So all of the water, which there's a lack of in California, you used to grow avocados that you sell to Denmark. Great work. Maybe you should buy water from us. We have lots of water. You could put the sweet apples on the top if you decorate the top with them, and then keep the top. Well, you can also, I don't know how you make your. I like sometimes to put a spread of apple. What would you call it? Mushed apple in the bottom. I really like the sour one there, and then a layer of pie filling, and then some tart apples on that, the crust, and then slices of sweet apples on top. That's good. Yeah, and almonds, absolutely insane to use the amounts. And I was called for, that was the last election I ran in. They called me for a youth meeting, and all of them were, what are you going to do for the environment? And I said, well, we are the city council. We can't really do much more than just follow the national rules because blah, blah, blah. And they were like, oh, you don't like the environment. I said, okay, how many here has a cell phone? Take that, show me. And all had that one. Said, that's produced in China, filled with precious earth minerals mined in Africa, most likely by kids, produced in China, most likely by very young people, and then sailed to Denmark. That is going to ruin the planet way more than me not setting up a solar panel. How many here, that was right when avocados was the thing, said, how many here have had an avocado toast today? And like half of them said, do you know where avocados grow? Because they don't grow locally. You should be eating turnips, carrots, and potatoes, because that's what grows in our environment. So don't tell me that I can save the world with a solar panel when you don't care about it enough to change your life. But I don't want to sacrifice. Well, either that or stop whining. Valhalla is the Mexican cartel that grows most of the avocados. Why am I grumpy? Because you came back. I haven't had a good carrot cake in years. I always think about it and, oh, I should make a carrot cake, and then I forget about it again. I love carrot cake. It's the spice in the carrot cakes. That's great. Oh. Well, we get them here. No, I don't know what spice. I can't remember what the spice mixture is. Oh, that's so good. I like carrot cakes. It's the only thing I'll have a cream frosting on. But if it's a Singapore carrot cake, I'll have a Danish carrot cake. Well, if you run with criminals or you run by criminals, it's the same. Well, on carrot cake, I probably would. Well, I probably would make a buttercream instead. But icing is. I'll just not put it on. I'll make a ganache or something like that. If I need to pipe something up and make it look good, I'll make a ganache of whipped cream and dark chocolate, or dark chocolate with some flavoring to it, and I'll just pipe that up. I think it tastes way better and it looks way better. Friday fruitcakes. Well, no, you didn't miss anything. I'm just sitting here wondering if I should go to bed or I should stick around. But it's 10 o'clock my time, and we have no indication that a verdict is right around the corner. Oh, that sounds weird. I love that everyone missed Brandon so much, so they try to be the new degenerate of the channel. Today, Marissa is the degenerate. Fridays, we do thighs because if you want cream all over your pie, you better be effing swole. No, if I need to pipe something up, I would make a butter cream for carrot pie. I don't know, 2 inches. Is that a big hole? Ever hear or eat apple pie with raisins and glaze on a full pie top? Anyone who puts raisins in anything that goes into an oven, I'm not saying when I become president they will be summarily executed, but I'm just saying I would get a life insurance if you're one of those people, because hot raisins in baked goods is about the worst in the world. Danish, we have these kringler, which is a classic traditional dessert that you get for birthdays and stuff like that, and your grandma would always make them, and they would, on the outside of them, they would pour like chopped nuts and raisins, and those raisins, they burn to coal. So I hate raisins in baked goods. When you come at the king, you better not miss Marissa. Well, she's trying. Have you ever had the Turkish food with golden raisins and rice? No, I had I think it was Malaysian, some kind of rice dish where there was rice in it. I really like that, but don't put it in baked goods. The only thing that hasn't been successful is the American recipe I tried. The rest has been highly successful. Again, Valhalla with the fake news. This is how all the internet beef you're seeing right now going around, where everyone apparently is fighting everyone for clicks. Valhalla is trying to get in on that one. So tonight he's going to make a beef stream when he knows I'm in bed and say, well, I don't know if you know, but the broken baker, have you ever seen him bake? It's not like he knows what he's doing or anything. He tried to make an upside down cake and went to hell, even though there's disclaimer on the video and saying that's a shitty recipe. They put coconut in it. So I'm not one to say anything, but here are the DMs between me and Baker, and they're totally authentically real, because we talk all the time on Twitter, even though I'm deleted. So as you can see, Baker has been lying to all of you. You should stop following him. And he's just a big old grifter who's just out to steal your money and put him in his own pockets and never do anything for his audience. I, on the other hand, I stream all the time and I want all of you to become my friends because I cook all the time. I'm claiming that's why I can't join Baker when he does late night shows. And but Baker is just an asshole. And he talks bad about other creators behind their backs. He says that Mo has a wig obsession, that the expert has the mind of a squirrel, that MG drives the truck like he's a Pakistani without speaking English, who got a fake CDL, and that Shizzy used to be a bass player, always harassing people. So you shouldn't follow him. And then tomorrow I will be doing my comeback saying, Valhalla always touts his endeavors from when he was in the US Navy. But the truth is, Valhalla can't swim. Anyone who knows anything about the Navy knows they go on water. So how can't he swim? It seems like Valhalla is lying. Has anyone ever seen him pilot a boat? I call bullshit. And by the way, he talks really bad about creators behind their backs. He says MG didn't rupture his groin. He just didn't want to come to Dollywood. He says Mo has a crazy voice addiction. He says that the expert can't keep two thoughts together for 2 seconds. And he says that Shizzy was a bass player. Horrible person, always backstabbing. What I'm talking, me and Val is gonna get into the beef streaming because that's where all the big money are right now. No, because he's from Illinois, so he don't speak Southern. He only speak fancy like. And who sent me a message? Just my daughter asking when I'm coming tomorrow. I don't know how many. Well, I do call him Skinny Buddha. Oh yeah, That's what I should do. But I know Valhalla. He's the type who would copyright strike me if I showed some of his goat streams. No, we're not really the type to beef. We're grown up enough that we'll keep it behind the scenes if we have someone we don't like, and keep it there because it doesn't help pitting people against each other. Is Valhalla all fueled up and ready to go? I just noticed that Plevin is covering the Adelson case. Well, everyone apparently has jumped on the Adelson case. Me and Catnut Williams, I think, are the only ones not jumping on that one. And I'm glad I'm not, because sometimes we need somewhere to hang out when it's not all Adelson. But I saw the other day that Plevin has started a new initiative that he's going to cover cold cases with a sidekick, and I forgot to listen. Some lady, I don't know. So they are going to look at cold cases, and when I saw how he solved the Lizzie Borden case in his book, I'm mightily impressed. I'm sure he's going to cover all of them and fix every cold case, but to raise awareness. Yeah, I think the police is going to love when a thumb-looking guy is writing them and saying, "Hey, you guys, I think that cold case you have, it was the mom. Well, her mom was dead 5 years before. Oh, well, I'm going to write a book about it." Plevin had 13 people watching trial with him today. Better watch out, Baker. He's going to pass you up. Well, I love competition. It just makes me work harder and spend all this time sitting here when I could go to bed. Big is a relative term. I think they have talked about 4 to 6 weeks. But apparently they have been doing the mumbo jumbo with not the mumbo jumbo. What's the hokey pokey with the jury? Because then we take the jury in and send the jury out. We take the jury in and we send it out again. We do the hokey pokey, and Adelson is toast. And now we're back in court. Yeah. Oh, hokey pokey pokey. Oi. Oh, hokey pokey pokey. Toast. Oh, hokey pokey pokey. Gone. And she is gone to prison. Yeah. Write a book about how they are covering it up by lying about the mama being expired. That's Plevin's next book when he's going to solve a case. I didn't see you misspelled my name. Hey, I'm dyslexic. I can't read. So far, done a trial is testimony on three-peat. Same shit, different year. And that's the thing, because it is the third trial in the same case. Most of it will be repeating stuff. So I can understand you want to go see if Wendy comes up and stuff like that and see what she's going to say. But most of the witnesses you will already have heard. I heard she had been admonished by the judge or something. That could be interesting to follow. But if you watch the other trials, you probably have most of it already. And that's why I want to be the place where you can go when you just need a little break from hearing the same old story over and over and over again. That's what made Karen Reed 2 so... It felt longer than Karen Reed 1 because we had heard all of it before. And you're just sitting here thinking, get on with it. Let's get to cross. Come on. And it just becomes performative. And that's why on this channel, we're going to do something else. Maybe it is me posing so you can all be painting me nude. Maybe it's harassing Valhalla. Or maybe it's finding another case. Whatever comes up, something else is going to happen. Greek comedy. Can someone tell me how I can... I've turned off notification on Snapchat, and it keeps sending me the same stupid message from someone I don't talk to. It's really annoying. Blip, blip. I have to look over every time. Maybe it's important. What else is in the docket for Fulton County? They are fun. But it depends on... You can get the feed. And I don't know if anything is lined up for either law and crime or court TV next week. I think Katie should be the most interesting because she has nothing to lose. And maybe Charlie, depending on if he doesn't like to be thrown under the bus. But other than that, isn't Charlie already convicted? She'll take the stand later on. Yeah, but that'll be 3-4 weeks from now. I will find you. I will hunt you down and I will find you. Well, thank you, Timberman. No, I got it because I had a lady who liked to send me tidbit pics, but she only liked to send it to me when she knew that they would self-delete. So that's why I got it. No, there's no verdict. Charlie is pending appeal. Oh, interesting. I don't know. I find the case interesting, but when you don't know it and it's been going on for so long, because half of you are going to sit there and say, oh, yeah, that's like we heard last time. And I'm going to sit here and think, now I know how the expert feels when he tries to open one of those bottles with childproof sealing caps on it. Yeah. I just told her I'll be driving here from here in about 11 hours. I'll drive from my house. Chelsea is winning. Boo. No one likes Chelsea. But I just don't know. It's 4:30. I think I'm going to jump off because, again, I don't think there's an imminent. I'll probably be up for another hour. So if anything happens, follow the Discord or join the Twitter, and you can come watch it with us when we have a verdict. Because right now, I think it's just me sitting here waffling about nothing. No, for the bolos. I'm a man from the 90s. I was brought up on those. I wasn't brought up on these. That was later when bots became a thing. Remember Pamela Anderson and Tiffany Amber Thiessen was the big things back when big things back when I was a kid. So that was the one that was important back then. So bolos over bots. And but yeah, I'll try and keep an eye on it, or maybe my mods will contact me if anything happens. Tomorrow, I don't plan on doing anything. I probably won't get up to be on the Expert Friday Night Live tonight, but go watch it anyway. I don't know if I'm going to stream in the weekend. I'll have to see how everything goes tomorrow, because it's quite a long drive. Not for you Americans, but for us Danish it is. Yeah, follow the Twitch thread, follow the Discord, and you'll get notifications if we have a verdict and I am alive to stream it. Thank you all so much for hanging out for 7 hours today. Another long day, another long, pleasant stay in your company. Go check out the Expert Friday Night Live tonight, and come back whenever I'm streaming again. What we're going to do next week, we're going to do something. If I have to draw another mascot like I did with the Fighting Irish and the Ohio State Cornhuskers, I'll do anything. I'm a grifter. I'll find something to do. But right now, I'm going to bed. And if something happens within the next hour, I'll probably catch it, or else I'll be sleeping and I'll be enjoying Baby Baker tomorrow. He's just about ready to start walking. So interesting times. And all y'all, go have a great weekend. And I might stream something. I might stream nothing. We'll figure it out.
Oh